also checked it. And like I said, helping and working with other addicts actually helped consolidate my own recovery foundation.
That's an inspiring account. Thank you very much for sharing that personal experience with us, Alan. We are still in our JoyNews national dialogue, breaking the chains, Ghana's opioid addiction. I think it's at that point now where we can start thinking about solutions. And that's exactly what we're going to do when we come back from these messages. Stay with us.
Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Mommy too, so refreshing. Mommy too, hey, then too much. Mommy too, so refreshing. Mommy too, calipo, hey, then too much. Mommy too, calipo, you feel I'm Mommy too, calipo, so refreshing. Mommy too, hey, then too much. Mommy too,
Calipo.
This advert is FDA approved.
Miss VIP Magnetic Perfumes.
Playing for your country, any easy. Scoring, any easy. Avoiding injuries, any easy. Winning, any easy. But you know what be easy now? Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Aye easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted groundnuts. Just add water, then sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
You are welcome to two of Ghana's finest addresses, Willow Lane and Alphabet City, located at Sakumono. Alphabet City is a premier gated community with 24/7 security. Willow Lane, where luxury meets comfort, spacious 4-bedroom homes with walk-in closet, elevators, and gourmet kitchens. Two lifestyles, one trusted developer at Waylead. Our buildings are ready for you to move in right now. So visit waylead.org or call 0240 111119 to book a private tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never want me with the Hey! Now I'm back.
Between the Capai and Cabo.
Hey, madam, bye, menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe Yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Tintas pipe.
In a carry water. No wahala.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Every dress.
Hey!
It's new, Leo.
When it's quality, it always looks new. Every dress being new wailing with Printex.
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Avoiding injuries, easy. Winning, easy. But you know what be easy now? Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted granules. Just add water, then sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hey! Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to CompuGuard.
Don't see! This your tablet from CompuGhana has really helped me. Now I track my sales like finance minister. CompuGhana, class and
number one.
At CompuGhana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
CompuGhana, class in Kwa. CompuGhana, number one.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you coffee be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be. Hey! Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Adwa, Vital has sachets and in different sizes too.
You didn't know? These Vital sachets that we all use to fry our meat and fishes, to prepare our favorite meals, and to refill our empty original Vital bottles.
Get your trusted Vital sachets today for affordability, convenience, and for the refilling of your original Vital bottle. You deserve a life of goodness.
This advert is FDA approved. As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products, specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. a complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. Baby Med, baby-specific care products.
You're welcome back. The national dialogue on JoyNews continues. We started at 6 o'clock and we started to dig into breaking the chains of Ghana's opioid crisis. The conversation has been engaging. We've been hearing from Ada Alotepapo. She is a head of Substances of Abuse Department at the Food and Drugs Authority. We've also had contributions from Chief Superintendent Dr. Bridget Nuro Penyin. She is a law enforcer, of course, and a psychiatrist at the Ghana Police Hospital. Dr. Eugene K. Dodoy is is lead addiction specialist and the acting chief executive of the Mental Health Authority. Kamal Dean Awudu is head of education and prevention at the Department of Narcotics Control at NACOC. George Opariado is the Honorable Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And we've also been joined via Zoom by Dr. Kwame Sapong Asiedu of CDD, Professor Samuel Ajololo, who is head of Department of Mental Health Nursing at the University of Ghana, and Walter Damien, who is an internationally certified addiction professional, educator. Also, Alan Menz, who is a counselor of Iris Place Rehabilitation Center. Of course, both Walter and Alan are recovering addicts, and it's been an insightful conversation so far. I think it's time we started turning our attention towards solutions and the way forward. And again, I would like to start with Ada, if I may. And I'm interested in an aspect of the conversation that we haven't yet touched on, which is the fact that some of these drugs are not only available through the black market or through illegal importation, but over the counter in pharmacies. What would you say should be the simplest and most straightforward way for our society to tackle the problem of legally acquired harmful opioids?
So the FDA for these controlled substances has a system in place to ensure that they are not being diverted for illicit purposes. So all importers and manufacturers of such products require a special permit. And after we've issued them with this permit, when they distribute these medicines, they are required to give us their utilization records, which will do follow-ups to ensure that wherever the products were supposed to go to, they actually reached those people. Although these measures are in place, we sometimes do have some challenges. By law, only pharmacies, hospitals, clinics, and over-the-counter medicine suppliers are required to dispense medicines. But for these category of medicines we are talking about with reference to opioids, over-the-counter medicine sellers are not allowed to sell these products. So when we do monitoring activities and we identify that they have some in their facilities, we actually sanction them. There are regulatory sanctions available.
What's the sanction?
Okay, so there are fines and prosecution. But I think this year, or latter part of last year, we had a case in Bono that the over-the-counter medicine supplier has been in prison for 15 years. So the laws are there. And now we also notify Pharmacy Council that is responsible for issuing license to these facilities. And so the pharmacist in charge of that pharmacy, your license may be withdrawn, you'll be sanctioned, and the license for the facilities may be withdrawn as well. So these are some of the measures we've put in place to help control the diversion of these substances. And we also do a lot of collaborative joint inspections with Pharmacy Council. So now we are going out with them more to the facilities to check to make sure that these products are being controlled as required by law and the regulations that we have provided.
Let me bring in Chief Superintendent here. What one thing could happen to help your success rate in dealing with the opioid crisis from the law enforcement angle? What one thing would make the difference for policing?
I think stronger interagency collaboration. It's not a police or customs or FDA. It's not one organization that is going to tackle this thing. So I believe that stronger interagency, interorganizational collaboration would go further in the management and the tackling from a law enforcement perspective. We spoke about it coming in through borders. We've got our customs, we've got our immigration. We've spoken about the selling on the streets. We've got our NACOC, we've got FDA. She's brought in the Pharmacy Council. So it has to be a collaborative effort, because police can go in for a swoop, which we tend to do, gather everyone around, take them to the station. If nobody talks, we are virtually stuck. And once again, as I said, a user has the least punitive punishment versus a trafficker. And so once we collaborate with everybody, I think it will go much further in the tackling of the situation.
Would the bail situation, if that were changed, would that help?
We have to be conscious of also human rights and a lot of the human rights organizations and things with charters we have signed as a country. So when we are talking about law enforcement, we are no longer looking at so much punishment with certain cases, with certain situations. We don't want to be seen as heavy-handed. We want the society to recognize that, yes, we always say police is your friend. So in the management of these things, we don't want a situation where we come in hard and heavy. We have seen in the past that these have not necessarily helped, because it just makes people go very much underground. So we have to take into consideration the human rights of people. So I wouldn't say the bail situation would significantly change what is happening. But definitely, as I said, the collaborative aspect would go a long way.
Kamaldeen, you concern yourself a lot with prevention. It's actually in your job title.
Yeah.
And you have a very clear picture of some of the push and pull factors around addiction. So what have we not done yet? What are we yet to try? What outside the box thing can we attempt with hope of getting some traction in breaking these chains?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that there has been something we've been advocating for a very long time, and that is inclusion of substance abuse prevention studies in our classroom curriculum for a very long time. There's something briefly mentioned in there, but we want it to be mainstreamed so that it will become part of the schedule in the school for their studies. So it doesn't look like NACOC or FDA goes in a one-off, does education and then goes back. But if it is part of the school curriculum, I think that will help. And then teachers will be well trained in terms of prevention, and then they will intend teach the students. So I think that if that happens, it will go a long way to help in the fight. And let me also mention, the Honorable Minister mentioned something about the bones, people using the bones. What we have gathered from our research is that, in Sierra Leone during the Civil War, after the Civil War, a lot of the youth in the country became so disgruntled, hopelessness, and so on. So most of them used drugs as a coping mechanism. But because of the situation then, they were not even economically, they didn't have the economic capacity or the financial capacity to even afford the drugs. So what they did was that they dug graves, and the idea was that formalin, Doc, they think formalin has some psychoactive elements in them. When it is used to preserve dead bodies, and they believe that even after death, formalin still exists in the bones somehow. So they dug the bones, grounded them, and then they found any leaf at all, because they couldn't even afford maybe cannabis or any other drugs around because of the situation after post-war situation. So they did that, and that's where the Kush, the Sierra Leonean Kush, started from. So they mix any leaf, any dried leaves, grounded it, and mixed it with the bones, and then they took it, believing that the formalin in it has a certain psychotic substance that gives them a certain high. And so we did a study, I think about a few years ago, and then we wanted to find out whether the issue of Kush had actually, is actually happening in Ghana. But we realized that Ghana also has our own version of the Kush. Just let the minister know why, apart from what Doc said. But just to end my submission, like I said in my initial presentation, the risk factors are the most important, because if you leave the risk factors and then you jump into the middle, you may end up not achieving your desired goal. One very serious risk factor is what we refer to as major transitions in a child's life, like maybe moving from the safety or security of the home into school environment, like moving from senior high school into SHSs. That is where the kids leave the security of their home and they meet friends from different value systems. And that is a very high risk factor that exposes them into a substance initiation. So what we do as an agency from Narcotics Control Commission is that we preach family bonding. If you listen to the Irish policeman, he was talking about even though his parents were alive, he left home. That means there was not that parental bonding. That tells you how important parental bonding is, a protective factor for drug use. So we preach that parents should know the whereabouts of their kids. They should know their friends' whereabouts. Be concerned, when they come and complain to them our issues, they should let the kids know that they are concerned about their issues. Some of these things seem very trivial, but are very, very important when it comes to substance abuse prevention. So parents, if they are listening to me, they should know their kids' friends, their whereabouts, be involved in their learning, especially because kids who do not have school attachment also have a very high propensity to engage in substance use. So in the Narcotics Control Commission, apart from the enforcement aspect that we do, we emphasize so much on prevention. But unfortunately, in our part of the world, we don't decipher between awareness creation and prevention. Awareness creation or education is just go in there, provide the information, give the person advice so that the person can make maybe informed decisions. But it is not necessarily a behavioral change intervention. It is prevention that's a behavioral change, because these life skills are instilled in kids to change their behavior. For instance, let's use resistance skills. If the child lacks resistance skills, anything that comes to them, they take it, and it involves it will be either drug use or any other behavior. So what we talk about usually is people leaving what the root causes are and jumping into the middle and thinking that the problem will be resolved. So Narcotics Control Commission have recently intensified our both the enforcement side and then the drug demand reduction aspect. A lot of new district offices have been opened. We have intensified our operations at the border posts, and then we hope that with collaboration, like Madam says, that's the most important thing. Honorable started something very, very, very well, and I think that if we all collaborate and come together, we will end up bringing the issue to the barest minimum. It cannot be completely eradicated. Thank you.
Dr. Dodoi, you have been the loudest voice for treatment on our panel, with good reason. But how do you treat stigma which is a really big effect of drug addiction. And we've heard from Walter talking about how that became one of the biggest problems he had to deal with as a recovering addict. How do we handle that?
So the biggest, stigma actually comes from lack of knowledge. When we don't know much about something, we stigmatize it and we are afraid of it. So, like Kamal said, if we educate and people understand that addiction is a disease and that person doesn't have a moral failure and that the fact that he is sick is no fault of his. When people get that understanding, then they move from that stigma to support. So the biggest challenge we have as a nation is to educate ourselves. We call it mental health literacy. So when people understand mental health conditions, when people understand addiction, it's just like TB. I don't know if you recall, but in Cree, it's called Nsamanwa. And it was stigmatized. Even HIV was stigmatized. Now people are proud they can be HIV ambassadors. Yeah, so it was because of education. Now we know HIV doesn't mean AIDS. Because people with HIV live with HIV. They don't have AIDS. They won't die from diarrhea. We know that now. So nobody will stigmatize them. So if we educate people to understand that addiction is a disease, I'm not promoting people to become addicted, no. I'm just saying that some people, by their genes, their genetic makeup, when they are exposed to substance of abuse, can't stop using. For them, they will need help. And they are just as sick as anybody who also probably, just by being black and a male and tall, you are prone to hypertension. Black males are prone to hypertension and diabetes. Yeah. Just by being black male. So you don't punish me because I got hypertension, because I'm tall and black and all that. So we need to educate people to understand that addiction is a disease and that people are crying for help. So let's help them. And if you know, that they are ill, you obviously will not treat them as if they deserve punishment. It is difficult, I must admit, to live with an addict, to have an addict in their family. They rob you, they do all kind of bad things and all that. And we all tend to associate them with crime. Even when I was young, I thought anybody with locks smoke weed and they were criminals. That was my perception until, I was exposed that, in fact, there are people with locks who are priests. They get it. So then you change it. And the fact that somebody smoke weed doesn't mean they commit crime. And the fact that alcohol, for instance, when people take alcohol, they don't commit crime because this is cheap. The drugs are expensive. And that is why so when we understand them, we would actually move away from stigmatizing to supporting them. And that is where, as a nation, because when you travel to the West, it's a different ball game altogether. People have sympathy on their family when they have an addict because they all know how they struggle to stay well. So when we move from that position of ignorance to knowledge, we will really transform our stigma into a support. And that is what the Mental Health Authority, that is what health workers seek to preach, seek to promote and help persons who are going through this trauma of addiction.
That's useful. Prof. Fajololo, if you're still with us, your thoughts sparked some very interesting debate amongst our panel, and I'm so grateful to you for that. But one important thing that came of it was that you were quite concerned about the capacity levels of the medical professionals when it comes to their ability to help treat, those who are recovering from addiction. What would be your recommendation? How would you go about improving the capacity of those who we rely on to help addicts to recover?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to have this opportunity again and to comment on the issues that I made first, which generated some good discussions. Let me emphasize that I'm not saying that we should not treat people who are addicts. And I'm sure few people got that point. Yeah. But the main focus of my submission was the fact that we should be prioritizing preventative efforts. We should invest more in prevention than waiting for people to get to a certain level and then activating the processes of treatment. And as we have heard from our colleagues from Walter and Co., the process is not easy. The commitment and investment to get even 20% of your population to be going through rehabilitation, the financial consequences are enormous. So why would we wait for that to happen when we have the opportunity to put in measures to prevent the issue? And I'm happy that the discussion is centering on the prevention now. Treatment, we cannot say we will not do treatment. When COVID came, in the wisdom of public health, we intensified prevention whilst doing treatment. We didn't wait for people to get more COVID before looking for treatment. No. So we have to always be prevention focused, and that is the point. Now, addressing the issue of healthcare workforce. As a nation, we just need specialists in that area. We should not presume that any medical officer or any person who just finished, let's say, mental health nursing program or psychiatry program, by that is a specialist in addition. No. There are specialist trainings that these people must have. And as a nation, we must consider to invest in that as well as we are seeking to step up the fight against opioid crisis. I did mention that at the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives, they have started training people to be specialists in addiction. And I know few others who have trained outside the shores of Ghana and are back to the country to support the rehabilitation efforts. So this we can do. At the universities in Ghana now, I'm not sure any university has any specialist training program in addition, at least not at the University of Ghana that I'm aware of, across various programs from psychology department all the way to psychiatry to nursing. We have rehabilitation as part of the general training, but not that when you finish school, you become a specialist in addict rehabilitation or something. So we can invest some resources in those areas. The minister is there as part of his initiative to combat this menace that we are talking about. He should work with his counterpart in the education ministry to see how they can resource the institution, the universities, the training schools, to begin to also produce specialists in some of these areas so that if they intend to set up rehabs for those who are already addicts, they have the expertise to run the show. Otherwise, if not, and we just recruit anybody because they are nurses or doctors, the cost may be more than we envisage in rehabilitating these people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm saving the minister for last because, he's demonstrated a keen desire to gain expertise in this area. So what I'm going to do is, once we've heard from everyone, I'll have the minister give us his final thoughts on what he's picked from this dialogue and what he's going to do differently going forward. Let me focus on prevention for a moment and bring in Walter and Alan. Walter, I'll start with you, if that's okay. Is there anything that could have happened at the beginning of your addiction journey that might have prevented you from becoming an addict? Anything that we could replicate, duplicate across the country today and hopefully prevent some people from becoming addicts?
Okay. Yes. So I think in the light of prevention, we need to consider a more holistic approach on the. It's a family disease. Addiction is a family disease. I know panelists have said a lot that addiction is a disease, but also it is a family disease. When someone is sick, the entire family is sick. The mother becomes an enabler. She gives money to the addict, knowing very well that it's going to end up in the ghetto, being used for drugs, but she is powerless. You know, the siblings are overly protective of their properties and all that. So whilst we are looking at helping people come out of their addiction, we shouldn't limit the treatment and education only to the addict, but also we should include family therapies in our approach. Now, as an educator, I would also advise that those of us who have, if I can put it this way, had the opportunity to use drugs in the past and are now in recovery and helping others should be at the forefront of the fight. You know, the minister and all the other experts can be in the background pulling the strings, but we can be at the point of connecting this help to the people using the drugs. And I know we all know recently the benevolence of Mr. Niyama opening the food banks have brought about some regulations. Right. Now, what I think of these food banks are that we can also open drop-in centers. Yes, and by drop-in centers, I mean there are places where the addicts can walk into and get first-hand information, all the education they need, where to get help, you know, first aid for people who are using drugs and alcohol. And also, we would need government subsidies, especially when it comes because we can all agree that it is expensive. It's really expensive to treat people who have disease of addiction. Having to keep them in one space for as long as 3 to 6 months, feeding them 3 square meals a day doesn't come. Even the medical procedure of medical is expensive. So we would advise that government should step in and see what help they can offer in that direction. So these are the few things that I would want to put across for us to look at that will go a long way to benefit the help that we are trying to give. Yes.
Thank you for that, Walter. I believe we still have Alan on the phone. Alan, I want you to talk directly to the streets, to those who are struggling with addiction today, those who are considering experimenting with drugs. I want you to give them that one message that you wish someone had given you at the beginning to have prevented you from going through all the turmoil that you did.
Well, thank you very much, Kojo. So just as Dr. Dodoi said, we have to learn to replace ignorance with knowledge. So a lot of psychoeducation going on out there that we don't have to try it. You know, it always starts with the experimentation. Like I said, it's always easy getting in, but it's difficult getting out. So what I just want to say is that we should fight addiction with all that we have, but we shouldn't fight the addict tough love. We should not enable them. Just as Walter said, there should be a lot of family therapy meetings going on there. But I want to assure fellowship out there, the 12-step fellowship. We have meeting centers all over, scattered all over Accra. The only requirement to join is a desire to stop using,
It would seem we may have lost the connection to Alan there.
And then find a new way of life. And thank you for having me share.
Thank you for that, Alan. Kwame Sapon-Asiedu, I deliberately kept you to this moment because in 2015, you warned us of this future. At the time, the problem was tramadol. Today, it's Wunim Red, and we're looking at 250 milligrams of it, being popped by people on the streets. You saw this 10 years ago. Now we are here in 2025. Look 10 years into the future and tell us what we will have on our hands if we do nothing.
Kojo, I hate to be a prophet of doom. When I'm asked questions like this, I remember what I said in 2015, and I also remember what I said in 2019 when the Galamsey fight was starting, when I wrote an article on it and Samson interviewed me on Newsfile, and I was telling them the immediate, the delayed, and extended effects of Galamsey. And all those things have come to pass. The point of a policy researcher is you do not want what you predict to come to pass. The reason why you predict them is that the policymakers and implementers will take decisions to prove you wrong. Unfortunately, my learnings in both this tramadol, opioid addiction, saga, and Galamsey is that for some reason, I don't know if it's deliberate bloody-mindedness or it's a lack of understanding, our policymakers and implementers wait for these things to happen. So if you tell me now that we are at a sunset with tapentadol, when we were dealing with tramadol in 2015, and even tramadol 225 was not so much of a problem, even though it was on the market. The only logical conclusion I can make is that we will be heading towards the realm of oxycodone. And for me, that scares me. That scares me because even the United States are failing badly at dealing with oxycodone addiction. Even multimillionaires, you know it, you've seen the findings from the cause of death of Michael Jackson, I don't need, you've seen so many film stars. And every time he either fell in his bath or choked on his vomitus and stuff like that because he was overdosed with oxycodone. That scares me. Why does that scare me? It scares me because we find ourselves as a citadel of peace in a region of turmoil, where we have a lot of jihadists surrounding us. For some reason, and rightly so, we've managed to keep our country away from these jihadists. But one thing we know is that the corridor for the transportation of these products pass through Ghana to Niger. I'll share with you two names, not on air, obviously, because you and I know how we share such information, but it's known to government operators, and I'm sure the minister even knows, in Niger, who have imported tapentadol and carisoprodol, and I'm sure the representative of the FDA, because he's a director, knows the person I'm talking about, through Ghana. In January, some was seized and was banned. February, the same thing happened. And I think that was what she was insinuating when she said the main kingpin sits out of Ghana. Because those of us who are operators within the space know the name. So you know this person is an influential Nigerian with connections to the Nigerian government. So it's not that I'm being ambiguous, it's just that I wouldn't mention the name for obvious reasons. So if you tell me to predict 10 years down the line, and we use ECOWAS protocols to allow these things to be ferried through our ports, and we know that what happens is that as they ferry through our ports, because of our citadel of peace, they tend to dump as they go through our country. And that is how you find it. So if you remember initially, when the BBC documentary came out, the FDA said it's not licensed in this country. We don't have evidence of it arriving through our ports, only for them to then turn around and tell us that they had seen some and it had been banned, but it wasn't meant for Ghana. The question then became, it wasn't meant for Ghana, but the things were on the Ghanaian markets because an investigative journalist had picked it up and people like Erastus had also picked it out in the country. How was it happening? Because of the dumping, because that kingpin is sitting elsewhere. So 10 years from now, if you tell me to predict, if we don't cut those trade routes, we'll be down the route of oxycodone.
Wow.
And that, for me, scares me.
Indeed. I'm going to give the last minute to the minister to wrap things up and tell us his way forward in his ministry, following everything that you've experienced in this dialogue tonight.
From all the discussion, it looks like we need to do more. And as a country, it doesn't take only government to deal with these issues. When I decided to conduct this research, I got Richard Nyamakwe. When we launched the Red Means campaign, he came on board, and so he funded this research work that we did. And that is what we need, a lot of individuals coming on board to support initiatives like this. Like I started by saying, this problem cannot be solved or dealt with by government alone. Everybody must come on board. I also believe that we need programs like this to be able to talk about it. It's the more advocacy that people get to hear about what is happening, and then people who have solutions. Like Walter, like Ale, these are people I would love to meet. If I had not come on this platform, I'll never hear of them. And so we need to have engagements like this to be able to bring the issues out and then find a holistic solution to it. I've always said, and I continue to say that, yes, Galamsey is a problem. But if you go into the Galamsey areas, a lot of these guys who are doing this Galamsey are people who are abusing one substance or the other. And so we need to look at this issue more critical. We should be a bit more deliberate and a bit more intentional as a people. And I will do what I can do. I know His Excellency the President is very much committed in ending or in trying to eradicate. Like they said, we cannot eradicate it entirely, but at least we can fight it and reduce it to its barest minimum. We also need to do a lifestyle audit. The law enforcement people are telling us that because of the laws and because of how people get bail, I understand, I'm a lawyer, and I know we cannot underestimate issues of human rights. But the people who import these drugs live with us. We see rich people come up every day, we don't even question where their wealth is coming from. And it's time we became a bit more drastic in auditing the lifestyles of people, asking the relevant questions. When you are driving certain vehicles, we should be bold enough to ask where these cars are coming from. Because it is the same people who are feeding these things into our streets. It is not, I understand some because of the transit routes, but majority of the people who are bringing in these drugs live in this country. We know them. We must be a bit more deliberate and a bit more intentional, because this has the potential of destroying our country. Our youth is what we depend on to drive our economic force, our labor force, and what have you. And so the more this group gets intoxicated with these drugs, the challenge is that a time will come we will not even have young people to be able to support our labor force. And so as a country, let's all work together. Clergy, everybody must come on board to help us deal with it. We will do our bit as a ministry. We'll share what we have. We'll collaborate with the various agencies. But everybody must come on board because it is more closer than you can think.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Thank you to all of our panelists tonight who have made our conversation so exciting. Like a citizen stumbling through Tinker Island, we are all high on the dopamine of this conversation. But I sincerely hope that as we sober into action in the coming days, we will start to see a turning of the tide as we break the chains of Ghana's opioid addiction. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Kojo Yankson. Have a good night.
us for the 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with its stakeholders at the Accra International Conference Center. 5th to 7th September, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily. Themed, Championing Economic Diplomacy, Connecting Producers, Markets and Opportunities. Exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses and embassies. The bazaar promotes Ghana's products abroad and fosters international trade. Enjoy Latif Abubakar's Ghana Must Go and other vibrant entertainers plus free entry. Sponsors Ghana Exim Bank, GNPC, Green Opal Properties, Zonda Tech Ghana, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, GRA, Free Zones Authority, Ghana Shippers Authority, Opsol Consult, We Shop Africa and B5 Plus. Beverage partner Twillium Industries, clothing partners ATL and Wooden, official media partners GBC, Multimedia and SP Agency. The 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar at AICC, 5th to 7th September. Connect and promote Ghana's goods to the world.
Hey, new Wele.
But you won this so many times before.
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
Kwame! You look amazing. Have you discovered a new secret to stay healthy these days?
Actually, I have. It's called SOS Advance. It is a health supplement manufactured in the UK with 11 essential oils like frankincense, black seed, oregano, and neem, all powered by nanotechnology.
Wow, that's impressive. What does it do?
SOS Advance supports your immune system against invading pathogens, including viruses, bacteria, and toxins. It also provides antioxidant effects to help combat free radicals and reduce oxidative stress on your body.
Wow, I really need this. Like, I've been feeling off lately, but I can't pinpoint exactly what the problem is.
Oh, easy. I think you should get it. You can find it at every pharmacy nearby.
There's a pharmacy here. Let's go. Thank you. I bet his one's been.
Pregnant and lactating mothers should contact their physicians. This advert is FDA approved.
Bills mama official po afisa say na sika bebre abamo bia botomaye de bills aka ne hu biomo yesi 2025 idie eni da so wo homo bia wote wo kwa oni adwumaye fa wani kire bills na beji loan na wo betini dia ye wa wadwuma we eye loan don come wo hia hwe de wo hia ne wo Ghana card e wa na wo zaka wo sika na se we obi so a wo ye wa wadwuma wo pesa wo tremu ana odwumaye ni a wo de busumi aketua eni bills se bre na beji loan na wo fa bibia nsia wo wa collateral ana se deposit ane wo hia mu bia
enti afidie yesi obi a wo ni adwuma bia ye wo betumi abeji loan enti se wo tena fie na se wanya sika no bi dia eye wow
Fred bills se sia na wetumi atua wo bills nemo isi say kakra wo
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Avoiding injuries, easy. Winning, easy. But you know what be easy now? Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Aye easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted groundnuts. Just add water and sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Everything has a meaning. For every story, there are many versions of what is true.
What we need to do is guarantee that kids will get an education. Go to Finland, go to everywhere else. The state does not pay for people to go to boarding schools.
Every opinion can be debated. The political construct of the national interest can be interrogated, but some facts are hidden in the depths of interpretation.
The cost of the land at Emperor Residential, which government has just bought for them, but they are waiting for the construction of the ambassador's residence. You need to add that as well. The relocation of the judges, the cost of the construction of a permanent bungalow, then passport office. It costs us 10 million Ghana cedis to relocate the passport office. So why is government not coming clean?
So we check the facts, raise the standards of intellectual discourse, and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladia Yenini.
Indeed, it witnessed one of the strongest appreciation that the country has witnessed when it comes to the local currency's performance against the US dollar. Even several reports showed that indeed in Africa, Ghanaian cedi stood out as one of the best performing currencies in the world. We're seeing some sustained stability if you track the numbers from January this year until some blips started. Well, the Bank of Ghana has indeed come out to remind the public about some regulations and measures in place to ensure that the Ghana cedi is indeed stable. But indeed, will these measures meet the test of time? And also, how are these measures impacting on businesses when it matters, as in all these enforcement of the foreign exchange liquidity issues, importation, and pricing of local currency? Will be engaging those who matter in the business space when it comes to the trading activity. That is the president of the Ghana Unit Association, Joseph Obey, is here with me in the studio, and also be engaging the president of the Association of Ghana Industries, Dr. Humphrey Yimdak, and also an economist, and also be hearing bits of an interview that we earlier had with the governor of the Bank of Ghana, as we look at the Bank of Ghana forex measures and the impact of all of these on businesses in the country. Right back after this break.
Barman, 442.
You dey feel am?
Na 442 liquor dey do am.
Barman, 442. It be this ginger way I need.
You dey feel am, eh?
It be 442 liquor the door.
Because we're different, you ain't no plan.
Small man, big ginger.
You dey feel am, man.
442 liquor the door.
On top money power when you do what and sesa pin for no.
From our bosses to us all.
Ginger day inside.
You feel up. Now 442 liquor the door.
FDA Anti-trafficking cartoon.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
Hey, new Wele.
Yes, so it's Printex.
It's new Wele.
So you want this one also?
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
His uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Be the luckiest, copy from your jet, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Mama, Omego, Ubuase.
Nubla Wom.
In Lubina Womangasa, Numanyanse, on Tom Money Power when you fear doing watching, and Sessa Pin for no LDA, Anti-trafficking cartoon at.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watcher cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika on to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe as we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi, the Cocono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you was a thing? What the cat never won. You can catch him. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between the high and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Me tono, Omukacham send a word them pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why, Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carrier. No hala.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you coffee be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
From the stables of April Communications, the National Theatre and Image Bureau comes the pinnacle of African theatre.
A dance with death, a conversation with the anthem, a mirror held up to power, pride, and purpose.
Wilshwinker's timeless classic, Death and the King's Horseman. Live at the National Theatre, Saturday 23rd, Sunday 24th, Saturday 30th, and Sunday 31st August at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day.
Come, witness the conflict, feel the rhythm.
Walk the edge between life and the afterlife. This August.
Tickets selling now for only 200 cedis standard and 300 cedis VIP at www.imageburrowgh.com or dial *714*46#. Don't miss this epic tale of destiny and courage. Supported by Neplant Car Rentals, Ghana Tourism Authority, and our media partners, sponsors, Stanbic Bank, The Luckiest, Bill Savings and Loans, and proudly brought to you by MTN.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye wazoye.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we look at the recent Bank of Ghana notice reminding the public about the foreign exchange measures and also the fact that we are not supposed to price dollars locally. But let's just give our viewers some quick run of these data numbers in terms of where we were with the Ghana cedi. Now look at where we were at the beginning of this year. It came down. And of course, see where we are right now in terms of the run for the Ghana cedi. In terms of the U.S. exchange rate, that is U.S. dollar, where we are right now in August. And we've seen some of the banks even quoting 11 Ghana cedis, 30 pesos. Of course, so there's a quick run of the measures by the Bank of Ghana. Look at ban on backed dollar withdrawals by large customers above 10,000 Ghana cedis. Of course, travelers with $50,000 and above must declare funds and prove supporting documents. Exchange rates on invoice match commercial rates and BOG rates. It should be what the Bank of Ghana rate. Also, importers of goods must present bank slips, foreign receipts, valid import declaration forms, and contracts where applicable. Foreign currency cannot be sent via email, cargo. Non-compliance attract heavy penalties, including seizure of fines of the funds, fines, and possible prosecution. All amended rules take effect from September 1, 2025. Let me quickly come to Doc. I mean, first, how are you doing? How are things going for you in business?
It's okay. It's just that sales is slow. I think we have to look at the liquidity in the system. Yeah.
Is this still a problem?
I think there should be a flow of money so that it can trickle down to the consuming public to also come and buy from us.
Does that mean that can we literally say in the layman's term that government is not spending?
Well, I cannot pinpoint, but definitely I also know that some contractors are not paid and they also owe most of us money. So we have to do everything to allow the monies to flow. And then also now that inflation has come down considerably, then we have to also make the banks a bit liquid for them to also let the money flow to us. Yeah.
Let me quickly bring in Dr. Humphrey Yimdake. He's president of the Association of Ghana Industries. Doc, I mean, let me first ask you, how are you doing, or let me say, industries, how are you guys doing now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good evening to your viewers and your good selves and my colleague in studio. Yes, our BB report, which is the Business Barometer report, indicates significant confidence in the economy, and that is translated to the reasonable growth that we've seen in the economy end June per the last report. So one will say that the stability trajectory is positive. However, we need to see how this is sustained into the years. And we look forward to the incoming budget from the finance minister to give us further confidence and anticipation for the incoming year. So one will say sounds positive, and that is a good sign for growth into the incoming years, all things being equal. Thank you.
And Doc, I'll be getting your quick thought on the Bank of Ghana measures, as well as my guest in studio here, and also a senior economics lecturer at the University of Ghana, Accounts Department, Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie, who will also be joining us via Zoom. But earlier on, I caught up with the governor of the Bank of Ghana for an interview on these measures, the current performance of the city. I quickly want to bring a portion of that interview to our viewers, and then quickly I'll come back in studio to get the thoughts from the senior cons lecturer at the University of Ghana, Cons Department, Dr. Edo Susakwadie, and also the president of GUTA, also the president of the Association of Ghana Industry. So let's hear from the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, when we spoke to him earlier on issues about the city and what is the Bank of Ghana doing to try and stabilize things. So let's get back to the clips and get the video of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, who we spoke to him earlier about the development on the currency front and what is the Bank of Ghana doing to try and stabilize things. Some will say that, why is it so much talk about the city now? I mean, with respect to what is happening on the market, and what does the Bank of Ghana also make of what is happening right now?
So thank you very much, George, and welcome to our offices. The CD, versus the dollar, as you know, it's been in the news for a while now. Remember how we started with the sharp appreciation up until about 2 months ago when we saw some slowdown. Through that entire phenomenon, we kept saying it, that there wasn't a specific exchange rate that we were targeting. Remember, the exchange rate, as we always say, is an endogenous, variable. It must move. It can move by the minute, it can move by the second, it can move by the day. And that is the framework we have, what we call a flexible, a managed floating system. That is what we maintain. Now, when a currency appreciates sharply, it brings on board other phenomena. And we are beginning to see some of those phenomena at play. For example, immediately imports become a lot cheaper. And so you find that people who wouldn't have been settling their import bills that early, they find it cheaper to do so. And so it's just natural to begin to see pressure build up on the currency just because of the sharp appreciation that occurred. So for us, what you see out there as pressure is just a cash flow, a short-term cash flow problem. The macroeconomic fundamentals are very strong. As at the end of June, you saw all the numbers, growth is strong. The external sector is very much viable. The current account is very strong. You've seen the surplus. You've seen the trade account. The balance of payment is as strong, strongest than ever before. And so in terms of the macroeconomics, nothing has changed. Things are actually looking good. Inflation is on the downward decline, as you know. And so ideally, there shouldn't be pressure on the local currency. Rather, what is happening is just because of the sharp appreciation, we were beginning to have some some cash flow problems. Now, why specifically? Again, because we've seen some decline in terms of remittance inflows. That also I can explain the phenomenon at play. We've had some IMTOs and other remittance companies beginning to pull a fast one, beginning to use other channels, right? And so because these were not being directed through the banking industry, as you would imagine, the interbank FX market, will therefore be impacted. And so over the last 2 months, for example, we have seen very limited interbank trading. And so you find that unless the central bank is there, supporting the market, then you would see pressure building up. So it's not surprising. What we are saying is not surprising. It's expected. It's just a short-term cash flow problems that we are seeing. But we are working on it. We are fixing it. We have adequate reserves. Remember, we are under an IMF program, so we are watching those benchmarks very well.
And when you spoke about reserves, I mean, over the past months, some are saying that when you look at your auctions, you were quite heavy on the market. And now we've seen a kind of clawback. Some are saying that, do you have enough dollars to meet market demand? Are you out of dollars, Doc?
So when you talk about market demand, it doesn't have to be the central bank alone. Remember, the banks ought to have their own inflows that accrue through remittances, inflows that accrue through trade. It is true that certain inflows, like from mining, for example, those accrue to us. And so it makes sense that we support the markets using, those inflows that come in. And so one of the things we have done this week is we have written to the mining firms, right, for such inflows to be redirected to the commercial banks. And all these is meant to help, improve interbank trading, in foreign FX. That way they are able to support imports and other flows without necessarily, waiting for the central bank to come in with some support. So it is all expected. It is based on what has happened, the sharp appreciation and the fallouts. Remember, some other people, certain actors also, like you look at the black markets, what we call the black market. Certain things are going on there, but we are having a good look at them. We are taking certain measures. We are taking advantage of the situation to fix the foreign exchange market. One of the things I can tell you is that we've discovered quite a number of leakages, in the FX markets. Leakages because of technological developments, for example. Suddenly, some people are using crypto channels, for example, to terminate. When that happens, they bypass the interbank, FX market. So certainly, So, but it's our job, to create the platform to be able to regulate those. And so remember, we spoke about bringing on board a framework to regulate, virtual assets, for example. Yeah. That is likely to come on board before the end of the year. And so going forward, we don't expect, people to outwit us, so to say. We are doing several other things. You might have seen a number of notices that we have brought out, quite a number of them.
And before I come to that one, so the assurance I get from you is that you have adequate reserves. The Bank of Ghana has not run out of dollar cash or liquidity to meet the market demand. Because when you engage some actors in the market, the perception that they are pushing out is that BOG has been on the market, they are out of dollars. That is why we are seeing the current pressure. Can I get that assurance from you that you have the adequate reserves, liquidity to support the market when it comes to the Bank of Ghana's bid of contributing to the market?
George, we have adequate reserves. But the fact that we have adequate reserves does not mean we support the market alone. As I've explained, the interbank market is supposed to, take care of itself as well. And so we are fixing the issue on a number of fronts. We are, taking certain steps to ensure that, liquidity in the interbank market improves. For example, deciding to revert, mining flows that accrue through the mining firms back to the interbank market. It's one of the ways of solving the problem. So it's not going to be just the Bank of Ghana supporting the markets continually. It will be getting the interbank FX market to function. And so we only come in when there is some, demand that the market is not able to take care of, and then we come in. So ideally, that is what it ought to be. Like I said, because of the leakages also, that is also why you don't see as much activity on the interbank market. And so we are working on the leakages. The notices we have brought out are timed. They actually meant, to take care of those leakages. So going forward, we are optimistic that trading on the interbank market will improve. Thereby, the delays when it comes to, importers, financing their imports, etc., will be addressed. So this is a short-term, challenge as we see it. But that said, remember that we're under a fund program. And as part of the benchmarks under the fund program, we ought to maintain adequate, international levels of reserves. We are looking at that. Our eyes are on the ball. You get it. So we can assure you that, as far as the program is concerned, we are okay. The benchmarks are okay. This short-term cash flow demands is something that we have to deal with. Now, normally, when there is that type of demand, you'll see it, reflected in the rate. It doesn't mean that anything has gone wrong. If we were to have a fixed exchange rate system and you see the rate moving, that is when you call it a crisis. But if you have a flexible exchange rate system, the mechanism is for the exchange rate to adjust. And it will adjust anytime, anyway.
Doc, you issued some notices. There are some who think, are worried that are we trying to restrict FX usage, or are we trying to place some restrictions on the market? What do you tell those who see these notices or regulations or guidelines as the Bank of Ghana trying to kill a housefly with a sledgehammer?
George, if you go to every country, go to South Africa, go to Kenya, go to our peer countries, markets are regulated. It's about the extent to which you regulate these. If you find certain practices that are compromising the efficient functioning of the markets, as a regulator, as a central bank, you take care of those, loopholes.
No, the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandit Siama, and that was a portion of the interview that we had with him in his office. We're bringing you the full version later on another program about the governor speaking about the economy, the CD, the outlook for the local currency. But we are back in studio here engaging our distinguished guest, the president of the Ghana Union of Trade Association, president of the Association of Ghana Industries, and also senior economist with the University of Ghana Accounts Department, Dr. Edu Osisakare, joining us via Zoom. President, I mean, you listen to the governor, and that's just a fraction of a full interview that we had with him. I'll be playing that full interview later on. But what do you make of his assurance? In other developed markets, when the Federal Reserve Chair speaks, the markets are calm and everything and all the rest. What do you make of the assurance coming from the governor of the Bank of Ghana with respect to what is happening now and the outlook for the Ghana city?
Yeah, I would say that he inspires a lot of hope, and he is very accessible. This engagement that we had with him, we have been having one-on-one engagement with him, and we know his good intentions and how he is poised to have the economy actually stabilized. And one can say that the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. Actually, if you look at where we are coming from, where the exchange rate was very high, and within a short space of time when he took over, we've attained such a stability and all that. It means that whatever thing he's saying is the truth. There's everything truth about saying that the foreign reserves have shored up, and that we have about 5 months import cover. And so we don't have to be panicked about anything, and that's to allow the Bank of Ghana to bring these prudent measures that they have already brought, and that is showing up. The only problem is the cash flow or our access to the forest itself. There's a missing link somewhere, and that's what we have to find. We have to find a solution to it, so that if we have the forest, as he's saying, we have all this in the adequacy of it, and then we do not have access of same. Then it becomes a problem for us, and that's where we have to actually work on.
Let me bring in the president of the Ghana Association of Industries, Dr. Humphrey Yimdake. Doc, I mean, businessman, and I drew the analogy of the Federal Reserve Chair when he speaks and how it calms the market. We've had some liquidity issues over the past 3 weeks. Convinced, assured, or maybe in the local parlance they will say that agroniform. What do you make of what the governor has said and the assurance that he's given to the market about the outlook of the Ghana city?
Indicated it agroniform. Yes, the assurances are positive. Nonetheless, agroniform, he did indicate some fallout and outcomes of an appreciation of the city, including the cheap imports coming in and the concern about the cash flow. which can be traced to the domestic revenue mobilization, and by virtue of the appreciation of the cedi, technically the domestic revenue from the ports to the regulator, GRA, definitely there'll be a shortfall. However, there are gains that one could say. The debt position of the economy also dropped by virtue of this appreciation and other consequential issues. That which we did not hear from him within the assurance is the subject matter of arbitrage. The commercial banks technically also will get a hit by virtue of the appreciation of the cedi. Their asset base technically will also be affected. So we say the regulator, who's the Bank of Ghana, sees the financial position of each of the banks, and therefore the cash flow constraint regarding the forex in circulation is our concern. We know the banks or the commercial banks, by virtue of the appreciation, there'll be arbitraging going on because of the subject matter of forex trading and the appreciation and the consequential hit on their assets or current assets accounts. So what is the situation in there? I believe that the regulator should be firm on the commercial banks, because members go to the banks seeking to transfer funds. They tell you we go to the Bank of Ghana for auction and we are not giving sufficient. However, the Bank of Ghana, who is the regulator, sees all the accounts of each of the banks and their various reserves. So what is the subject matter regarding arbitrage, which consequentially could also hit the asset base of the banks? But for that, the assurance are very confident. We were sat in the monetary policy, the recent engagement. We saw the research base, the scientific research base that underpin the trajectory. We are confident because we tested it, and our BB report, our barometer report that we turn out ourselves seem to be in line with what we witnessed at the engagement. So we are confident in that, but the regulator must be tough with the commercial banks to make sure the cash flow situation is resolved. Thank you.
Being tough. I'll be coming back to you to get some of your thoughts on the actual measures that they are trying to remind the public about. But let me bring in an economist, a senior economics lecturer at the University Econs Department, Dr. Edu Osusakode, putting on the spectacle of somebody who lectures in this space and what the governor has said. Does it give you some level of comfort, or just like what the AGI president has said, we want the Bank of Ghana to be a lot more tough on the market?
Well, thank you, and good evening to you and everybody. Guta President, thank you. I want to buy lights from this shop.
Oh, I see.
He gave me a good discount.
Wow. It's because of the stable cedi,
He's a good man,
He was talking about cash flow, so he had a cash flow there. Okay, so back to the issue. I think the Bank of Ghana's mandate of price stability is what is driving the whole exercise. He wants to make sure that prices are stable, both the foreign currency price in terms of exchange rate and also prices of goods in terms of inflation. And so they will do everything to manage the situation. First, from the sharp appreciation point of view, I was a bit uncomfortable because the curve was too steep, right? And one would have thought that the governor or the central bank would limit their intervention and allow the market variables to play out so that the curve will not be that steep. I'm saying this because if you listen to the interview you had with him, he is citing the sharp appreciation as the reason for people now settling their import bills, for which we have this kind of a slight depreciation of the cedi. So the curve was too steep, and that was the reason. And I think going forward, we will learn from this that next time we'll manage the curve so that it will not be too steep. And then he has also brought in some measures, and my colleagues have talked about them. The measures are intended to manage the demand for the dollar and also the supply for the dollar, and also manage the demand and supply of the city, because the interplay of these will always determine the exchange rate. The sense I get from the governor, and you asked the question about the comfort I have here is that the central bank is now trying to allow the interbanks to play a lead role in the management of the exchange rate, and that they will step in as and when necessary, or being the lender of last resort. So in this case, my understanding is that they will sit back, allow the banks, I think my friend here who is here from the banking sector is here, allow the banks to do their own thing, and then when there's a need for any swift intervention, then the central bank will come in. I also see the reasons for this being that, first, they don't want to run out of reserves so that they don't jeopardize the program, the IMF program, they want to stay on course. So why would I risk by pumping in money into a system? Why don't I sit back, allow the banks to play key role, take the lead role, and then we will only come in when things are a bit critical. I think it's a very good strategy. Someone may say the measures are tough. These are things that we should have done as a country for a long time now. He cited countries like Kenya, South Africa. I was in South Africa in 2015. I went to my hotel. I wanted to pay in dollars. They said no. Just this June, I was in Abuja in Nigeria. I wanted to pay in dollars. They said no. In fact, even in Nigeria, you can't pay cash. You only do transfer. So I don't think that we should allow these pricing of items to continue in the country. And we should all support the central bank in this exercise. The exercise of stopping pricing of things like school fees, cars, real estate, all these pricing them in dollars will not help. What it means is that when I want to buy a car and you price in dollars, I'll have to go and demand for dollars before I can come and buy the car. But if the car is priced in cedis using the prevailing exchange rate, I can always go to my bank and withdraw cedis to come and buy the car. I don't have to go and buy dollars to put more pressure on the city. So these pricing of items that the Bank of Ghana wants to control, I think it's
Doc, let me come in here. I mean, in the lecture halls, you taught us about economics being a science. Two quick questions. Managing consumer behavior is very critical here. Even though what the Bank of Ghana is doing is right by enforcing these laws, we have been used to a certain practice. In enforcing these regulations, could we end up hurting ourselves? I mean, the reminder came in last week, it's kicking in September 1. The consumer behavior aspect of a regulatory intervention and the market response. How should this thing be done to ensure that even though we are doing the right thing, we don't end up people calling back into their homes, keeping dollars under their bed, now trying to channel dollars outside the banking system and all the rest? How do we deal with that from the perspective of economics, science, and market intervention?
Yeah, George, you are right. If you don't implement a policy well, you may not even get the desired results. You will get a counter productive results for you. And so we still have to first manage the approach. The approach is always critical. And you made a point, and I also made a point that we have been used to a situation. Now, if you want to change the situation, people may have a pushback, may fight you in quote unquote about it. So we have to continue with the sensitization. I think that the September 1 may be too short a time for sensitization, but maybe they have their own calendar. But we have to intensify. Just this evening, I was speaking to somebody from the Communications Directorate of the BOG, and I told them that they should intensify the public education, as we are doing today on your network. We have to intensify the education and make the approach less, punitive, so that people can come on board and love to do it. So President Joseph Obin mentioned something that the central bank is accessible. The governor is ready to meet everybody. I believe that the governor himself or maybe his deputies should meet those who have been pricing their things in dollars, like schools. We know the schools, so just give them a call for a meeting, meet them one-on-one, meet the real estates, meet the car dealers, meet all those in the hoteliers, meet all those who price their things in dollars, and have a way of convincing them, letting them know the long-term impact of the reversal, to the extent that you can even give them more hope that if they stop prices of the items in dollars, the city will stabilize and they can even get more profit from it. If you're able to paint this scenario to them, I'm sure they would always come on board. So having a buy-in, the psychological support for any policy is very important. The management of consumer sentiment is very important, because the money market is so sensitive that any misinformation or disinformation can trigger certain things. So you are right that we have to, as a country, try to manage all these things. And I think the central bank should have a sit with them, meet them, and tell them they need to do this and the possible benefits that we all derive from it.
Doug, before I come to my guest and still President of GUTA, I want a quick response for you on this one as well. There's an argument, or there's a school of thought, that the best form of de-dollarizing our economy is firm stability of the Ghana cedi. The cedi is firmly stable. There is no incentive for anybody to price in dollars. What do you say to those who argue that? Hello, Doc, if you can hear me.
It's me?
Yeah, the question is to you the argument is that the best form of de-dollarizing our economy is a firm stability of the local currency. There wouldn't be any motivation for a school, a Montessori, a shop to price in dollars. I walked to a shop, and I won't mention the name. They sell an Apple card. And this Apple card that is going for $50, $100, they were using a rate of 17 cedis to 1 Ghana cedi. And the argument was that when they finished selling the cards and they had to go and restock, the cedi had depreciated. At that time, the cedi was down as 12 Ghana cedis or so, or even 11. And they were using a rate of 17 Ghana cedis to $1.
Yes, a strong cedi is always necessary. And I think we have to intensify our efforts to making our cedi strong. But the fact still remains that we have been used to these things, pricing of items in dollars. So if you want to stop it, no matter the conversation, the arguments you want to make, there may be a pushback. So we have to just educate them. But the cedi is strong now. So why still people are pricing their school fees, their houses in dollars? The cedi is stronger now, unless they tell us that they don't believe in the stability or the value of the cedi. But if you observe, that's why we always preach stability. I think my friends will also agree with me that stability is better than this sharp appreciation, sharp depreciation.
Stability, yeah.
If the exchange rate stays stable around, say, 13, 12.9, 13.1 for 1 year, 2 years, into 2.5 years, then there will be no need to price in dollars, because you know that whatever happens, the cedi will be around 13 to $1 for the next 1 year or for the next 2 years. Because I don't have to price so that because the essence of pricing dollars is to shore them up when there's a possible depreciation of the cedi. But if they know it stays around a certain level for a long time, there will be no incentive to do that. So I think it works in both ways. What you are doing is weakening the cedi, and you want a stronger cedi. So something must be given up first. And I think that, of course, right from the beginning, it is illegal. The only legal tender in the country is the cedi. So pricing in cedi and dollars or any foreign currency is illegal.
Okay.
And so that's why we must start with that, not from the point of view of the economy. We must start with them, because what they are doing is illegal.
Okay. Doc, I'll come back to you. I mean, President Goodhart, there are some who have accused your members that you are the worst culprit in this pricing in foreign currencies and all the rest. What do you tell those who argue that your members might be the worst culprit? Why are they doing that when it's illegal?
Yeah, but it's very obvious that when you go to the marketplaces, even though the duty that we pay, our transactional values are all rated in the dollar and all that, but we still sell in cities. You go to Okanshi, Abusuka, everywhere. But the so-called elitist areas, the hotels, some of these hospitality industries and all that, they are corporates and maybe sometimes some car dealers and all that. So it is not true that we sell in the, no. In fact, when you come to the market and somebody give you $1 to buy a product, you don't have the need of the dollar, because when you are changing the money, you are transferring the money, you still have to change it into cedis. Before you send it to the bank, from the bank, you cannot send the dollar whole. Even the Forest Bureau operator will even take advantage of you. So people do not actually, but let me tell you, we have a sovereign currency. I don't understand. Most of us who have traveled across the globe do not see this in other countries.
So, I mean, you support this action firmly by the Bank of Ghana, enforcing the cedi as the only legal tender for transactions
Other
in the country.
other foreign currencies, when they come to Ghana, have to be chasing our local currency, the cedi, so that it can get the strength, but not the vice versa, where our sovereign currency chases other currencies from other countries. It does not make sense. And that's why we chase the currency and it thrives. And then we all come back and cry. So we don't have to be chasing it. We travel. I went to Tunisia, as he said, he went to South Africa and all that. The hotel, I was holding the dollar as if they don't need dollar at all in that country. And I was there.
Let me share my experience with you in Abuja when I tried to pay at a restaurant with $1. The waitress told me that I should walk across the street. There's a Forex bill there. I should go and change it to Naira and come back to the restaurant and pay her the Naira.
And you know what? Because they reject the dollar where you need their currency. When you propose to them that they should change the dollar for you, they take a huge advantage of that and reduce the rate, because at that time you are in need of their local currency. In fact, we don't have to be chasing these currencies when we are in Ghana. It doesn't make sense at all. That's why we are suffering like this. So we have to respect, we have to trust our local currency. Now it's doing well. So this is the time that we have to revolve around it. Now the city is attaining its 60 years. And we are celebrating it. And we have these are some of the lessons or the education that we have to give to the public.
What about the restrictions on the travel, the cap, how much you can carry, the declaration and all the rest? I know some of your members, again, I stand to be educated, have been accused about they often doing this as well. What do you make of that action that the Bank of Ghana has sought to remind the public that if it's more than 10,000, and I had a call today, a friend was asking me that, okay, so what if I'm carrying $70,000 and I don't want to declare?
The rules
is it for because they now want to tax us? There are people who are worried. They're looking at the timelines. It is too short. What do you make of these actions? Because there are some saying that the timelines are too short, and the fear is that government now wants to tax us?
No, they have given a very good clarification here. Because the status quo had been that the allowable limit is 10,000 USD.
Were some of your members going beyond that limit?
Yeah. And they have actually been smuggling the excess. Let me tell you. And now Bank of Ghana have made it so clear and even easier for us that just declare, because I believe Bank of Ghana want to track the flow in and out or the flow of the forest in and out of the country. And it will provide them the necessary data for them to even formulate policies and all that. It's very important. And that they have also recognized the fact that the small-scale businesses definitely will not require 10,000 to do their travels and all that. So they've given this space. And all that they are requesting us to do is to show the source of this money and then the purpose of sale. It's very simple. So you do that and you can carry up to about $49,000 to go outside. It's very clear. So we have to obey this so that they can have the necessary information. And then when it comes to the 50,000, that's why they are bringing in the business, the big business or medium-sized businesses to it as importation. And then they will demand IDF, the import declaration form, and then a proof of your invoice value, invoice, and maybe your contract, and those things that have been itemized there. So it's perfect. It provides a clarity of the whole traveling, the allowable forest for traveling and all that. It makes it so clear.
Why are some of your members discouraged or don't want to use the banking system? Because again, and I'm not going to mention, this friend of mine was saying that if I use the card, the charges are too much, and that's why I'll carry about 200,000 on me because and all the rest. You can channel everything through your bank, put the money here, go to China, the bank will use their correspondent bank to pay everything for you. The person was complaining that the charges are too much. What is the driving factor, the motivation for some of your members don't want to go through the banking system for some of these transactions?
Yeah, so it is very true here. And then it depends on the documentary requirement. Sometimes the requirement is so stringent.
From the commercial banks here?
Yeah, from the central bank itself. And that if the central bank want the SMEs in particular, the trading sector and all that to trade with the banks, then of course they have to give us simple requirements, maybe our bill of lading and our invoice values and all that. That will be enough for you to show that the goods have actually been procured. But you see, most times they apply the accounting aspect of it that provide the your customs declared documents and all that, and where because of the the huge duties that people are made to pay, and then what people say the under-declared documents and all that, then it becomes very difficult for them to even trade. So the onus lies on government to find a simpler way, because at least when it comes to accounting, we have it with the GRE. They come and do the post-clearance audits and all that with this. But if Bank of Ghana want to know the actual flow of the forest and all that, they have to be less stringent with the documentation processes. Otherwise, everybody would.
And that is why some people are moving away from the banking
and then
system. Also,
just imagine that you could have gotten the rate at the bank at a cheaper price, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then you still go to the black market to buy at a higher rate and all that. Look at, if we are all to trade with the bank, look at the queue, and then also the accessibility of this forest, it will be a burden. That's why they established legally the forest bureau systems to come and complement the efforts of the banks. Nice. So all that we have to do is to streamline the forest bureau system, and then even fuse it up with the black market. We have to find a way
black market is illegal.
We have to let them formalize into the forest bureau stream, so that they will be legalized, and then whoever operates beyond that then is deemed as a criminal and be prosecuted. If we do that, then we have just two streams: the forest bureaus and then the commercial banks who are dealing in the trade of the forest. And it will be very perfect. A government can control the forest bureaus, because the act that established it is coming from the central bank. It will make it very perfect.
I mean, you spoke about liquidity. I mean, as we speak right now, sir, has the situation gotten better, stabilized a little bit or is still worse in terms of the access to dollars for your transactions from the commercial banks?
Access to...
Has it gotten bad? Or?
It hasn't improved.
Okay.
Let me put it that way. Okay. Because it started about 2.5 months ago, and it has ever still been the same.
The problem.
And then if you are transferring even 30,000 about 2 weeks before, no, this one, we have never experienced this one before, and governor will have to find a way to deal with this. Whatever it is that we should deal with this. Because even previously, we were doing the same auctioning, like they call it now. The auctioning system having been revised, and we are getting same-day value of our transaction. If we do the transfer, we get the same-day value. Why is it now it will take? Because if care is not taken, our credibility, our creditworthiness in the international space will be tinted. Because it will be tinted because then people will say that how is it difficult for our clients in Ghana find difficult to transfer monies for us? Then there should be a question mark in the global space. So we have to be careful.
The governor is saying that now the mining firms are now allowed to give their inflows, their dollar inflows to the commercial banks instead of the Bank of Ghana. That could again improve liquidity as well. We understand that Akukubo should be getting about some $4 billion before the end of this year in the pre-financing deal. That should also show up liquidity in the system as well. But let me quickly bring in the President of the Association of Ghana, and there's just a minute and we'll go for a commercial break coming back. I mean, Doc, I mean, for you look at these measures, and does it bring you some comfort, or again, you are worried because some have said that the timelines in enforcing this thing is quite short. It was last week was a reminder that it's taken off from September 1, 2025.
Old laws, these rules have not changed. The only factor that has changed has been the appreciation of the cedi and where we are. That is why I took a first comment on the arbitraging that is happening currently. We need to appreciate that position. Where there are market failures, yes, the Bank of Ghana will come in. And as a result of the appreciation, the consequential issues that are coming out and over the last 2 months, cash flow regarding transfers have been an issue till date. It hasn't improved significantly.
It doesn't improve.
So the BOG should really focus on this subject matter of arbitraging and make sure that the banks are not taking advantage of the set position. The economy has been reset. It's a resetting process. And Dr. Sarkodie mentioned the rate of appreciation was, yes, it is an economic decision. You should realize that governor or the current government has a 4-year mandate. If you juxtapose the rate of appreciation vis-a-vis the other impact, which has over the period been a subject matter of job losses, a subject matter of financial constraint to the extent that we had to go into debt. It's a decision of a government to either go by the theory or take a practical position and seek to correct it irrespective of the extent of steepness or extent of appreciation that happened. That's a subject matter that can be discussed. So the team chose to go through this route. The consequential issues and market failures have been corrected. The subject matter of the cedi has always been issue of confidence. What has been a confidence in the cedi in the previous era when cedi was 17? One of the functions of a currency is the store of value. So where I can't find my store of value in the currency, I have no option than to look for another alternative. And that has been the trajectory over the past years until now. So in reality, perhaps the governor and the decision makers opted for this decision and brought some confidence. Now the behavior of the consumer behavior is that how long can we sustain this? So I would prefer, instead of going around educating the car dealers, the users of or pricing in dollars, rather to focus on how to bring confidence in the sustainability approach from the governor and the managers of the economy through structural reforms, agribusiness related reforms, productivity that will underpin the gains. So you see, look, it's a decision. And then Doc, who is an economist and a lecturer, should look at it. from that perspective that until recently, the debt position of the country was over 70+%. As of June, it's 43+%. So there's a trade-off with domestic revenue. But what is the other consequential issues? Confidence coming back to the city, and they seek to deliberately enforce the regulation to grant sustainability into the future. So it goes against theory that, look, you've gone through a high degree of appreciation and all of a sudden you want the market forces to normalize. These are the fallouts. So it's the work of the economist and that of Bank of Ghana to take a hard approach where there are market failures to bring intervention and gradually correct it.
Let the man respond.
So the subject matter has been the confidence of the economy. That is why everybody moved to price in dollars. So if you are correcting it, preach sustainability as the Bank of Ghana, the governor did, and continuously work towards that sustainability approach with diversification, job creation, and the cycle goes on.
So I get from you that you think that these measures that the Bank of Ghana is trying to reinforce is good, and I see some full compliance from industries and your members.
Absolutely. For us now, as I mentioned, the governor should be stringent and make sure his rules are obeyed through reasonable means within the law. Yes, the correction will come with market failures, and he must intervene to correct it in the long term, because this has been the case over a decade. What they call the depreciation over the years until recently has always been a phenomenon. Distorted, economic model, the inflation target model was distorted until now. Market failures were there, banks collapsed. So it's a hard approach, but we must relook at it and argue it out that, look, they took this decision with a purpose to correct the failures, and we should support them to correct the failures and move on.
I'll be going for a short break. When I'm back, I'll get into the thought of Dr. Dosu-Sarkodie, basically on what can the fiscal side also do to complement, because this is not just about the Bank of Ghana issue. Also, there is a fiscal approach. What should government be doing to complement the measures that the Bank of Ghana is rolling out to try and stabilize the Ghana city? This is PM Express Business. And if you look at the Bank of Ghana measures and the impact on business, I'm engaging the president of GUTA, president of AGI, and also a senior economist, the Economics Department, University of Ghana. I'll be getting back, be right back after this break.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never want me with your catch. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the Capai and Cabo.
Hey, madam, pipe, menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know, pipe Ben Abe Yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No, hala.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Give me the luckiest, copy from your job, be luckiest. From not them, cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God up boom! If you put it toye, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 #. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings, some at the foundation and others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. EPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako, Services Bebre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank, strong, tough. Interplus, we make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. Western Villas, where dream meet reality. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
We face real challenges every day in Ghana, from high rent prices, housing challenges, expensive food, traffic that drains our pocket and reduces our life expectancy, and rising electricity bills. But what if we told you that these problems are all interconnected and there are sustainable solutions that can actually save you money and improve your life? This August, the Joy Sustainability Month focuses on solutions to some of our key sustainability issues. For 4 weeks, we're diving deep into the issues that matter to your daily life. We will explore how you can still afford to own a home in Ghana, why your food costs so much, and what we can do about it, how to cut your transport costs, and practical ways to power your home, amongst others. Every weekday, join our expert conversations on the Super Morning Show and other programs. This is not just talk, it's about real solutions for real Ghanaians. Because sustainability isn't just about the environment, it's about sustaining your wallet, your family's future, and Ghana's prosperity. The Joy Sustainability Month, starting 4th August 2025. Your sustainability future starts with the right conversations. The Joy Sustainability Month is brought to you by Joy Business and supported by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
The Grace Effect with Effie Grace, a live recording concert. Date 31st August 2025. Venue Destiny Arena at the Makers House Chapel International, Hatcher Road, adjacent Graduate School of Allied Sciences, Accra. Time 4 p.m. Guest artist all the way from the USA, Grammy and multiple award winner, the ever anointed Jacqueline Carr. And from Ghana, the creme de la creme, Joe Metal, Pastor Isaiah of Fosukwach, Trum, Lord Dina the Soprano, Team Eternity, and other supporting acts. What are you waiting for? Grab your tickets now. Student 100 Ghana cedis, Standard 150 Ghana cedis, VIP 300 Ghana cedis, VVIP 500 Ghana cedis, Family of 5 650 Ghana cedis only. Scan QR code to get your tickets. Ticket short codes *928 *428 #. Event code TGE. It's the Grace Effect with Ghana's songbird, Effie Grace, sponsors and media partners. Come experience true grace.
Each week, the media landscape is filled with political rhetoric. But the time for truth is now. On Prime Insight, the Veil comes off will dissect the biggest political stories of the week. No half-truths, no distortions, just facts, context, and fearless conversations. This is not just another talk shop. This is the battleground for ideas. Join me, Letters guys. We demand accountability together. Prime Insight is on Joy Prime every Saturday. Ghana's politics unfiltered.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye wazoye.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we look at the Bank of Ghana measures and the impact on businesses out there. As we try and wrap up on the discussion, let me bring in the Senior Econs Lecturer at the Econs Department, University of Ghana, Dr. Edu Susakode. As I get his final thought and wrap up and I come into the studio as well. So Doc, for you, what should be the fiscal contribution as well in terms of trying to complement whatever the Bank of Ghana is doing? Because the bit about quoting, pricing in local currency, there is an executive or a fiscal side to everything that we are talking about here, Doc.
Yes, before I go to that, I think my friend tried to create impression that I only know theory. If you are in a classroom, you know only theory. He is a banker, so he knows practice, and I tend to disagree with him. The theory is always something which has been tried and tested with empirical data. So even if I know only theory, but that's not the truth. You know, I was talking about the sharp appreciation of the exchange rate of the cedi. The sharp. The key word was the sharp. And I think he agrees with me because he doesn't know how to tell me that he agrees with me, because he is the one questioning the fear, has a fear of the sustainability. The governor himself has indicated that importers are responding to the sharpness by settling their bills now. If it wasn't about the sharpness, but it was just about a slight appreciation, they would have built more confidence about its sustainability. I have no problem when the cedi appreciates and when it is coming from a natural cause. But this sharpness, there's more to interrogate because it's too steep. The curve is too steep. Fair enough. And this issue about the benefits to the sharp appreciation, you should ask the cocoa farmers. You should ask the Ghana Revenue Authority. They are crying foul about how they are experiencing the negative impact of this sharp appreciation of the currency. By the way, the drop in the debt to GDP ratio is not due to the sharp appreciation of the currency. In dollar terms, it's not. In cedi terms, it is. But in dollar terms, it's not. is because of the debt exchange rates and the debt exchange program, domestic debt exchange and external debt exchange. It was painful. I mean, Ghanaians endured haircuts, but it has contributed to the drop in the debt to GDP ratio. We know it's a numerator over the denominator. So the debt exchange program contributed to the reduction in the numerator, and then the GDP growth is also contributing to the increment in the denominator. That is why the debt to GDP ratio has fallen. In dollar terms, it is the same. So this back and forth thing, I don't think is, if he has a point, he should make a point.
Okay.
The fact the fact that people don't have confidence in the city does not mean we should allow them to keep pricing items in dollars. Is he telling us that Naira doesn't depreciate? Is he telling us that the South African rand doesn't depreciate? Is he telling me that the Egyptian pound doesn't depreciate? All these currencies depreciate. But why is it that they are able to control the pricing of items in dollars? That should not be entertained. And we should not entertain that in the country. Okay. Right? The cedi is the only legal tender of Ghana. And so we must continue to do that. Except that, these things have been with us for a long time. And so turning things around now is a bit drastic, but I'm sure as a country we can still manage it. And I end on the fiscals. You are right in saying that the fiscals must complement the monetary efforts. And I think for this administration, I have seen a very strong collaboration or coordination between the monetary policy and the fiscal policy. It's something we haven't seen in a long time. And I'm so happy that as a country, we are able to do that, that the fiscals, the monetaries are singing the same song. And so these contractors that we have to pay them, price them, the items in dollars, have contracts in dollars, pay them in dollars, must all cease. The Ministry of Finance themselves, when they are awarding contracts, the Ministry of Road, Ministry of Highway, any government agency that is awarding a contract must, if necessary, must award the contract in cedis. So that together as a country, so that the individuals will also see the efforts by the government to curtail the pricing of items in dollars. So I think, yes, the ministry can also play a complementary role by making sure that the contracts they award, I'm sure some contracts cannot be in cedis, maybe if it's a foreign company, but as much as possible, those that we can afford awarding in cedis, they should award those in cedis. And another side of the SME conversation is the supply of cedis.
In 30 seconds, Doc, because of time challenges here.
If you look at government expenditure, government of Ghana has cut its expenditure in nominal terms by about 10 billion cedis compared to the 2024 outcome. That is why people are saying that there's shortage, that there's a drop in the supply of cedis. When there's a drop in the supply of cedis, the value will go up. And what is the value? The value is the exchange rate against the other currencies. Let me give you a figure. In the half year of this year, half 2025, the Ministry of Finance budgeted 18 billion cedis for the capital expenditure. They were only able to release or spend 7 out of 18, remaining 11. So 11 billion cedis has not been spent. So that's why people are saying the government is not spending, the government is not spending. And it's true. Their own figures are supporting this claim. We are not talking about corruption. We are talking about real investment expenditure. So going forward, I think the government should identify areas of investment and spend so that it can, fuel the economy for better job creation in the future.
Doc Humphrey Imdake, sorry for time challenges on our part. In a minute, your final thoughts as we try and wrap up on this discussion, please. Unmute, Doc, in a minute, please, as we try. You have to unmute your Zoom link.
Yeah, I did it. Okay,
in a minute, Doc, please, I beg you.
Apologies if I got it wrong with you, but one, I'm not a banker, I'm an industrialist. Two, I was trying to interrogate a consumer behavior pattern, which is as a result of lack of confidence. I'm not encouraging consumer behavior to go in that way, but if the confidence subject is weak, that's what leads the action and the behavior of that pattern. But going forward, I believe that the regulator should be emboldened to do what is right. They pick a choice of appreciation of the city and their fallouts and trade-offs. We should aid them and support them to correct the trade-offs, which we all know, which are the negatives, including the, the cash flow and then the transfers that are happening within the banks. I've mentioned strongly the arbitraging that is going on. The regulator should look at that and will support him to get it right and bring the country back. The economic model they've chosen has consequences, but the aggregate impact on the larger economic is positive. And therefore, we believe that let's correct the market failures to perfect this. Thank you.
President Guta, your final thought, but I also want to get from you quickly in some few seconds about the revised GIPC Act, that we also got the understanding that when it comes to the trading sector, it is still the minimum $1 million. I saw that in the revised bill. What do you make of that one?
Of course, trading is a no-go area, and we are not going to allow anybody to temper with those laws. In fact, we are even insisting that the minimal capital requirement of $1 million go up to $2 million. And then these Chinese and the other foreigners, and then fall on our foreign.
Doug, 30 seconds, final thought on the Bank of Ghana issues.
Yeah, so the Bank of Ghana is on track, and we have to support him. Everything that he's doing is very good for us. Go to Dubai, go to China, and Badia. They shouldn't be afraid to do this. They should do this, and then the officialdom at the ports and all that should not also take advantage to intimidate them that when you declare...
of Association of Ghana Industries, join us via Zoom, and also, and they are connected via Zoom, and also the president of Ghana Association of Industries. I know the debate to go on in your homes and your offices, but what more can be, and the fiscal contribution to try and firmly stabilize Ghana City. My name is George Yafe. Have a great day.
Comes the pinnacle of African theater.
A dance with death, a conversation with the anthem, a mirror held up to power, pride, and purpose.
Willie Shoyinka's timeless classic, Death and the King's Horseman. Live at the National Theatre, Saturday 23rd, Sunday 24th, Saturday 30th, and Sunday 31st August at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day.
Come, witness the conflict. Feel the...
Stanbic Bank, the luckiest. Bill savings and loans, and proudly brought to you by MTN.
Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes. Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters. Door masters. The best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited. Unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com. Bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market. Gilben Security Doors. Protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful Homes. Wise Investments. Western Villas. Where dream meet reality. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair.
Big wins. C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game. As easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now.
Adum TV, ye wazoye.
1 billion
thinks that she has won. Well, I'm sorry because she's mistaken. She may have won the battle, but she has not won the war.
I'll not let them beat me.
That's the spirit, girl.
Yeah.
Don't ask me not to love him because I can't do that. Think it's true love. You will pay for this.
Don't miss the twists and turns of sibling rivalry, fueled by their angry mothers. Family Jewels.
Our life expectancy and rising electricity bills. But what if we told you that these problems are all interconnected and there are sustainable solutions that can actually save you money and improve your life? This August, the Joy Sustainability Month focuses on solutions to some of our what we can do about it, how to cut your transport cost and practical ways to power your home, amongst others. Every weekday, join our expert conversations on the Super Morning Show and other programs. This is not Joy Sustainability Month, starting 4th August 2025. Your sustainability future starts with the right conversations. The Joy Sustainability Month is brought to you by Joy Business and supported by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
I've met so many young Africans just like me chasing opportunities since sessions. In this special edition of the 77%, we explore the journeys of young people from the diaspora who have made their way back to their ancestral homeland. Our big question for them is, what does it truly mean to come home? Hello and welcome to the show. In our street debate, we discuss what impact Afro-Americans are having on Ghana's economy. And finally, we meet a filmmaker who has come home to. Our colleague Alexandria is a Black American herself. In her report from Nairobi, she seeks out other Afro-Americans to find out why they have grown weary of life in the West.
We're at one of Nairobi's busiest intersections, Tubman Road, named after one of the most famous Black Americans in history. From street signs to matatus, there are images of Black Americans like me all over Kenya. But despite our cultural presence, few people seem to know about who we are and where we come from. What do you know about Black Americans?
Black American.
Yeah.
The most thing we get about Black Americans is that they are violent.
The mixed messaging made me eager to know more. Are Black people from the Americas like me truly welcome here? Do Kenyans know we exist outside of pictures? To explore these questions, I met with Vanessa. She arrived in Nairobi a few months ago with Noah, her 4-year-old son.
My new community, but I know it's going to happen eventually.
Back in Canada, where she grew up, Vanessa ran a successful business and was, by all appearances, living the dream. But she says that dream had limits.
I was just drained. And when you drain, you need to go back and take care of your kid and cook and clean on top of that.
Videographer, Hands.
I never thought I'd meet like a Black person here in Kenya and a foreigner in Kenya and make me see the world in a different way.
There are more people like Vanessa and I coming to Kenya. That's according to Kia Wakesho, who runs an African-American relocation business. She offers a fresh start for those who are able to afford it.
We've gotten a lot of retirees and people who've owned businesses in the States and have sold their businesses, and so they're living off their people to Kenya. We're educating them, we're integrating them versus repatriating, because you're not repatriating to Kenya, you're not Kenyan, you're American.
Kia's employee, Terry, addresses the concerns that many local young people have about the impact of these newcomers on jobs and opportunities.
When you do an investment, get some Kenyans to work for you.
Kia's company is optimistic about fostering deeper connections. To accommodate this, they are hoping to build a 100-unit real estate development for African American families in Kalimanbogo, located a 2-hour drive from Nairobi. This would not be the first time that Black people from the Americas that at times had bad relationships with native inhabitants. Now the vision is different. It's about collaboration and connection. If done right, it could be a whole new chapter for the diaspora's return to Africa.
Kenya is a pretty new destination for diaspora returnees, so when they arrive, it is up to them to seek out their roots. Ghana, on the other hand, has made homecoming part of their national brand. They are the first country in Africa to do so through what's called the Year of Return initiative. For more on that, here's my colleague Kaya.
In 2019, Ghana kicked off a homecoming like no other, filled with emotion, discovery, and celebration. The president at the time, Nana Akufo-Addo, said that since Ghana was once a key transit point in the transatlantic slave trade, the country felt a responsibility to welcome anyone who could trace. In 2019, launched a Beyond the Return, a program designed to attract investment from returnees and boost the economy. While the influx of hopeful Afro-descendants has brought new business, some locals are concerned that it's driving up the cost of living for everyday Ghanaians. Even with the worries, Ghana is working to ensure that the Year of Return is seen as to be granted citizenship since the initiative was launched.
Ghana's homecoming initiative is sparking a big debate. Are the returnees helping the economy or taking opportunities away from the locals? We asked you this very question on our Instagram, and here's what you had to say. We kickstart with Christy Dede that says Africa as a whole needs sustainable initiatives geared towards the future we want to see on our continent, not activities and initiatives that exclude the locals. One more comment from Ojonukwa says, my earnest prayer is that this movement fosters positive action, cultural exchange and growth for the African continent and beyond. Thank you very much for your comments. This is a great
Hello and welcome back to the 77% Street Debate. This week we are back in Ghana's capital and the government, the modern government of Ghana is saying to its international descendants, come back home. But what does that integration look like? And I want to start with you, Professor Kambon.
I went through what a lot of Black people go through, which is a trumped up charge, racism and so forth. They don't ask you, are you a, citizen who's benefiting the community and so forth. So I decided that I was coming here to do my PhD. I did so. I'm doing pretty well. I've been installed as a traditional ruler. So this was given to me by the Nsumankwa Hene, the overall spiritual head of all of the Asante people.
And oh gosh, the couples here are always holding hands. Well, that's great. It's so cute. But they've also just joined a union, a lifelong union with Ghana. You got your citizenship.
Getting out of the land of our enemy was priority number one, to make sure that no matter what we did to build a business or to simply just live the simple life, we will be protected in that.
Nakia, is this also what you think?
For me, even I think back when I was in school and doing university, I remember I used to go on my phone and try to find like an app to look at, to listen to radio stations in Accra, just to hear the language. And I remember one night I would just sit in there and like, these are the songs that they would sing. These are the languages that they would use, and we don't have them anymore. And it's even hard to explain, like, how that still...
So, Adam and Charetta, you're raising two beautiful children here. How has that experience been for you, and what are some of the integrating so far?
In the States, we lived a very isolated lifestyle because of safety. You want to go out, you want to take your kids to the park to play, but when you do, other kids spit at them. That is an experience that my son had at the playground on more than one occasion. And so we lived a very isolated life. So to be here and to be free and to see my kids be able to be joyful and that not be a crime has been a very...
By show of hands, if your answer is yes. When you hear these people come and say, hey, this is a beautiful country, we need to reinvest back on the continent, how does that make you feel?
I feel it's because they have...
which is making their life comfortable. But we in the country, people are struggling on the street. If such person get opportunity, in fact, the person will leave the country.
Prof, what do you make of it when you hear that the local population here already has an assumption that you're wealthier, that there's an income disparity inbuilt?
I had translators coming from the University of Ghana at a conference that I just had. and we hired them to teach, willing to pay you richly to do it.
Let me ask Jeff what he thinks here, because he is swallowing hard. I don't know if you think this is great advice or if you see it as somewhat condescending. What are your views?
At the end of the day, once the prices go up, it doesn't come down. And we are the ones who suffer eventually. And that is a problem we are facing here today. Their presence is actually creating a problem for us economically.
Mr. Kwesi, obviously these emotional sentiments have the potential to become something else. Xenophobia, Afrophobia. Are you just telling people come in, or are you putting in place strategies so that integration is sustainable and seamless?
When we start explaining to them that we are in this for the long term, that this is not just an open window for you to cash in. So when I talk about cultural integration, it's also looking at how do we make sure that people understand what we are doing and they are not taking.
I would say that sometimes that is true, but it's not just true for African Americans. I think it's true for anyone that has an American or UK accent, even if they're Ghanaian. When we're talking about Ghana, Ghana is a country that has a population of over 30 million people. There are maybe 10,000 African Americans. We're an extreme minority. So I think that sometimes we're used as a scapegoat, and that is misplaced.
Okay, but what I'm hearing
here, and would wish that we can coexist with them without having any problem whatsoever. If we see our brothers and sisters, irrespective of even the color, even if it's a white person coming to buy something, let the pricing be as it is. You understand? And maybe governments and the state agencies need to...
Because we are new and because we don't speak the language that well yet, we're learning, but the prices get hiked up. And so then we are forced to go somewhere else to spend our money. And
you got to really understand culture to understand people. You know, when you come to Ghana...
But people is culture.
Yes, but when you come to Ghana, chopping is part of the culture. So it's important for us to start to look at culture and then influence culture in a way where we can bridge the difference and then we can progress as one.
The journey has now brought you here, and given everything that...
Retirement, we didn't come here to make money stretch. We came to contribute. Yeah. So the amount of money that you guys think we have, at least us two,
we don't.
We do not have.
Okay, but what about people who go out and make it and make some things of themselves?
That's a very small percentage. And of course they're going to show you that on television. That's a very small percentage. And of course that's what they're going to show you.
All right.
But like she said, you go there, it is...
We go from them, the diasporans, the Ghanaians, to we.
So I think conversations like these are very much necessary. Even Ghanaians, when they go travel to places like the U.S., they're told, don't hang out with the black people because they're all drug dealers, because they're all gangbangers, because they're all this, that. And, you know, they'll say, oh, Africans are all poor. Yeah. The one who benefits from the problem is most likely the one who caused the problem in the first place, and we're the ones who...
They were, always have been, and always will be. This debate actually affirmed the words of Kwame Nkrumah right there, the doctor. He is not African simply because he was born here, but to be African is to have Africa born in you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Edith, and the panelists. That debate reminds me of an African proverb. It went home. Adenike Hamilton is trying to reshape her country's narrative. Check it out.
The piece that's holding Africa back is the diaspora, and we that were born in Africa and that left. I'm a recent returnee back to Sierra Leone. I am a storyteller. I'm a filmmaker. I'm the founder of Third Culture Kid Productions. I left Sierra Leone when I was 5 as a refugee. I moved to the Gambia, where I lived for 2 years before resettling at the age of 7 in the United States. I remember moments. I remember when the war happened. I remember like getting ready to leave, and we actually left by boat. Oh, child soldiers, were you a child soldier? And they say it so candidly, and it almost becomes a moniker that you wear on your neck. And so that was the first kind of time I had to grapple with my identity. There were a number of things that inspired me to come back. The piece that's holding Africa back is the diaspora, and we that were born in Africa and that left. And she just gave a very moving speech. She said, you Africans that are always saying, this is wrong with Africa. At that point, I had already started my production company in New York. I'd registered it and I'd been doing little things. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to figure out how to just move back. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but I'm just gonna try. I didn't want Sierra Leone to only be known as the Ebola place, the Blood Diamond place.
If you haven't checked out our Homecoming series, what are you waiting for? Head over to our YouTube channel for inspiring stories from Kenya, Sudan, Rwanda, and Ghana. The short features highlight Africans from the diaspora who are breaking barriers and creating new industries. So be sure to give them, where a shoemaker is crafting one-of-a-kind shoes from jeans and car tires.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. I welcome you to another episode of My Hustle. Today, we are diving into the world of creativity and sustainable learning, how to use recycled materials to make a shoe like this. Are you guys ready for this? Let's go there.
I'm Peter Kweku Anori, the founder and the CEO of Koliko Wear. This is my hustle.
Mr. Peter P.
Wow.
Peter P. To be an eco-friendly shoemaker.
What it takes to be an eco-friendly shoemaker, Samson, I want you to learn it practically. So from here, I'll take you around, then we'll move to the workshop.
And do you think it's something I can learn in a day?
A smart guy like you, partnering with Koliko, everything is possible. We are going to grab a few from Africa every year.
Are you serious?
A lot of them come to Ghana.
Wow,
So,
wow.
And most of the time, we are not able to consume all.
What kind of shoe are we making today?
So today, we are making jeans shoes. So Koliko jeans shoe, like the one you are wearing. So we will grab a jeans, yeah, and also we will grab a base sheet, a textile sheet that we will use to do our lining.
Peter, are we done?
No, we are not done. I want to take you to one dam site so that you know the reason for why Koliko started with what we are doing is because of this. You can see the whole land, the whole parcel of land here is destroyed by the waste we make. We try to rescue the textile waste by visiting the second-hand clothing market to buy the waste one there before they end up coming here.
You are my princess, you have to pick. Yes, I have to pick it because you are going to cut them. Wow.
Because you are making pair. Pair means two. So if you trace or if you mark one, you are supposed to mark it two.
Oh, okay,
You get it?
okay, I get
so
it.
that you can get the left and the right.
Right. Am I doing it right?
Perfect.
Good. Damn.
So the next process is the gluing process. So gluing, so we are going to sustainable sole that we are using is car tie. Why? One may ask, why car tie? As we went to the dam field, you saw how the ties were being disposed. And all these things, to shoemaking, I traveled out, I came back to Takoradi, Western region. I met an old friend who was already into shoemaking, who was folding up. So I thought it was that why don't I partner with the little resource that I've gathered from bankers. The next step now is, now the sole has been glued, the upper part too has been glued.
Yeah.
You're just supposed to fix it together and press it. So with the pressing, can direct you.
Exactly my size. I love this. Thank you very much, Colin.
Thank you very much.
I'm so grateful, man. And thank you very much for this gift.
You're welcome.
Who could have thought that a beautiful shoe such as this can come out of trashed materials?
It's sadly already time to wrap things up. We've heard remarkable stories from returnees about their homecoming journeys. But a key takeaway is that programs like the Year of Return are trying to encourage cultural exchange and growth. While they have made progress in some areas, local people feel that there is still more to be done. The discussion does not end here, so head over to our social media pages. We always want to hear from you. I'll leave you with a song from Fireboy D.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Whether you are breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, the 12th of September to Sunday, the 14th of September 2025 at Good Park near Accra Mall for JoyNews EcoBank Habitat Fair 3rd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, partners the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair and brought to you by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. Virtual Security Africa. Security for all. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Industries Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Bako, Services Bibre. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof masters, door masters, the best indoors. Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Interplast, we make sure water reaches you even in space. Gilbert Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. Western Villas, where dream meet reality. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
One billionaire, 3 secret families.
Who are those people? Bear Daddy's third family.
Polygamous at heart, but the man always has the love of his life.
That Lily thinks that she has won. Well, I'm sorry because she's mistaken. She may have won the battle, but she has not won the war.
You'll not let them beat me.
That's the spirit, girl.
Yeah.
Ask me not to love him because I can't do that. Think it's true love. You will pay for this.
Don't miss the twists and turns of sibling rivalry, fueled by their angry mothers. Family Jewels.
We face real challenges every day in Ghana, from high rent prices, housing challenges, expensive food, traffic that drains our pockets and reduces our life expectancy, and rising electricity bills. But what if we told you that these problems are all interconnected and there are sustainable solutions that can actually save you money and improve your life? This August, the Joy Sustainability Month focuses on solutions to some of our key sustainability issues. For 4 weeks, we're diving deep into the issues that matter to your daily life. We will explore how you can still afford to own a home in Ghana, why your food costs so much, and what we can do about it, how to cut your transport costs, and practical ways to power your home, amongst others. Every weekday, join our expert conversations on the Super Morning Show and other programs. This is not just talk, it's about real solutions for real Ghanaians. Because sustainability isn't just about the environment. It's about sustaining your wallet, your family's future, and Ghana's prosperity. The Joy Sustainability Month starting 4th.
The media landscape is filled with political rhetoric, but the time for truth is now. On Prime Insight, the Veil comes off. We'll dissect the biggest politics. Join me, Lehesuga, as we demand accountability together. Prime Insight is on Joy Prime every Saturday. Ghana's politics unfiltered.
We face real challenges every day in Ghana, from high rent prices, housing challenges, expensive food, traffic that drains our pockets and reduces our life expectancy, and rising electricity bills. But what if we told you that these problems are all interconnected and there are sustainable solutions that can actually save you money and improve your life? This August, the Joy Sustainability Month focuses on solutions to some of our key sustainability issues. For 4 weeks, we're diving deep into the issues that matter to your daily life. We will explore how you can still afford to own a home in Ghana, why your food costs so much, and what we can do about it, how to cut your transport costs, and practical ways to power your home, amongst others. Every weekday, join our expert conversations on the Super Morning Show and other programs. This is not just talk, it's about real solutions for real Ghanaians. Because sustainability isn't just about the environment, it's about sustaining your wallet, your family's future, and Ghana's prosperity. The Joy Sustainability Month starting 4th August 2025. Your sustainability future starts with the right conversations. The Joy Sustainability Month is brought to you by Joy Business and supported by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
A silent epidemic festers in the shadows. This is beneath homes, schools, the vibrant markets, and busy trotro stations all over the country. It is a crisis that gnaws at the very fabric, robbing Ghana of its future, one youth at a time. In this documentary, I will take you on a journey to 2 neighborhoods in Kumasi, known not for commerce, but for addiction, desperation, and decay. Tinker Island and Colombia, the notorious drug hubs, as we unmask Ghana's drug epidemic.
When I do time when I say I dear me to me bonum no me de kakra na de.
According to a report by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, domestic drug consumption in Ghana has become an underreported phenomenon. Health professionals working at state-funded psychiatric hospital estimates that about 10% of inpatients and between 20% and 30% of outpatient cases are now linked to substance abuse. The Narcotics Control Commission reviews that there are about 50,000 drug users in Ghana, with 35,000 as students from junior high, senior high and tertiary institutions aged between 12 and 35 years. While the remaining 15...
We've realized that, especially some of our neighboring countries, they have these clandestine labs. And some of them have been able to come into the country and establish some of these labs that we are still...
As red, suspected cocaine, marijuana or weed as locally known, among countless others.
The use of opioids is very, very, very high. Mr. Speaker, conservative estimate in every constituency, you can have about 100,000 youth engaged in the use of this new opioid substance. Is what we call red. Mr. Speaker, we need red. We need red. It is the new opioid substance that is being abused.
This is what leaves the Interior Minister Muntaka Mubarak worried.
Brigadier Commander, in the next 6 months, if you are able to do something for me, I'll be so happy. And I know the Zongo Ministerial Divisional Commander is here. You know, we have a place in Kumasi here around Alaba that is so unpopular. They call it Tinker. They're very, very happy.
Our journey takes us deep into the heart of places tagged as drug hubs, beginning with Tinker Island. This hub has, for decades, defied efforts to be eradicated. I have met these 3 addicts, leading me into one of the many ghettos in the island, almost open defiance. Our aim is to engage them, to understand their world, and if possible, to spot the elusive cartel that fuels this relentless trade. It was a long journey to a very rejecting, snorting, and inhaling while I engaged their masters to plead for an interview. Finally, we have been granted the permit to speak to some of the addicts. I begin with 26-year-old Rich Diddy, not his real name, who is already holding 2 tablets of opioid. This will be his second take for the day. He tells me that he started this in class 6 at age 13 after his friend introduced him to Tinker Island.
What drug is this?
This one is a red.
Red.
225.
225.
Why? This one is they call Unim Red.
Unim Red. Why do you take red?
Because I used to work. They make me work hard to do something like the thing I cannot do itself. I can do it very hard.
For 13 years now, Rich Diddy has been a consistent abuser of opioids, cocaine, marijuana, among others. He is also into alcoholism. He has been to the hospital and has been told about his poor health condition, but says he is unable to stop taking drugs. Seated next to Rich Diddy is 40-year-old ghetto lord, not his real name, who has been into drugs for 15 years now. Despite being a father of 3, he tells me his wife has rejected him because of his addiction. Ghetto Lord is a chronic weed smoker and he finds it difficult to stop taking drugs even in a day. He is convinced that very soon he could die.
Cigarette, like rough man. Tell me no, I'm put me a day kakra, but at all, you'll be born kakra.
Just across town lies Colombia, and named cameras down, filming secretly. We need a permit. These uncompleted buildings, abandoned by their owners, have been claimed transformed into grim sanctuaries, or rather, prisons for addicts. The air here hangs heavy with the acrid smell of smoke. After some time, we are permitted to film. After doing so, we are allowed to end before gulping it down. Others roll marijuana in old newspapers or scrap pages from books, licking the edges to seal the joints. Nearby, others prepare heroin and other opioids, drawing the liquefied drugs into syringes, inhaling
them. The engagement or their act of taking in illicit drugs, what brought them here. And
if one ghetto to another, but now stays permanently with his friends at Colombia. Usually the most feared of addicts and dealers who nod vigorously to whatever he says.
My own 5, my warrior, my area, banana 5.
For how long, what shall I say? Shall say drugs?
Chain drug on 93.
1993.
1993, I'm chain drug.
How many years in your Cambo?
Cover 30 years. I checked 2 years. I check.
Drugs, no. I had an urim.
I had done 4 drug there. So about chain. I did be up a soul chain. I will say, I had done 4.
Let me be say. Drugs ben in near my ben out me fat.
Menum red. Oh, menum bru, menum cookie, menum apatashi, menum we. Adi be a bru.
No ma, then a yo and I didn't crown on.
One ma ane to abra bonosuma o ankasa o hawa o wiase no. Se o obura ha wonu dada. Adna wo me how kakraka and this one am na wonu bia so why busa.
In the ghetto, they have leadership, and then the hierarchy is very much important that you cannot skip. The ghetto leader himself is here, and he takes them through everything that they have to do, the regulations of the ghetto, and the ghetto president is also here. But the leader operates and gives out the drug. Let's interact with him. Ghetto leader.
But you make sure say obi fire ensign free baby emura adie high.
Acheche de oyi nyina che we ye den.
So obi won say so enye we so say cigarette and we so e man no oba bi won ma say bi ni hia which means I say oh ble yes man pa. Yes, say you to be more bad now. What you know is a game 9 day acoso, and we should. Your name was already as a book. Your whole many politics, Adriane, we say me and be a didi, and I had a woman.
Knowing the repercussions of his action, he is worried about young people abusing drugs. He shared an advice.
Grandpa no more ban tea for no. teen for now mobile man and your man go and man go is dangerous. My partner went free on a from my business. I draw 5 city of mammy could do. And I'm me slow my button we are moment in co mount. A foot on Tamano Monday my no. Yeah, I'm far. Me say I cry me say me say me super no per cry me so. Me twana me so. Bebe kubolo life it me dem slow mo trauma drug we and sandy and alcohol thing bia any circumstances bia dem be nyam din slow mo de ma me to me chewe no na yes as a we ne she me tin me am ni me dem slepa me am nyina me say obi adwuma me nchi obi akono de me dem se menya no ho it menya no ho na America no say wunya no ho ya. But the man say was over many and who say Oma. Mention Manyam Timber show my men Oma and
A major police swoop takes us back into the belly of the beast, the drug selling point of Tinker Island, which also serves as the home for some of the addicts. This den has become breeding grounds for hooliganism, crime and violence. Meet Vera, a young woman whose youth has been swallowed by addiction and is currently serving as one of the masters in the den. She's only 26, but the wear on her face tells a story.
For 3 years.
Why in the do
Missina might be an amateur, fine. Not even what you me.
I'm not pay any of my band or fasa.
Oh, me sorry and cheer by.
I didn't know Mudinim.
Vera.
Wow.
No back.
Oh, my man, papa.
Oh, mamma and papa, oh, when you were there.
I didn't know when you said Cadibeto in Ray. We
want to go really. It's a beer. Maybe do one and say, only year together. Only bet to be a day. Apart from that, I want to make us a clono, obedient, clono fatal.
Diaspora, a team, as in getting our men to be on the ground. So there's a possibility that the FPU base will be created. They will have an FPU base where our men will be there 24/7, so that they ward off these criminals and these users of these illicit drugs.
Now, it is a very big place. It is more of like a community on its own. That is what Tinker Island looks like. Now, you can see a gentleman who has taken some wraps are here, matches, cigarettes, and we've even spotted some items suspected to be cocaine, what they call the tie. And anybody you see here is an addict.
Of illicit substances such as cannabis, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, MDMA, and codeine, which have been seized in significant quantities between 2021 and 2024 alone.
Methamphetamine. But I must say that when we are talking about substances abuse, there are so many substances people are abusing in the country. Okay. Now, I think what is popular now is red. I mean, the opioids. You find it almost everywhere. Okay. Apart from that, we know that, synthetic drugs. I mentioned methamphetamine, for instance. Okay. We've realized that, especially some of our neighboring countries, they have these clandestine labs.
Percent of drug addicts impounded so far are youth of school-going age.
Most of the people who use drugs, per our records, about 70%. Okay, the statistics that we have, about 70% of people who use drugs are the youth.
I have come to the psychiatric department of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital to speak to a specialist psychiatrist, Dr. Adwopepra Amomensa.
Substances are basically anything that can do that. So, in essence, things like food, you get addicted to that kind of high feeling.
While showing me some of the addicts undergoing mental treatment, she explains how the uncontrolled addiction affects the lives of numerous individuals.
Because the adolescent's brain is more malleable.
Friend introduced her to it in Accra. Under the condition to keep her identity anonymous, she tells me how it all started.
Was through my politician, so like the girl was having money. So anytime like I go there, we feel like we're having sex. Just want to get high. And when I was starting, I started with cigarettes. Let's get out from that side, from her side. I go and buy myself my own cigarette, more white. I think the taste also looks different. So one day I asked him, what's inside the cigarette that I used to give me? He said, oh, it's this. It's cocaine. It seems I took it for 2 years.
In a very sober mood, she admits that the recovery process...
The madam, the doctors and the patients around here, I don't sleep at night. And even there's some fusion, if they put it on me, I will cry throughout before the fusion. Just start to eat me.
Kenneth Edukwachi is a pharmacist in Kumasi. He explains the essence of drugs such as opioids and how it leads to addiction.
Medication that are given for moderate to severe pain. Yes, so after the person is done with, let's say, after the pain has subsided, maybe they experience the fact that there were some pleasure or excitement when taking these medications. And now,
indicating the essence of regulations.
These drugs are deadly and we have to be careful. We have to get a regulation to help us regulate these drugs very, very well. Opioid naive people.
Sale of hard drugs. National President Alhaji Hassan Kabo is worried about the illicit use of drugs amongst the youth and the continuous sale of these hard drugs in pharmacies.
I pledge today with all my members in Ashanti region, numbering close to 4,000, that we shall never ever sell with this pledge all the members who are bad.
While these opioids are legitimate medication for moderate pain, their abuse is a significant concern.
The opioids are not bad medications. They are meant for moderate to mild pain. But then, like I indicated, if it's abuse, that is where the problem is. So to wake up to find out that people are using the medication not for medical purpose, but for recreational purpose, it is worrying. Because what it therefore means is that if we exhaust all the medicine in the hospitals, then you and I, when we find ourselves in the hospital one day, where we need those medications for medical purposes, we will not get. So it's a worrying concern for all of us.
He's advocating for a complete stop in the sale of opioids.
So we want to drum home the message that not only should they not stock the product, but they should also be advocates of life, because abuse of tramadol and all the opioids is tantamount to death. So we want to ensure that they understand their limits, they understand their role in the fight against the abuse.
The Ashanti Regional Director of the Food and Drugs Authority, John Lai Ode Teti, says the FDA is collaborating with relevant agencies to curb the illegal importation of opioids. He acknowledged the issues with misuse and unregistered imports.
We are collaborating with the relevant stake agencies to ensure that we clamp down on the misuse and the illegal importation of such medicines. It must be stated clearly that tramadol is not a poisonous product or banned. Just that the misuse and the fact that some come in illegally and for that matter are not registered with the authority is what we are drumming home.
But the big question is, who supplies these drugs to the consumers?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. I see like we people we used to buy those things. We are insane. Because going to buy something is wrapped. You don't know what's inside. You don't know the quantity. You don't know how it is. You just take money, go buy.
While this doesn't really answer the question, the Ashanti Regional Director of NACOC, Samuel Yeboah, underscores the role of neighboring countries in this crisis, noting that Ghana has become a transit point for drugs produced elsewhere.
Recently, we've been making some arrests at the Kotoka International Airport. I must say that, this is one of the indicators that point to the fact that drug trafficking is on the increase, because the more people try to cross the airports and they are arrested, it just tells us trafficking is on the rise.
Dr. John Sopokuwari is a criminologist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He has spent years studying the interplay between crime and societal decay, and now he's raising an urgent alarm on how such abuses of drugs contribute to crime in the society.
I mean, studies have always found a positive, correlation between use of illicit drugs and crime, especially robberies. Okay, there are so many research within the crime literature that establish this link. So whatever the women are saying on the ground and the people are saying on the ground may be true, because sometimes criminals will need some, form of boosters, as it were, to be able to carry out the kind of activities that they want to carry. So for instance, if it's about robberies, some of them have to be high to be able to execute the kind of things they want to execute, because if you look at them, maybe naturally, if they are supposed to operate with their natural senses, they may not be able to carry out the things they want to do, because those operations are mostly very deadly.
70% of the youth are estimated to be consumers of illicit drugs. Think about that number. Think about the potentials being consumed by these shadows. This isn't just a story about drugs. It's a story about survival, desperation, and the urgent call for a future where hope, not addiction, is the most potent force.
It's not good for any young one to get in contact with this. You understand? Yeah, so what I can say is everyone should abstain. Any youth should abstain from drugs, because illicit drugs is not good for mankind to use.
The question remains, how do we reclaim our youth from this unyielding grip? How do we turn the tide before these shadows engulf an entire generation, if we can't even identify the ideal faces behind the supply of these drugs?
Hello, good evening and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Ghana's unemployment rate falls from 13.3% to 13.1% in the third quarter of 2024, although youth joblessness continues to pose a major challenge.
Unemployment rate is consistently higher than overall unemployment rates, with an average rate of 32% among persons aged 15 to 24 years and 22.5% for those aged 15 to 35 years in 2024.
We have more for you on that. Also in this bulletin, Bank of Ghana directs all mining firms to channel their dollar inflows to commercial banks as it takes steps to improve liquidity to aid cedi stability.
All these is meant to help, improve interbank trading, in foreign efforts. That way they are able to support imports and other flows without necessarily waiting for the central bank to come in with some support.
Plus, the central bank again directs hotels to desist from quoting in dollars. We shall be speaking with the Ghana Association of Hotels. We have details of these and many more for you. Please stay on. Grateful you could stay on. I am Pius Kojobaka. This evening, the Ghana Statistical Service has reported a marginal decline in the country's unemployment rate, although youth joblessness continues to pose a major challenge. More in this report.
According to the July 2025 edition of the Quarterly Labour Statistics, data from over 9,000 households show that Ghana's unemployment rate fell from 13.3% in the third quarter of 2024 to 13.1% in the fourth quarter of the same year. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu described the development as modest progress, but stressed that the figures highlight persistent labour market distress.
In 2024, youth unemployment remains alarmingly high at 22.5% for ages 15 to 35 and 32% for ages 15 to 24. This evidence highlights the urgency of expanded and more focused labor market practices and policies, such as retraining and skilling programs to combat skills mismatch and boost employability.
He added that initiatives such as the 24-hour economic policy could help absorb the growing youthful labor force by creating more flexible and accessible job opportunities.
The proportion of youth not in employment, education or training increased consistently in the last two quarters of 2024, reaching 25.8% for the 15 to 24 age group and 22.4% for the 15 to 35 age group in 2024 quarter 4. This reflects persistent youth unemployment challenges and disengagement from both work and education, reinforcing the need to expand economic opportunities, employment opportunities, and initiatives and promote economic expansion. And we can do this through programs such as the 24-hour economy, which is currently under implementation, to create more flexible and accessible job opportunities.
He further urged government to expand training and job schemes, reform TVET, and provide affordable credit to boost youth and women employment.
We are proposing that there's a scale-up of apprenticeships, graduate employment schemes, and also job placement services. There would also be the need for government to reform and expand the TVET to match training with demand, especially in digital, industrial, and green economy sectors. We recommend also that government should provide affordable credit to small businesses to boost job creation, especially for women and youth.
While the slight decline in unemployment signals progress, the Ghana Statistical Service concluded that tracking youth joblessness must remain a national priority.
Let's now go to the central bank, because the Bank of Ghana has directed mining firms to now channel all their dollar inflows to commercial banks. Now, this marks a reversal of the initial directive where the firms were supposed to give all the inflows to the Bank of Ghana. The move is part of measures to improve dollar support for the market, in addition to what the central bank offers. Dr. Johnson Isiama is the governor of the Bank of Ghana.
All these is meant to help, improve interbank trading, in foreign FX. That way, they are able to support imports and other flows without necessarily, waiting for the central bank to come in with some support. So it is all expected. It is based on what has happened, the sharp appreciation and the fallouts. Remember, some other people, certain actors also, like you look at the black markets, what we call the black market. Certain things are going on there, but we are having a good look at them. We are taking certain measures. We are taking advantage of the situation to fix the foreign exchange markets. One of the things I can tell you is that we've discovered quite a number of leakages, in the FX markets. Leakages because of technological developments, for example. Suddenly, some people are using crypto channels, for example, to terminate. When that happens, they bypass the interbank, FX market. So certainly, So, but it's our job, to create the platform to be able to regulate those. And so remember, we spoke about bringing on board a framework to regulate, virtual assets, for example. Yeah. That is likely to come on board before the end of the year. And so going forward, we don't expect, people to outwit us, so to say. We are doing several other things. You might have seen a number of notices that we have brought out, quite a number of them.
And before I come to that one, so the assurance I get from you is that you have adequate reserves. The Bank of Ghana has not run out of dollar cash or liquidity to meet the market. Because when you engage some actors in the market, the perception that they are pushing out is that BOG has been on the market, they are out of dollars. That is why we are seeing the current pressure. Can I get that assurance from you that you have the adequate reserves, liquidity to support the market when it comes to the Bank of Ghana's bid of contributing to the market?
George, we have adequate reserves. But the fact that we have adequate reserves does not mean we support the market alone. As I've explained, the interbank market is supposed to, take care of itself as well. And so we are fixing the issue on a number of fronts. We are, taking certain steps to ensure that, liquidity in the interbank market improves. For example, deciding to revert, mining flows that accrue through the mining firms back to the interbank market. It's one of the ways of solving the problem. So it's not going to be just the Bank of Ghana supporting the markets continually. It will be getting the interbank FX market to function. And so we only come in when there is some, demand that the market is not able to take care of, and then we come in. So ideally, that is what it ought to be. Like I said, because of the leakages also, that is also why you don't see as much activity on the interbank market. And so we are working on the leakages. The notices we have brought out are timed. They actually meant, to take care of those leakages. So going forward, we are optimistic that trading on the interbank market will improve. Thereby, the delays when it comes to, importers, financing their imports, etc., will be addressed. So this is a short-term, challenge as we see it.
Dr. Johnson is here in that interaction with my colleague George Yafit there. But we want to stay along at the central bank. Again, they have directed some institutions to stop pricing, quoting, and invoicing, as well as advertising payments in foreign currencies within Ghana without authorization. More in this report.
In a statement, the Bank of Ghana cautioned institutions, both public and private individuals quoting, advertising, issuing receipts, receiving and making payments in dollars without authorization to stop immediately or face the law. The central bank said the Ghana cedi remains the only legal tender. Accordingly, no resident of Ghana, unless duly licensed or authorized by the Bank of Ghana, shall price, advertise, invoice, receive or make payment in any foreign currency. The Bank of Ghana said school fees, sale and rental of vehicles, sale and rental of real estate, airline tickets, domestic contracts, retail shopping, online sales, and hotel accommodation, among others, must not be quoted in dollars.
Let's get on to Zoom and speak to Dr. Edward Akanyamike Jr., the current national president of the Ghana Hotels Association. Thank you so much, sir, for making time to join us here on Business Live. And as far as you are concerned, do some of your members quote prices in dollars? I'm wondering.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. This directive from the Bank of Ghana is not new to the hotel industry nor the association. Indeed, we've met the BOG on a couple of occasions to try to make a case because of the nature of our business, but it was declined, and they indicated that hotels could apply on individual basis if they needed that authorization. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware of any hotel that has received that authorization. So the simple answer to your questions, I'm not aware.
All right, that's fine. But do you think, due to the cost of operating hotels, which include importing goods, hotels must be allowed to index transactions in dollars?
Indeed, Pius, that's part of the argument we made, because, like you rightly said, we import a number of things for our business. And then apart from that, for the convenience of our customers, we deal with local and international customers. Some come with a foreign exchange, and there's sometimes the inconvenience involved in having to look for a forex bureau, even though I must say that some of the upmarket hotels have forex bureaus within their premises, which the customers can easily go to exchange. But these are some of the arguments we made, but it was not accepted. So it is what it is.
And I don't know what you make of arguments from a section of the the general public, which, of course, they say that it is really unfair to index prices in dollars, and they have a fair argument.
Pius, I don't think the issue is about fairness or otherwise. The point is that if our currency was stable within a good economic range, okay, that has sort of happened in the past few months, okay, a range that is convenient for importers and exporters, I don't think anybody would have an issue with this indexing in dollars. It's because the currency has not been stable in the past. You buy at a certain level, and in the next moment, your local currency depreciates, and then you have to change again into the dollar to go and import. Those were the issues that were raised. So if the BOG can maintain the stability of the cedi, I don't think it will be an issue of fairness or not.
But the cedi itself has been stable for quite some time now.
Well, for how long, Pius? Even now, it's beginning to depreciate a bit.
Marginally.
Marginally. The governor says that it's a blip. But if these are things that should be for a long period, where we all begin to gain confidence in the cedi stability. That's when there will not be an issue of pricing in cedis or in dollars. It will be our local currency. And don't forget that it's a matter of a public good. We all want the goodness of our currency or our cedi. Okay, so the measures that the BOG is putting in is something that we all support. Okay, but that which will encourage people to do the right thing is what we're also hoping for.
The central bank has spoken and given the directive. Are you going to comply? And I'm wondering if it is going to be implementable.
Of course. Why not? In fact, it's been the case over the years. I told you that we have made the BOG in the past before. So as far as we are concerned, our hotels are not supposed to invoice or charge in dollars. That's the case. And they are all aware. I don't want to believe that they are flouting it. But again, it is to say that let's make the environment such that when the directives are given, we are able to comply without any sweat.
President of the Ghana Hotels Association, Dr. Edward Akanyamike Jr. Thank you so much for making time to speak to us here on Business Live. And still within the banking space, the National Banking College has hinted of plans to introduce a program on Islamic banking from 2026. The principal of the college, Gloria Kwoti, made this disclosure at the annual general meeting of the college. She explained that the move adds to a number of reforms being undertaken by the National Banking College to build the country's banking workforce and improve the sector. More in this report.
In the year under review, the National Banking College made significant strides. The introduction of programs in fintech, ESGs, and digital transformation strengthened the capacity of bankers in addressing industry trends. For their financials, the college recorded a surplus of 10.1 million cedis, up from 8.8 million cedis in 2023. This growth was driven by a remarkable 50% increase in internally generated funds, which reached 8.6 million cedis by the end of 2024. Principal of the college, Gloria Darling-Korte, attributed this achievement to deliberate institutional reforms.
The National Banking College, as you have seen in the past 3 or 4 years, has consistently improved on its operations and its delivery, delivering better on its mandate and carrying the banks along. As you can see from today's attendance, we have almost every single bank here representing their institutions and participating actively in what we did. And so we are very proud of where we are, and we acknowledge also that there is room for us to keep growing, and that is what we undertake to do.
The college also pointed to strategic partnerships with local and international stakeholders, reaffirming its commitment to being the center of excellence in banking and financial services training. Madam Gloria Korte was optimistic that the introduction of a program in Islamic banking will align with the central bank's vision and deepen financial inclusion.
It is one of the areas that the central bank is actually looking at. And so we won't wait for it to start in full before we begin looking in that direction. And so, yes, we are looking at Islamic banking. We are doing our research and putting our works together. And hopefully from next year, we will begin to bring that knowledge also to our banks. Because as you know, most of our banks, in fact, all our banks, nobody is into Islamic banking at this point in time. And so we are just moving in tandem with the vision of the governor of the central bank. And that's exactly what we are doing. So we intend to move into that space in terms of training.
Looking ahead, the National Banking College plans to leverage emerging technologies and strategic collaborations in the short to medium term to build an exceptional future-ready banking workforce.
Let's now pause for a breather. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Business Live. Enterprise Trustees, the pensions management arm of Enterprise Group, says its schemes recorded strong performance in 2024, growing to 7 billion cedis. Managing Director Joe Ampofu attributes the growth to strategic measures put in place by the company to protect and maximize value for contributors. More in this report.
All our schemes that we managed in 2024 were able to grow our schemes to almost about 7 billion. And that in itself, if you look at it, what actually led to that was a combination of the kind of returns that we churned out and then the contributions that came in. And largely, we noticed that a majority of, when you look at the splits, about almost 60-70% of it came from returns, and then the rest of it was through contributions that come through on a monthly basis. So the question is that where are the assets sitting? Yes, largely a chunk of it was sitting in the DDP bonds, which were churning quite a chunk, and we all know what happened during the DDP. But because pension funds were ring-fenced, so that sort of gave us a little bit of edge as far as returns were concerned. And so if you compare a fund that was in a a pension fund DDEP and a fund that was in the DDEP that was not in the pension fund, the returns were day and night. So the banks, for instance, were taking almost about 9%, whereas the pension funds had almost about 19.5%. So that in itself gave us that kind of, but we also had to deal with the modification laws or trying to, according to IFRS, trying to ensure that we estimate properly. But to a large extent, that helped us to be able to grow the fund. And at the end of the day, we see where we are today.
The Imani Center for Policy and Education, in partnership with the International Institute for Sustainable Development, has held a roundtable discussion on the design and implementation of Ghana's new independent fiscal council. More in this report.
Event themed Implementing Ghana's Fiscal Council, Design Choices and Leveraging the Legal Frameworks to Strengthen Fiscal Institutions focused on how to operationalize the council established under the Public Financial Management Amendment Act 2025. The dialogue brought together government officials, policy experts, and international partners to explore ways of ensuring the council becomes an effective and credible institution. Speaking to the media, Associate of the International Institute of Sustainable Development, Dr. Fernando Mora, said the council must be equipped with strong technical expertise to guarantee its independence. He noted that such independence would not only strengthen the council's credibility, but also build trust in Ghana's fiscal management system.
For Ghana, it's to try to reach credibility around fiscal policy. So basically what we are thinking is that the role of the fiscal council on communicating fiscal policy, it is important. So what do you need to try to enhance that independence is people that brings credibility, technical people. Of course, it's going to be near the government, it's going to be aligned, but you need people who comes with a very strong technical background in order to, when they call, when they say, okay, the government is accomplished, this is going to be, this is the way we see the future of the dynamics of the fiscal policy, the deficit, people believe in them, and mostly the investors and the markets, because what you wanted to try is to communicate the sustainability of your fiscal policy, basically.
Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance, Patrick Numo, highlighted the critical role of reliable data in supporting the Council's work. He stressed that accurate and timely information will be essential for the Council to carry out its oversight functions effectively.
For a fiscal council to be able to advise government and parliament concerning their work, they need to have up-to-date data. Somebody made a point about real-time data, so that the advice they give will be relevant for decisions, and also for review of what has happened and for corrective actions to be taken. So data is very, very important. In our current age, AI is generating a lot of information, and if you don't generate own data, government's own data, then people will be compelled to go to other sources and get something and then bandage them around as if they are government sources.
Meanwhile, ranking member on the Committee on Economy and Development, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, called for the integration of existing data systems onto a single platform. According to him, consolidating databases will make access to information easier and enhance the Council's ability to deliver on its mandate.
While it is important for governance purposes that if an official entity publishes, that can be married with technology, where the various parties that contribute data, GRA, all of these other bodies, populate onto a certain public platform. And then that platform is what presents the data, and that platform has the data which can be analyzed. It's something we should consider, perhaps even parallel to the official versions of the publication that will be laid before Parliament.
The roundtable is expected to feed into ongoing efforts to build a strong fiscal institution that promotes transparency, accountability, and fiscal discipline in Ghana.
Thanks so much for watching Business Live. I am Pius Kojobaka.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye wazoye.
Yeah, say something, could you?
Okay. All right, you know what? Good morning to you, wherever you are, and welcome to the AM show. I always do say that there's a reason why we're given another opportunity. Yesterday, there were a lot of things that we didn't get right. But when you're given today, today is that opportunity that you have to make right the wrongs of yesterday. So what did you get wrong yesterday? Was it about relationship with other people? Was it about a misunderstanding? How do you resolve it in today? Once you have today, try and resolve that and move forward in unity. Welcome to the AM show.
Of course, welcome to the AM show. You see why Kojo had to say something. Our motivation quotes for today. Thank you for tuning in this morning. I am MFA Akosia Adeti, and today as well, we shall bring you the AM news. We shall bring you some updates on AM sports. We shall also bring you the news review. And Kojo, this morning, a news review, who do we have?
We have Dr. Fred Agbenyo. He is MP for Guan. Dr. Joshua Zato is political scientist and a policy analyst. And Mr. Afil Moni is former president of the Ghana Journalists Association. That will lead us to our big stories.
Of course, and today in Big Stories, MPP issues stern warning ahead of the upcoming Akwetia by-election, vowing to treat any military interference in the electoral process as thuggery, following an understanding from the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tetaye, who knew that the military will not be required. What does this portend for the impending by-election in Akwetia? This and many pertinent matters up for our panel discussion. Well, Kojo, meanwhile,
former presidential candidate and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is set to file his nomination at the party's headquarters this morning to contest the primaries, which will be coming up on 31st January 2026. We are there, or we will be there live to gauge the mood ahead of this presentation.
So here's what you have to do. Join us with your thoughts and views via phone and as well all of our social media handles. You want to stay with us today and every day as well. But today, the AM show is sponsored by Syntex Tang. Syntex Tang, are you strong? Are you tough?
So we begin the show with the AM news with Sweetie. Why do I always say Sweetie? MFA and dirty. Oh my goodness.
It's okay, I'm a sweetie. Thank you for staying with us. This is the AM News, starting off with the NPP flag bearer hopeful. Canadian Japan has told party delegates and members he is the only candidate that can return the party to power in 2028 if he is elected as its presidential candidate. Now, speaking after submitting his nomination forms at the party headquarters, the former Asin Central MP said his track record as a successful businessman will guide him to create more jobs for Ghana's unemployed youth. Kenneth Jesse has more.
Well, it's been a very busy day at the headquarters of the opposition New Patriotic Party, where not just one, but two flag-bearer hopefuls have filed their nominations. Well, first was the former MP for Asin Central, Kennedy Japan, who filed his nomination, urging delegates to choose him over any other candidate due to his track record as a successful businessman. Well, he pitched the idea to candidates that he's the only one that can help create jobs if he is elected.
Ghanaians are looking for a businessman to create jobs for the youth of this country. Chobol, we are no more going to listen to rhetorics. We want somebody who can create businesses for the youth of this country. I always say that any human being without a job has no life. Do you want life? Do you want life? Then vote for Kennedy Japan for life.
Next was the MP for Abetifi, Brian the Champion, who also came in enthusiastically urging supporters to vote for him. Now, Brian urged restraints amongst his supporters not to engage in a smear campaign against any opponent. He said as well that he is the one who is best fit to lead the New Patriotic Party into the next elections in 2028.
Lent to prosperity. The NPP has a job to do in government. I shall win power and continue with that job. I shall focus on jobs, food security, and infrastructure. For security, you know that's my turf. Today, having now submitted my form to run as flag bearer of the NPP, it effectively means that I have submitted my declaration for unity, for a disciplined campaign. Thus, my supporters, north to south, east to west, must shy away from comments and commentary that smears individuals and ultimately affects the fortunes of our party.
Well, the party's National Communications Director, Richard Ahiagba, earlier addressed the press. Now, he raised a number of issues, including allegations that the NDC was training thugs disguised as national security operatives in Akwatia to cause mayhem.
The New Patriotic Party has very reliable information and intelligence that the NDC intends to hide behind the guise of national security to terrorize some residents and voters in Akwatia and during the by-election. It is instructive to note that the police administration has indicated their deployment of 5,000 service men for the Akwatia by-election, despite the IGP's unequivocal assurance that the Ghana Police Service does not need any military support to maintain law and order. The famous Richard Jakba, my namesake, who has been appointed as the Director of Operation at the National Security, has been seen perambulating the Akwatia constituency with soldiers and reportedly threatening some indigents and residents to leave town before the by-election in their own interest?
Well, the filing of nominations does not end today. Tomorrow on Thursday, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and former Education Minister Dr. Yao Seduchum will be here to file their nominations as well to lead the party into the general elections 2028. From the NPP's national headquarters in Accra, my name is Kenneth Jesse for JoyNews.
Away from that, WaterAid Ghana, in collaboration with the Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, has convened a national summit on climate change and its impact on water, sanitation and hygiene systems. The summit held in Accra brought together key stakeholders to discuss WASH intervention can be made more resilient in the face of climate threats. My colleague Noela Karen Iyale was there and has now report.
Here at the Urata Hotels in Accra, government officials, industry experts and development partners are meeting under the theme Strengthening Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Resilience in the Face of Climate Change. Now, the summit put together by WaterAid Ghana in collaboration with the Ministry of State for Climate Change and Sustainability is also disseminating information on research work done on how vulnerable communities are coping with climate risk. The Climate Change Risk Vulnerability Assessment conducted across 5 districts in the Upper East region, including Boko, Bongo, Nabdam and Kasana-Nankana, revealed worrying outcomes for communities already grappling with erratic rainfall, water shortages and declining sanitation infrastructure. Program Manager for WASH and Climate at WaterAid Ghana, Engineer Richard Ntibri, highlighted these findings, stressing the urgent need for targeted interventions.
Largely one, there are key gaps around infrastructure. The infrastructure we have in the areas of study are not resilient enough. When I say they are not resilient enough, they are designed to deliver wash services, but when the impact of climate change hits, they are not able to sustain the service. Okay, so you have a latrine that would not be able to deliver, allow people to use when there's a flooding, because either access to the latrine is compromised, or even the toilet itself is filled with water. You have water systems that in the dry season are not able to deliver water to the people that are using it. So in that case, you have a wash system, but you don't have a climate resilient wash system that will stand the test of time when climate impact strikes. Yeah.
Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Honorable Isifu Seidu, outlined his ministry's vision for tackling climate change, pledging stronger actions to safeguard water and sanitation systems nationwide.
Building on this foundation, I have set forth a clear vision to establish a climate change and sustainability hub, a center of excellence that coordinates research, policy, innovation, ensuring that knowledge from initiatives like WASH for Climate informs national planning and global advocacy. To institutionalize climate change and sustainability units across ministries, departments, agencies, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. These units will mainstream climate action into every sector of our economy. What we are doing currently in our ministry is to make sure that we're able to cross the dots from all the ministries, because climate change affects almost all ministries that we have in Ghana, the 22 ministries and beyond.
He also called for a united front amongst African leaders in pushing for debt relief mechanisms, which he believes are crucial for funding climate action on the continent.
We all know that these effects that we're grappling with is not the cause of we in the developing countries. It is a function of somebody in far away somewhere in the globe attempting to develop their nations. And we in vulnerable countries, we in West Africa, are now grappling with the consequences of somebody developing his country somewhere. So why do we go into capital market, into bond markets to raise money
to be able to build community resilience. Somebody must be responsible for that. So I want to use this opportunity to champion that we need to have one common voice as Africans. We need to have a voice that will speak to the initiative of developing climate debt forgiving mechanism that will help developing countries that are worse hit because somebody has developed his country. It is important for us to begin to speak this language and work towards it and fight for it. It is part of climate justice.
Stakeholders here agree that the fight against climate change cannot be won without resilient water, sanitation, best hygiene practices and systems. From the Wash for Change Summit here in Accra, I'm Noella Kareniali, and this is Joy News.
Well, the Ministry of Education has set September 17 for the release of school placements for candidates of the 2025 Basic Education Certificate Examination. Now, the announcement was made at a press conference following the release of this year's BECE results. Maxwell Akloboto was there and has filed this report.
Following the release of the 2025 Basic Education Certificate Examination results, the Ministry of Education says it has commenced processing the data in order to release the school placement for the candidates. Speaking at a press conference, the Director General of GES, Professor Ernest Davis, gave a 3-week ultimatum to release the school placement. He also announced September 17th as the official date for publishing the school placements.
We have begun processing the data. Placement will be matched against vacancies in the second cycle institutions. And this process is expected to take not more than 3 weeks. We hope by 3 weeks we should be ready. From 1st to 8th September, as I indicated earlier, we'll open the system for review by candidates to review their entries, to confirm their choices, their agenda, and so on and so forth. On 9th September, we'll release explainer videos for checking placement. By 17th September, official publication of placement result will be available online.
He further says call centers will be set up after the release in order to help candidates who might have some challenges with their school placements.
By 18 September, that is a day after the release of the placement, call centers and district resolution centers will be set up for candidates to seek redress for issues that might be associated with their placement. 1 month later, that is between 18th to 20th October, the first year student will report to school.
The ministry says it is ready for the placement process and assures candidates and their parents to remain calm as they await their school placements. Reporting for Joy News, Maxwell Akloboto.
In other stories, human trafficking continues to cast a dark shadow over Ghana, with children among the most vulnerable, exploited in fission, domestic work and street hawking. These victims are trapped in a cycle of abuse as authorities and partners like the International Justice Mission ramp up efforts to protect them and bring traffickers to justice. Andase has more in the following report.
Human trafficking in Ghana remains a serious concern, with the country serving as a source, transit and destination point for both internal and cross-border trafficking. Children are particularly vulnerable, often exploited in sectors such as fishing, domestic work, agriculture and street hawking. Speaking at the National Justice Conference, the Ghana Police Service has issued a call to action, urging every individual to commit to protecting victims and fighting human trafficking without fear or favor.
A call to action for the future. The threats against the vulnerable remain real. Human trafficking, abuse, exploitation, and corruption. Let us recommit ourselves today to serve with integrity, to protect without fear or favor, and to be relentless in defending the dignity of every person, because justice is not a privilege, it is the right of all.
A representative from the Department of Social Welfare, speaking on behalf of the ministry and in partnership with the International Justice Mission, also highlighted several challenges that hinders efforts and undermine the fight against human trafficking.
As a department, some MMDAs in the country continues to face the problem of irregular migration and transnational trafficking, which involve trafficking children from neighboring countries to Ghana to engage in begging for arms on the street. And when girls are also coerced into prostitution to pay exorbitant fees for transportation and lodging. Again, weak cross-border collaboration in administrative procedure also continues to pose a big challenge when trafficked children need to be repatriated to their various countries and ensure proper reunification with their families. This is also a big challenge, and this required coordinated efforts among neighboring countries, which mostly is lacking.
The IJM, in collaboration with the government institutions in Ghana, aims to expand its operation across the country to reach more regions and work towards the complete eradication of human trafficking, according to IJM Country Director, Ms. Anita Budu. This would enable all partners to be equipped with the appropriate resources for their work.
We want to expand our operations into other regions in Ghana to be able to provide the support that we've provided in particular regions, particularly Volta, OT, Central, Eastern to date. We want to expand that support to our government partners across wider regions in Ghana to be able to enable our government partners to be well equipped to deal with situations of trafficking in the agricultural sector. And we want to get to a point where our government partners are working more and more independently in this space.
Tackling human trafficking in Ghana requires collaboration, vigilance, and the right resources. Through initiative led by the Ghana Police Service, IJM, and other partners, there's renewed hope that victims will be protected and trafficking networks dismantled across the country. And that's his report read.
January and August this year, Dunkwao, Onofe, the capital of the Upper Diaspora East Municipality, has recorded 22 tragic drowning deaths in abandoned mining pits. The alarming toll has prompted the Central Regional Land Reclamation Committee to roll out an urgent reclamation exercise to prevent further loss of lives. During the exercise, Central Regional NADMO Director Emmanuel Mensah Dawood described the situation as a growing menace, noting that the number of abandoned pits in the region or the region's mining areas continues to rise. He called on stakeholders and local authorities to act decisively to safeguard lives and protect property in the affected communities. Abigail Aisel Nkrumah reports.
The Central Regional NADMO is intensifying its mission to protect lives and property. The management is currently on a land reclamation exercise in the Upper Diaspora East Municipality. The Regional NADMO Director, Emmanuel Mensah Dawood, shared that land reclamation became necessary due to the high number of abandoned pits in mining areas, revealing that the municipality's capital, Dunkwao alone, recorded 22 cases of drowning between January and August, among other challenges.
Land reclamation became necessary because central and regional leadership have realized that the issue of abandoned pits in mining areas after their mining activities are done, are completed, is on the ascendancy, and it is creating serious menace in our mining communities by way of protecting lives and properties. So far as protecting lives and properties are concerned, here in the Upper Diaspora East Municipality alone, from January to August 2025, we have recorded 22 cases of drowning from abandoned pits. Not only the drowning issues, We are talking about serious environmental degradation. We are talking about health and disease epidemics. These abandoned pits providing breeding grounds for serious viruses and other harmful disease-causing pathogens.
The NADMO director also urged stakeholders and authorities in the region to be proactive to prevent potential disasters, especially with the region's 10 mining districts.
Regional Minister Honorable Coach Lepin has provided necessary logistical and transportational support to complement the efforts of the Upper Dentra East MCE. And we are here in Dunkofing. In Central region, we have 10 mining districts or constituencies for that matter. We need to be proactive to forestall avoidable disasters, and that is why this reclamation exercise is important. And we call on all our stakeholders, including the miners themselves, Nanano and all, to come on board to help us to achieve our set objectives.
George Anani Coleman, the MC of Upper Dentra East Municipality, issued a warning to miners.
We are going to, send message out to all miners, both legal and illegal, whoever has dug a pit outside. We are giving them amnesty to willingly come out to, make use of the support we are going to give them. We have already, the regional minister has given us the drip machines, the bulldozers and other machines that can help in the, reclamation exercise.
From Dunkornofen, Abigail Lesal Nkrumah reports for JoyNews.
You're still watching the AM News, and time now to bring you business update. Ade Hunter Pele is on standby.
All right, thank you very much, MFI. You are the ever messier. All right, now senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, has asked the Bank of Ghana to act swiftly to end the practice of businesses quoting prices in dollars. Even though he admits enforcing the Bank of Ghana directives on quoting in dollars will require a lot of work, Dr. Amwa said the central bank must be seen to be acting by setting examples. He made the statement after the Bank of Ghana warned the public against, unauthorized forex transactions.
It will be difficult. It will be difficult because until the central bank gets the hint of it, you will not know, right? You will not know. So it becomes a bit difficult because, again, what happens between the banks and the Forex Bureau is such a deep valley that so many things can happen from the banks through to the Forex Bureau. Not deliberate, but then there may be some loopholes that can be exploited. Now, if I am buying or I'm selling in dollars and you don't get a hint of it at central bank, how will you change? How will you follow me? How will you deal with that particular act? So the central bank is coming out, which is good, but then they will have to look at it and make sure that the system that they put in place can pick on the needed, flashpoint and to deal with the issue. What I was expecting that if the policy starts from 1st of September, we just have about 4 days to go. Look, this guideline that is out, how many individuals can have access to? I was expecting that the central bank through the commercial banks will force the commercial banks to send minimum text messages to their customers that this and this and this will be happening from so and so time. So we should be aware. How many of us will be aware if we don't have access? So the central bank will also have to look at how some of these information can trickle down to the very details of individuals that we have in the society. If not, the banks will just paste this in their branches.
All right.
And how many customers will go to the branches and read some of these policies?
Well, the Consumer Protection Agency has called on DSTV and GoTV subscribers to switch off their subscriptions in protest of the exorbitant prices being charged by MultiChoice. According to CPA, managers of the firm are shortchanging subscribers with their outrageous prices, which are not giving value for money. Speaking at a news conference in Accra, the Chief Executive Officer of the Consumer Protection Agency, Kofi Kapito, called on subscribers to take the bold step in putting off their subscriptions. Sorry, we couldn't bring you that particular sound, but that's how we wrap up business update for today, and that's how we conclude the AM News. Up next is AM Sports.
Good morning. Let's do sports now on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak, and the General Secretary of the Ghana Football Association, Prosper Harrisonado, he says it will only benefit Ghana football from the decision to extend the tenure of the GFA president from 2 to 3 terms. The association approved the extension despite public uproar. A total of 114 out of the 123 Congress members voted in favor of the motion, with Hearts of Oak backing the change, while Asante Kotoko abstained.
No, this is an association, and the association has its own rules. There's a whole article on amendments of the statutes and the standing orders of Congress. Key for me is that each of those provisions needs to be followed when you want to do an amendment. One key one, I think, 34.2 says that any amendment, for any amendment, there must be a proposal from a member, supported by 1/3 of the membership, and also it must come with an explanation. That's the requirement. That's the first requirement. So when you cross that line, we have an innate requirement that is not spelled out. You have to send it to FIFA and CAF governance, and then they look at it, and then they advise, they give directions. Okay, that was also done. So the import of any amendment will be seen in time. You can reposition it, that is the import before the amendment. It's never done. I give people example. Recently, political parties in this country are also like associations. They go to their Congress and then they do amendments. The latest in time is the MPP one. So it's fresh in people's mind. Yeah. Recently at Legon, I saw it on TV. They did a number of amendments. You can't ask them what's the import of the amendment. The explanation comes with it, but it's with time that you see whether they are beneficial or not.
People disagreed with some of the amendments, even though
they are amendments.
Yes.
No, I'm not to go and question the wisdom of their membership when they are doing amendments.
Now, police ladies have moved to second in Group B of the ongoing Wafubi Women's Champions League qualifiers after their win over Sam Nelly last night. Now, Lawrence Bedu watched the game in Yamoussoukro and filed this report.
Good day for Ghanaian champions police ladies who pick up a vital win in their second Group B game at the ongoing Wafubi Women's Champions League qualifiers. 3-1 victory over Sam Nelly means that they stand a good chance of progressing into the next round of the competition. Goals from Grace Enima, Sarah Nyako and Deborah Free did the magic for coach Yusuf Bazigi's side, who now seem to be competing for the second spot in Group B. Head coach of the side, Yusuf Basigi, was impressed with the victory on the day and maintains that his communication with his team kept them on their toes throughout the game.
Yeah, we told ourselves that
we must win this game if indeed we want to stay in the competition. So it was something that we prepared for, and we corrected our mistakes in the first game, and I think today it really worked for us. As a coach, it's very prudent for you to always prompt your players as and when necessary. So I needed to guide them to play, and they were adhering to all that I was telling them, and it was working. So I think that is a normal thing for every coach to do.
Sarah Nyakun, who contributed to goals on the day, was also happy to have won the Player of the Match award and claims that there is no seniority anytime they take to the pitch. It's a big ask for police ladies in their final game against ASCO. A little reminder that ASCO are completely out of the competition after losing their second game to Bayelsa Queens earlier on Wednesday. So it's all to play for police ladies in their final game, looking that they can beat ASCO or gain a favorable result that will see them progress into the semi-finals of this competition. From the Charles Konan Bani Stadium, Lawrence Baidu for Joy Sports.
Now to athletics. Ghana's 4x100 meters relay team has entered the second week of their training camp in Texas as they hope to step up preparations ahead of the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, which is slated for September 13. Now the team has been working on several aspects, including baton changeover, as they aim to make an impact at the competition. Now, team leaders Joseph Walamwa and Benjamin Azamati spoke about their preparation so far.
I don't think there's been too much of a difference from that time till now. I think we all still kind of do everything together and move as a team. So I think personally, I know that's one of the things that has taken us from this level to this level.
Everything as a team, because once you get on that stage, you're going to do is a relay. It has to be a team thing. So that's kind of been the main thing amongst us. So with regards to speed and everything, I don't think there's any difference. It's just the tradition that keeps us going.
I did prepare for this. I didn't know this was coming. Yeah. And then my first time joining the team, I'm like, what am I going to do? Yeah. I was a bit nervous though. So we go to China, everything went, and like, yeah. I think that was my first time with Joe Port. I mean, Barnabas have been with him anyway. So. Yeah.
Since I have my colleagues over there today, I know they're gonna bring it home for me and I'm gonna get the job done. It's all about trusting each other and believing in each other. So that's all it takes. Yeah.
So France won at Olympics with like I think 10-3 people and all that stuff. So even though there's speed involved, I feel like with relay it's all about execution and hoping that everybody does, they are part of the job.
Yeah, like some of the coaches. So who does the work best? I mean, whoever is being selected for the top 40 run, we are the back, or whoever is at the back is going to give them the support.
We had really good coaches, Coach Pincock and Coach JB. They came. There's so many, even though I've been on the relay since 2019, there's so many things that they said that sounded new to me.
To Europe, and there was drama at Bandel Park as Manchester United suffered a humiliating Carabao Cup exit, losing in a penalty shootout to League Two side Grimsby Town. The match ended 2-2 in regulation time.
Delivery into the penalty area. Real opportunity here. It's 1-0 Grimsby. Fired home by Charles Vernon. Unmarked in the penalty area. Brings it under control and fires it past Andre Onana. Come backwards. Ahmad trying to get on the end of the short corner. Out comes Andre Onana, loose inside the penalty area. It's 2. This time, former Manchester United Academy graduate Tyrell Warren has doubled Grimsby's lead. on to Curry. Curry has put this into the gap, and this is a real opportunity. It's a 2-on-1 in the penalty area. Across it comes. That could be 3. What an intervention that is. Absolutely crucial from Diogo Dalot, who fires himself back into the penalty area and turns the ball wide for a corner. Managed to find themselves a little bit of space down this right-hand side. Harry Maguire makes the interception. It falls directly to the Grimsby player who is offside, Gardner. I think he's offside from the initial ball forward, not from the one that comes off Harry Maguire.
Well, it can't be, can it?
Kobbie Mainoo coming through midfield. It's a lovely run from Kobbie Mainoo, and he picks out Brian Mbeumo as well. Manchester United moving to the edge of the penalty area. Brian Mbeumo gives Manchester United home. What a goal that is, the first competitive one for the new signing in the summer. Here comes the delivery again from Manchester United. Heads go! Manchester United have equalised, and guess who? Harry Maguire to the rescue for Manchester United again! Clark, a duel. Starts his run up, sends it goalwards, saved by Andre Onana, gets a big paw to it. Mateus Cunha, the penalty taker, and it's saved. And we're back level. Brian Mbeumo. Oh, he's hit the crossbar and he's missed. The Manchester United are out of the Carabao Cup. It ricochets off the crossbar and away. He holds his head in disappointment. Manchester United have been taken out of the EFL Cup at the second round stage by League Two Grimsby.
That's your sports on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak. The newspaper review segment continues right after this, please stay.
Nestled on the banks of the Lake Volta, Yeji is a vital hub of commerce and fishing. But beneath its vibrant surface, the community is grappling with twin threats: a surge in criminal activities and the scourge of illegal fishing. Today, the traditional ruler here, who is also a member of the Council of State, Pimampim Yaukagbese IV, has made a direct appeal to the government for an urgent intervention. Domahene's first concern is the safety of his people. Armed robberies targeting traders on the crucial Yeji-Atebu Road have stifled economic activities. This lifeline for commerce has become a danger zone.
Yeji, enough egg, fish, guarantee. I'm robbers. Edi and young papa. A blue member that could share a juara. Ufri, Titu, a gra adiba yija. A quemo enjoy. Benana, I'm robbers. Yejisika, Yakudipa Kahon. The Kunipa near Jiska Kahon. Ti Huse, a idea security for answering anti-Yachia.
But the threats are not just on land. The lifeblood of Yeji, Lake Volta, is itself under attack. Domahene also highlighted the menace of illegal fishing, where some used light and toxic chemicals to catch fish, a practice that decimates fish stocks and poisons the ecosystem of everyone.
Say, Abai Eko, Etia Galamesia. Na mihuni say garamsi ayakutia no enu bi ne ensumo ruboni a yede ye enu bi no de say yeso regina na yakun etia.
Regional Minister Francis also revealed that steps are far advanced to deal with the numerous potholes along the Yeji-Atebu stretch, a move he said would improve the security of the area.
As I speak now, we have a beaver. That's why the armed robbery cases has come down. It doesn't mean we should also relax. We are still putting measures in place so that we'll bring it to a complete end. We thank God that we are going to get what we call pothole patching. It is not a reshape or regrading. This is a pothole patching. The approval has come. So very soon, we'll see the contractor on the road.
He also highlighted that illegal fishing, particularly with the use of chemicals, is one situation government is working on addressing. He advised fishers to stay away from this illegal practice.
With regards to the use of chemicals, Yes, we are against the use of chemicals because they kill the fish and it is harmful to our health. So we are advising the entire public that the use of chemicals should be completely stopped.
So the response from the state has been promising. A pledge to fix the dangerous road and a commitment to tackle the illegal fishing plaguing the lake. For the people of Fiji, these promises cannot be fulfilled soon enough. Their economic survival and environmental future depends on it. Anna Sabit, JoyNews, Yeji.
All right, so welcome again to the AM show. A reminder that the AM show is sponsored by Kenoga Company Limited and Syntex Tanks. Ghana, let's talk about water tanks. Now, do you know the secret to real water storage? It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is a champion of water storage, and that's something that, all of you can attest to. It is strong, durable, and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has got your back. So go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have a tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call us today on 0244-335168, 0244-335168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong, tough. Well, let's get into our niche review segment. And we're being joined by Dr. Joshua Zato, who is a political scientist and a policy analyst. Mr. Afil is former President GJA. Good morning to you, gentlemen, and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
I trust all is well.
Oh,
yeah.
I
thought you were going to carry your protest on air, but we deal with it off air. We deal with your protest off air.
I know it.
What I'll do is that I'll let her come and sit in front of you so you can.
That'll be good.
Anyway, we're also expecting to be joined by Dr. Fred Agbayon, who is MP for Guan. So when he comes in, would introduce him to you. But as we do always, we'll give you 2 minutes each maximum to give us your reflections. I'll start from you, Mr. Felmoni.
My take is on the potential threat to our democracy. Alleged attempt by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Thank God he has come out to dispel
exactly
all the speculations, all the rumors, all the whispers about any move on his part or his party to extend his stay in office. Third termism or any form of tenure elongation has the tendency to plunge nations into untenable conflicts, intractable wars, brutal coup d'etat, and endless civil wars. And the examples are copious. So this should serve as a blazing beacon, warning us against any attempt to extend the tenure of any president after his term is due.
Okay.
The opposition party, the MPP in particular, has been very strident in levelling this allegation and throwing poisoned darts against the president for making such an attempt. And we've heard from certain circles, certain chieftaincy circles, for a kind of engineering to our constitution to allow the president to go for a third term. And thank God all this has been put to rest. And as a nation, we need to focus on how to consolidate our democracy, expand our economy, to address the basic needs of Ghanaians. And in dispelling the rumors, President Mahama said his focus will be on economic discipline, fiscal discipline, and economic consolidation. No, it's that a democracy without a strong economic underpinning is skittish at best and useless at worst. So our focus should be on how to ensure that our economy is so strong as to produce jobs, produce accommodation. Many of those who are sleeping on streets, many of those who are shackled by the ability to sleep in distant places. So these are the issues we should draw our attention. These are issues we should sharpen our focus on, and not any bid by any power-hungry politician to stay in office more than he's allowed constitutionally to do so. So this is my take.
Okay, all right, Dr. Zato.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me start by wishing a happy and glorious birthday to my son, Banyana Zato. He turned 11 yesterday. Banyana, happy birthday to you. You know, I asked him what he wanted for his birthday. He gave me a list of storybooks to buy for him to read. I'm like, okay. That looks like something well that he was ready to read. So, but you know, thank you. Look, I want to talk about this week. There were a cacophony of noises we heard. But one of the biggest things came from the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asedi Nkatia, when he boldly declared that the whole concept of a state of emergency to fight Galamsey not on the table. He doesn't support it. Now, Honorable Johnson Asedi Nkatia doesn't just talk. When he's talking, he talks for the NDC boldly. When he's talking, he talks for the policymakers. That speech was serious because, one, in fact, we were just mourning these gallant 8 heroes who died in the helicopter crash, going to what? Fight Galamsey, going to look for solutions to end Galamsey. And then we were told that let's do something to honor them. The people even said, let's ban Galamsey, or let's ban all surface mining for a year in their honor. The people saying that for their sake and for their memory, let's delay or let's completely expunge the allies supporting the mining, and then also what? Declare a state of emergency. These were voices. They seem to be a consensus, a convergence of ideas after the death of these people that this is the best thing we can do for their memory so that their deaths are not seen to be in vain. Only for the national chairman of the NDC to come and just pour cold water on it. Now, that doesn't disappoint me. He's a politician. That's what he wanted. But there were journalists all over this country who advocated for us to what? Declare state of emergency and expunge it. I didn't hear an uprising from them. There were unions. And in fact, there was labor union, the whole of labor, who stood up and said, no, we have to do this, threaten a nationwide strike to close down the whole country. Then they made 2 demands. Declare state of emergency and also what? Remove the airline. I've not heard anything from labor unions, from national labor. My own union, UTAC, we went on strike because of this. National union leaders and local union leaders told us that Galamsey was an existential crisis. Almost a month, there were 2 weeks to examinations, we closed down the universities. Students in the University of Ghana had to sit there doing nothing, waiting the academic calendar, thrown into tatters because we held politicians hostage almost 2 months or 3 months to an election because of Galamsey. We did this, and we even made the politicians to sign a pledge. The pledge saying that they promised to do, among other things, expunge the LI and also declare a state of emergency. Today, UTAC is quiet. Today, labor unions is quiet. Even though the national chairman of the NDC is telling us that they are not going to do that. If you were a union leader, and if yesterday You stood firmly for us to use to declare a state of emergency. But today you have shifted your position. Shame on you. Bow your head in shame. If you were a journalist, if you were a civil society organization, and yesterday you advocated strongly for us to declare a state of emergency, but today you've kept quiet, shame on you. Bow your head in shame. And I'm going to say this. If the NDC's noise about Galamsey is what made you to vote for them, you have been used by someone to get a job. It's time we are serious. It's time we go back to the basics. This idea of politicians deceiving us, telling lies, promising one thing when they were in a position, then to come into power, and then they refuse us is what makes us think that, or what people think that all politicians are liars.
But why do
Galamsey is an existential crisis.
But why do you think that people took their decision against Galamsey based on politicians?
Because, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Look, before the elections, we saw something, and we are all here. Almost every journalist or media journalist had a gallon of Galamsey water on their table. Am I like? You saw it. Especially 4 months or 5 months to election. Almost every journalist that sat in front of a camera had a gallon of Galamsey water, some of them marked by the rivers, as a form of telling people what it is. Today, all the gallons and bottles of water have vanished.
No, I'm not sure it was almost every journalist. It was specific reporters who were chasing the story, who brought it.
That's what I said, almost. That, again, I agree. No, I agree. I'm not saying all. I'm saying almost. A good number of them. I saw them. Our viewers saw them. We saw them. They were there. What happened? Almost now, all of a sudden, not even a
But we have not stopped fighting. We're always telling the story.
I'm not saying a fight. I'm telling you about one particular story. I'm telling you that the story of what making it live, the story of putting the Galamsey water there, because the visuals were powerful. The visuals made people see, they're like, oh my God, we can't believe that water is like this. All of a sudden, they've all disappeared. What, those journalists, when they have the rivers changed to white, have the rivers changed to their natural color? No.
And I'm saying those journalists are still fighting.
Thank you. They are fighting a different way. I agree. Yes. One of them is Erastus Asare-Danko. He's in this house. He's a national hero. Look, when the former president was leaving, and he gave the national awards. I think that was the most deserving awards of all to give it to that man. He's still fighting. But I'm saying that some people have become complicit. Some people have become conveniently quiet. Some people have let this go. Meanwhile, is this still an existential crisis? Will it still kill us? The medical community and research is telling us that cancers and other things are still happening. We are not winning this war. Erastus Asare-Danko is from in this house. He's telling us we are not winning this. We just saw the national organizer of the NDC at Equatia, again, telling everybody that nothing is going to happen. We saw him, we heard him. He said that, yes, Joseph Yamin, saying that the task force is extracting money from miners. It's only extra, but it's not being
I've not seen it.
I've seen it.
Hold on. I've not seen it one. He's also not here to defend himself. So
okay. I'll move on. Yeah. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is this. You were against Galamsey yesterday. That's good. That's patriotic. Today, let's see that. Let's see the noise. Today, let's hold policymakers accountable. Today, let's say that the same vigor, the same vim, the same rhythm we used to fight Galamsey, let's do it. And that everybody, all the unions, all the labor unions, all the civil society organizations, some of them are still fighting, and I commend them, thank them. Let's still go back to the basics and make sure that we hold these governments feet to the fire, just like we did with the previous government. Because if we don't do that, we would have betrayed generations unborn. If we don't do that, if we don't deal a decisive blow to Galamsey, these our gallant 8 heroes who died on their way to do it might have died for no reason. So let's do it. Let's honor them. Let's declare state of emergency. Let's repeal the law, and let's make sure that we go back to the basics to reclaim our rivers and to reclaim our forests. It is the least we can do.
Okay, Dr. Joshua Zato there. This is the news review segment of the AM show. There are a lot of issues that we'll be discussing now. I have the daily graphic newspaper. On the front page, it says, graphic Greater Home Fair at Accra Mall today. I will not contest 2028 election. My focus on fiscal discipline, President Mahama, and that's what Mr. Afel Money talked about earlier. SHS placement out September 17, Education Ministry. MPP flag bearer race, candidate Japan, Brian Achampon submit nomination forms. Special supplement on housing. What do you have, Dr. Zato?
I have, the Daily Guide is saying that Gold Board rules license miners with get attended to and a bonus. Okay, Equatorial by-elections. MPP unhappy with security. Bank of Ghana bans dollar pricing for services. Brian Achampon files Mahama rules out term. Those are the headlines on the Daily Graph, on the Daily Guide.
Okay, Ms. Money.
Daily Democrats. You can't trade in dollars, BOG in ones. Dr. Fusampofo calls for partnership in ICT growth. Gold Board rewards licensed miners. NPA trains tanker drivers on downstream compliance. Dr. Kevo champions Ghana as digital trade hub. And Education Ministry assures transparency in BEC placements.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that is what it is. Now, there's also this story here, and that's a warning by the MPP. Says we'll deal with soldiers who meddle in Akwatia by-election as thugs. The MPP sounding that, warning. But let me go on to, okay, so let's deal with the President Mahama declaring that he won't contest in the election. So President John Dramani Mahama has said he will not contest the 2028 election because per the 1992 Constitution, his mandate will end on January 7, 2029. Quote, I will not be a candidate in the next election, and therefore I can hold the line when it comes to fiscal discipline, unquote, he said. In line with that, the president has pledged to enforce strict fiscal discipline in the lead up to the 2028 general elections, citing his constitutional ineligibility to run for another term as a key factor in ensuring economic stability. His reassuring comment sought to counter claims by some opposition MPP members that he harbored ambitions for a third term, a move that would be unconstitutional under the country's two-term presidential limit. Dr. Zato, this must be reassuring to you.
No. It was never in doubt. I never doubted the fact that His Excellency will do this. Look, you must understand one thing. Say whatever you like. President Mahama is probably one of the most experienced politicians to ever come, the Grand President of Ghana. If you say somebody was prepared for it, somebody was trained for it, you will say that he was the one. He's gone through the whole meal, he understands this. And the guy realizes, look, I'm sure when he sits back and he looks around and he sees President Kufuor, and former President Kufuor, he's like, listen, I want this. Because they all the council, he wanted, he doesn't want it. No. President Mahama will not, and I can say this without any equivocation, want to do anything to destroy the democracy that he has been part of for this long. He doesn't want to do it. He won't do that. So yes, this.
So what then influenced some of the people and your colleagues who were predicting that Mahama wanted to
listen? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So you should always be suspicious of politicians with so much power. You should always be, because that's something. The NDC has so much power, executive control, full legislative control to make and change laws, and also, a takeover or full control of the judiciary. So when somebody or when one party has all this power, it becomes legitimate to begin to raise some of these questions. Again, it's possible that there were some hawks or some people in his administration who may want to whisper this into his ears. We don't know. So it's always possible, it's always nice, it's always good that we keep reminding politicians about the limits of their power. So for me, that was not insane. Look, I want to believe that the president will do what he has said to do. Because there's something that I always look at, and we can all look at this. All ministers of finance in their first 2 years, they do very well. Especially when the new government comes. They do the hard work, they are prudent, they spend well, they don't spend well. They do everything to make sure that the budget stays nice. But you watch, almost, by the time you get to the last quarter of the third year and the fourth year, everything is thrown out because the campaign starts. And because incumbents want to win. So the prudence is thrown out of the place, we spend better. So I've always said this, first, second years are not the time to actually judge how good a Minister of Finance is. Judge a Minister of Finance by what he does or doesn't do in an election year, or president election year. And what he says ties into here. The president is saying that, look, because I am not going for a third term, I can ensure that my finance minister stays within the limits. I can ensure that my finance minister becomes prudent. I can ensure that the sacrifices that we are making, the sacrifices that Ghanaian people are making, are not flushed down the drain just because of somebody's presidential ambitions. So again, that is noble because he will know. He has been the president before and he has seen how these things work. My point is that will his party support him? Because that is also the problem. If you are not the one on the ballot, and it's Mr. Afel Money who is on the ballot, will Mr. Afel Money support your stringent budgetary decisions? Will Mr. Afel Money, in this case, if you are running for president, I'll vote for you. Will he do that? So that becomes the other thing. And secondly, will the party support that? Will the party see that, hey, listen, we are not paying contractors, we are not spending, we are not doing this, we are not doing this? Will the party then support a president who is not running to be prudent, to manage better? So,
but he's the president, not the party.
No, I'm talking about, you see, power is transcendent, and in politics, power is some way. The day the NDC opens their nominations to file for presidential primaries, and the day somebody's come, power is usually seen to have moved. I'm not saying it has moved. It's seen to have moved to next guy. Almost everybody is now looking up to the guy that's likely to come. All the party structures, everybody's now looking to him or her for favors. During that time, the Americans have a term for it, it's called a lame duck president. The president becomes a lame duck. Now, when you are a lame duck president, can you still hold your party accountable? Can you still tell the president, I want to do this? When you are a lame duck president, can you still hold your finance minister? Because if the party comes to you and say, look, we are picking signals that because of your fiscal prudence, because of this thing we are losing the election, can you still hold it? I'm saying that those become serious challenges going forward. But of course, it's not unsurmountable, it's surmountable, it can be done, it should be done, we should insist that it's done. But that is so, I'm happy that this is going on, but still, let's not trust politicians. Let's still keep emphasizing this and making sure that we run into the height of everybody that absolute power corrupts.
So you are okay with the president declaring that he won't contest, but you are worried whether or not he'll be able to keep the promise of ensuring that fiscal discipline.
Exactly. That particular one becomes difficult. That particular one we will live to see. Okay. Because if you honestly, and you know this, just look at all finance ministers. The worst part happened in election year. The worst part. They can keep all the books clean until election year.
Okay, all right. Mr. Money, from where you sit, you have already said that the president has really, sort of put those matters to rest by declaring that he won't run. But do you have confidence that, yes, this is a man on a mission, this is a man who wants to leave a lasting legacy and therefore would go by his words to say, I would ensure fiscal discipline even in an election year?
In the first place, it is not within the bounds of possibility for any sitting government to extend his rule. It is not. Our system will definitely not allow it.
Really?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
Because Ghanaians are awake. Ghanaians know their democratic rights. And you can try Ghanaians to rise to the occasion. We've done it before. We still, some of us who are old have a massive memory of what happened to Achampong. Achampong started well, President feed himself. He did fed the nation to the extent that we had surplus to export. But along the line, this same power elongation, driven by power intoxication, lured him to float this idea of union government.
Okay.
It did not work. Why? Because we had men of fortitude who stood up against him. And that spells his demise, politically and physically. So history is a guide, and history should guide us not to attempt to lure any president to extend his rule against the Constitution.
Okay.
The Constitution is so clear, written in black and white, that the president should serve 2 terms of 4 years each. After that, you bow out, mind your own business, as before and others are doing. So nobody, under no circumstance, should anybody dream of tampering with the Constitution, doing any constitutional engineering, either through a referendum or whatsoever, for anybody to stay in power beyond what is constitutionally mandated. Otherwise, it will spell the doom of this country. Otherwise, Ghana, our democracy will be intact. Our democracy will be consigned to the dustbin of history. And nobody can tell what the consequences will be. The media, we can trust the media. We can wage this war, effortlessly. Civil society will back us. Opposition parties will join forces with us. It will not happen, and it should not happen. So we should not, we dare not, we cannot, we should not dream of even extending anybody's term in office.
But aside that, when the president says, because I'm not running, I can protect the public purse, especially during the election period, does that give you confidence that that can be done? Does that to believe that, well, that cannot be done because when your party is losing because of your fiscal discipline, you have to help the party and then you lose guard?
Again, we can follow on history to tell us what can happen. You know, and our history is related with all manner of fiscal indiscipline during election year, as Dr. Zato has said. And so ours is to match his promise against action. And action speaks louder than words. And we understand politicians are politicians. Sometimes, you know, you have to dance to the tune of all kinds of, and sometimes certain realities will force you to change, you know, your plans or other. But, you know, and we live in a country where needs are legion, you know, and our resources cannot match our needs. And as a politician, your first mantra, your first goal is winning power. So the mantra is seeking first political power. No other shall be added on to it. So in seeking power, we might be tempted to be indisciplined in terms of running your economy. And this can also trigger all kinds of problems. So let's see, it's a wait and see, we are in a wait and see mood. Let's see whether the president can match his promise with action. So for once, we'll consign to the dustbin this history of fiscal indiscipline. Okay,
all right. I'm happy to now bring in Dr. Fred Agbayo. He is a member of Parliament for Guan constituency. Good morning to you and thanks for coming in.
Oh, but I'm not yet a doctor. I'm here to defend my thesis.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you don't want G-Tech to come after you.
I don't want anybody to come after. Okay. I'm waiting to defend my thesis, please.
Okay, so let me mark it. G-Tech, please. He says.
I want to have my peace and sleep in my room.
Okay, that is fine. You just came in. I don't want you to go on to this particular matter, but what we do, we give our guests 2 minutes to tell us what, aside what the papers are reporting, what they think they want Ghanaians to know about, and then you can come into this discussion.
What they want Ghanaians to know? Okay, thank you very much.
If you have any issue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say good morning to our viewers, especially the good people of the Republic of SAR, Sandro Fiakpofolo Lobby and Likpe. And let me also say good morning to a former president. I haven't seen in a long while.
Yeah, I'm around.
Doc.
Hey, boss.
When you come on the platform, declare that you're MPP straight away. Good to see you. Yes. You Well, sorry I have to come in quite late. It's difficult to join a conversation when people have spoken before you came in. I don't know what they have said, and I'm going to rebut most of the times. But a doctor might have said is what I'm scared of. As for Doc, I know he thinks Ghana.
I'm harmless, thank you.
As for him, he thinks Ghana. So, I don't know. The president's
assurance that he won't run for a third term.
He won't run for a third term. First of all, I don't even know where that particular conversation came from. I don't know who initiated that particular conversation. We have done it before as a country. If you check the 1992 Constitution, it is very explicit as to the number of years a president can be in office. And even President George Rawlings, who from his background as a military person from the days of the coups and the rest, people thought that in 2000 he was not going to hand over power. He did that very peacefully. He respected the Constitution. And when the time was up for him to leave the scene, he left. You know, President Kufuor came, he left the scene. You know, in spite of all the things that they planned, those of you who followed that election very closely, you know, all the meetings and all the things that they did, he stood his ground and insisted that the will of the people of this country must be respected, for which even the third-round elections in time, they had to boycott along the line. Because those were the days and people were planning that they go and take bodies and go and put them in voters and create the impression that they were killing their people in the region to create fear and panic. I remember...
Who made those...
you have forgotten. He was the president. I'm sure he was the...
Yeah, no, I remember. But you are saying that some people planned.
Oh, yeah. All these issues came up. In fact, there was even a meeting. They even wanted to get the Supreme Court, to enchant even the election, attach chance and the rest. They met on a Sunday. They wanted to do that. It was President Kufuor at the time who said, We can't do otherwise. We need to do the right. We need to respect the Constitution. And that is how they got angry when they met in Kumasi on their way to time. You know, they fought in a hotel and then they all decided to come back to Accra and come and have their peace of mind. Yeah, the point I'm making is that eventually we crossed that particular bridge. Professor Mills came in. By God's own arrangement, they couldn't finish even his first term. President Mahama came, completed, won the next elections, lost, came back to win the elections. And so from where we sit, unless we do something about our constitution, there's no way any president can veto, can say that for me, I want to run a third term or a fourth term like we are seeing in other parts of the world. I don't think it happen in Ghana now. Ghanaians will not permit anything like that. But this is a conversation I wish that we look at it dispassionately. We should open it up. Let's look at it. We have tried this since 1993 up until now. Are we satisfied with the tenure of office of the president? Is it the best for this country? Is it something we can do something about? I'm aware that the Constitutional Review Commission is meeting now. They are doing some work already. Is it the case that we can make some proposals to them that they should look at the Constitution again? Now, if you go to advanced democracies, i.e. America and the rest, whether the president is there or not, the system is working. The institutions are working. And so, as a president, you are more ceremonial, you can't eviction, that will be run by the system. But the same cannot be said of our country. And so, I am not too sure, from where I sit, as a political person, you come into office, by the time you even finish putting your, forming your government, i.e. your ministers, your chief executives, your boards, and what have you. If you don't take time, 1 year it will take you to do that. As we speak right now, you know we have not finished appointments. You know, President Mahama is on record to be the fastest to have constitute this cabinet. But beyond that, we have a number of appointments that we need to do. We have not finished up till now. Now, next year, internal elections are started. We are doing our branch elections, we are doing our constituency elections, we are doing regional elections. That will end up with national and the election of a flag bearer. And so that tends to take more attention from government. Now, if you want to do a major project, you want to build an Eastern Corridor Road from Tema all the way to Paga. That is not a project you can do within 2 years. That's a project that can take you 3 to 4 years, even more. Now, you'll be going for an election. You need to be able to showcase what you have done. You need to be able to tell the people of this country that when you give me the mandate, based on the promise I've made to you, this is the work I've done. That is what is going to determine whether they're going to renew, whether or not they're going to renew your mandate or not. And so what we have seen over the years is that government tends to do things that short fist. Let's do something we can show for. So you see us hurriedly fixing roads in the night. The roads will barely last for 6 months. We'll come back to zero. In the night, we are fixing water. We are fixing light. We don't take time to do the things well because all we are planning to do, let's showcase results. Let's tell the people that we have done something. And for me, from where I sit, I don't think health is good for our country. And so, yes, presidents don't have enough time to plan well, to do the things that will really help our country. My view, if you ask me candidly, if you want to keep 2 terms for the president, I think that the number of years per term, we can have a conversation around.
How many years do you think will be enough?
You see, again, it's a very difficult situation. For instance, if you have a president like the one we just witnessed, a few years ago, led by President Akufo-Addo, would you candidly want to allow him to stay in office longer than he did? You understand? No I know you don't comment.
Just give me a room to hang himself.
Allow him to stay in office longer than the 4 years? That is where the problem is. And so sometimes in discussing this issue, it becomes very difficult.
All right, but that's not the problem. I said Mr. APC president, we should let you
I've not said that. I've not said that. Now, if you get a president that is doing well, that all can attest to that, oh no, at least we can see evidence of his work. Something is going on. There's a change, Ghanaians want to see more of it. But if you have a president where we don't have any direction, we don't even know where we are heading. Are we going forward? Are we going back? Are we left or right? We are just roaming in circles and all that. You want him to exit power even before the election day.
So back to my question, how many years do you think will be
I'm saying that it is
the starting point.
It's a very difficult issue for me to say. I wouldn't mind if I get even 5 years, with the hope that at least you have 1 year to put your government in place, put your government together and all that, make sure that all the institutions are set, everything is working. Then you have 3 years to govern. Okay, 3 years to govern. Then the 4th year, you are preparing for the next elections. I think it will be held. If you go to a place like Liberia and the rest, they are doing 6 years, right? 6 years, 2 terms. So the president has at least 12 years. If there's anything you want to do under the sun, 10 years is good time now, a good time for you to be able to showcase what you can do. Some of us who are in office now just came into office for 7 years, and you go to our constituencies and the rest, and so people make it look as though you have been in office for 1 year or 2 years. Suddenly they want you to fix all the problems. Well, yes, again, development is a process. Development is not an event. It's not something that can start today and finish today. And so I thank President Mahama for the assurance. At least he has put to rest all this issue that because we have huge numbers in parliament, we may do something, we may call for a referendum because an entrenched position in the constitution and ask for him to go for a 3rd term and all that. He has settled the issue. That is not running for a 3rd term. He will exit as provided for by the constitution when his term is over. I am proposing that we need a broader conversation around this subject. We need to do it dispassionately. Let's assess President Mahama's term of office well and see could he have done better if he had more time. Let's look at President Kufuor. Let's look at all the other presidents, and then we can decide. But again, in having that conversation, we need to be very careful that the person who comes to the office is someone we can trust, that it can deliver indeed.
But if you are giving the number of years, you give it on the same place.
That is where the challenge is now. Because you cannot say this man because he's a bad person. You see, maybe what we can do, we can do even the 5 years. We can do 6 years. We can hold it. We can do 7 years. But then you make it easy for us to impeach the president if he's not performing. Do you understand? You put provision this in to make it, if you have to start anything like that, you can't start today and finish. So we can have the constitution that says, we from maybe the next 2 elections, the next one will be 2028, the next one will be 2032. So we can say, for instance, that from 2032, the term of president will be so and so years. So that the president that will implement it will not necessarily be a beneficiary of it. That way, I'm sure Ghanaians will come on board and accept it to
I'll just give you a minute. Because
Ghanaians will not come on board, and I'm praying that no politician who is aspiring to president listens to you and takes your advice. They should on this.
But I don't know if I'm also aspiring.
Even you, don't think about it, because look, the more you open slippery roads, politicians are good at taking advantage of even small windows or small corridors. You understand? No. Before you come to power, you see this thing. Before you get admission to the University of Ghana to do a 4-year degree, you know it's 4 years degree. You know when you're supposed to exit, right? It's not as if you just went inside there and by your 10 you're like, you know. So you are running for power, you were campaigning for power, and you know it's 4 years. So you know everything. You put out a manifesto. Again, it's a 4-year manifesto. You come inside, the day you are sworn in, you know that you are not guaranteed another 4 years. And we've seen people have done it. We've seen countries that have fixed their system and it has not been a problem. So the problem is not longevity. The problem is not how long you stay in office. That is not the problem at all. The problem is that we come into office and I say, look, so far, why hasn't the president finished his appointments? Why? It's especially those that do not even need, constitutional parliamentary review. Council of State, why has he not appointed them? How do you blame the 4-year system for that? Look, it's possible. There's a transition period. The president and president have done it. This president has appointed almost all his people in the transition period. So my point is that just because you can't do it, we shouldn't be rewarding inefficiencies or inactions of presidents, or we shouldn't even contemplate it. Look, it's 4 years. You knew that before coming in. If you cannot do it, the people of Ghana get to pass a judgment on you, and then you leave. That's all. Because any attempt to do that.
All right. Let's delve into the NPP matters. Yesterday, Ken Ejapon...
You know that students can fail.
Exactly.
Just know that.
Then they punish you.
Receipt.
Then you are punished.
That is why even at a PhD level, they don't say it's 3 years. You are between 3 to 5 years to finish your PhD. So there's nothing wrong with extending the time at all.
Let's start from the Akwatia, because the New Patriotic Party has issued a stern warning ahead of the upcoming Akwatia by-election, vowing to treat any military interference in the electoral process as thuggery. Addressing journalists in Accra on Wednesday, the party's Director of Communications, Richard Ahiagba, accused the National Democratic Congress of plotting to use national security operatives to intimidate voters and disrupt the election. According to Ahiagba, the MPP has received credible intelligence indicating that the NDC plans to, quote, hide behind the guise of national security to terrorize some residents and voters in Akwatia, unquote. Good morning. I mean, how do we ensure that we go into Akwatia and not repeat the old story about Akwatia itself in terms of by-election?
This French lawyer of antiquity, Michel Montaigne, said, and I quote, "I learn little from good examples, but more from bad examples, which serve as daily lessons." I learn little from good examples, but more from bad examples, which serve as daily lessons. So the bad example at Ablekuma North serve as a fountain of lessons from which the government, all the political parties, security agencies, intelligence committee should drink and drink copiously. We saw it coming. It was boldly written on the wall, but it happened. Security breaches of monumental proportions happened. People were beaten like animals. The question is, where was our intelligence system? We didn't need any Sherlock to predict that it was going to be nasty at Ablekuma North, and it did happen. Let's put it aside and then learn from that. IGP has deployed his men in Akwatia, but given the prognosis, given the predictability, given the inevitability of violence there, I think IGP should not only deploy, they should pour security men and women in Akwatia to ensure that there's no specter of violence there. Already, our democracy is bleeding. Our image as a beacon of democratic accomplishment in Africa is in tatters. The latest democracy index rankings also point to a slippery slope, point to a downward trajectory in democracy. All this should serve as a resolve for us to prevent violence in any form or shape to happen in Akwatia. We'll give the IGP the benefit of the doubt and the security and intelligence community. Please, nothing should be left to chance. Nothing at all. Nobody is above the law, whether MPP or NDC. Anyone who falls foul of the law should be made to taste the biting edge of the law.
Okay.
I expect the security agencies to be strict, firm, ruthless, but not intimidating. Make sure that nobody breaches the law in any form. The people should vote in security and choose the one who, in their wisdom, can best represent their interests in Parliament.
Okay.
So it's said our democracy is on test. Our security preparedness to nip in the bud any form of violence or tendency to cause mayhem in Akwatia.
Okay. All right.
Or on the line. We should not fail, otherwise the consequences just been calculable.
Okay, all right then. Dr. Zato, I mean, per our agreed practice, when it comes to policing during elections, whose responsibility is it? The police or the military? Because the MPP says we will fight against any military interference.
It's the responsibility of the state. And the state's security architecture or structure then determines what to do. But because it is a totally domestic civilian activity, you want to believe that it is solely that of the
police. Okay.
Electoral violence happens in Ghana not because of the absence of the police. It happens in spite of the presence of police. So the presence of the police, even if you deploy 1 million police, might be necessary, but it's not sufficient to ensure safety and security during elections. Police might be necessary, but it's not sufficient to ensure that there's peaceful elections. In Ayawaso West, when the police was there, the security was there. They were there when Honorable Sam John was assaulted. They were there. So it's not that they were not there. It's not that it happened in a secluded place in Ayawaso West where, there was no police there, and some people went and cornered him somewhere and assaulted him. No, it happened when the police was there. The journalists that were beaten, they were beaten when the police was there. When Hawa Kumsum was knocked down when she fell, the police were standing just like literally there. It would take them less than 3 steps to go into rescue. They didn't go to her rescue.
That's not true.
When the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC guy was there, they chased him. We saw him running, and we saw a marauding group of thugs following him. There was no single police officer also running, following him to save him. We saw the guy run, he fell, they started beating him, the police was standing just there, when he was lying there, crying and bleeding. So it's not because the police is not there. When the journalists, your colleagues were being beaten, the police was there. It's not as if the police, they were there. Your colleagues, ask them. If you don't believe me, ask your colleagues, hey, when they were beating you, when they were slapping you, was the police there? They will tell the police was there. So again, you must understand these things, that the police is always there when this happens, not due to the absence of the police. 2, you must then understand that almost all the victims of by-election violence turn out to be what? Members of the opposition political parties. Sam George, when he was assaulted, he was not in government. He was a member of the NDC opposition party. 2, Hawa Kumsum is not in power. She was assaulted. The Deputy General Secretary of the MPP was assaulted, was not there. And then, of course, there are always those that are caught in the middle. In this case, journalists who are just doing their work. Why? How come almost all the victims of electoral or by-election violence are members not in power? 2, and how come that so far nobody, I've not seen, maybe you may provide me with this, no member of the government or a ruling party has been assaulted during a by-election? How come? It's when you begin to look at these things, then you can see that, okay, then the idea of the intelligence that Mr. Efelman was talking about becomes important. The idea that, look, there is impunity. At the heart of it is impunity. That there are thugs there, there are people out there who know that, look, if I assault a member of the ruling party, ruling government, I'll go to jail, I'm not going home. But if I assault a member of the opposition, I'm going home, I'm going free. That if I assault a member of the press, I'm going home, I'm going free. It is that mentality that we need to fight against. It is that idea that we need, because, wait a minute, why is it that we are in a situation where there are by-elections, almost all the victims are members who are not in power, almost all the victims. It is that mentality, it is that idea of impunity that we need to fight. And unless and until we do that, unless and until we get that done, then we are not addressing this issue. So again, you can send the whole of the Ghana Armed Forces there, you can send the whole of the police service there. If this mentality, this idea that if we can get away with it, it's not respected, it will not be. So that is the problem. That is, for me, the biggest issue here. So you then, if you are then a member of the opposition and you are going to a by-elections, you have legitimate reasons to be worried. You have a legitimate reason not to take the assurances of the police administration very seriously, because again, there is a pattern here. The pattern has been the members that are assaulted are those that are not in government. So if I'm not in government, I'm going for a by-elections, no assurance of the police should tell me that not to happen, because again, also remember, the police have always given these same assurance at every by-elections. So the giving of the assurance is not new. Almost every IGP, almost every police administration has given the same assurance. As for this by-election, we'll make sure that it's not violence-free. It becomes violent. As for this one, it will not be to be. Look at the distance from Ablekuma North to the police headquarters. Look at the distance from Ablekuma North to the Greater Accra Regional Police Command. Look at the distance. Look at the number of police officers there. But it happened. So my point is that if there is an opposition party saying that we do not trust your assurances, it is based on evidence. Evidence that opposition parties are almost always the victims.
But if you look at the National Election Security Task Force, it is made up of the police and other security agencies. So if the military forms part of the National Security Task Force, can they be part of those who will be overseeing this? I'm asking this because the MPP says we don't want them at Akwetia.
You see, in this country, we are overstretching and overusing. Sometimes that's what we do. They are perfect tools for perfect jobs, but we keep using the military. Look, there are massive killings going on in the Savannah region. Communities have been burned. People we hear about 10 or so people have been killed by bandits running around. We should send the military there. When you send look, the military is intimidating. Soldiers are by nature intimidating. There's nobody who sees a soldier like, oh, yeah, see how you know. They are intimidating. They are not trained, and I've heard it said soldiers are not trained to go and befriend little people. They are not trained to go and hold hands with two people fighting over a girl or two people fighting because somebody owes them money. They are not trained to go and be diplomatic. No, they are a killing machine. The army is a killing machine. They are trained to go out there, destroy the enemy, and come back. They are trained to go out there, use whatever force, use maximum force, destroy the enemy, come back home safely. That is the philosophy, that's the ideology of the army. So it is okay, it makes sense today and say, look, when you are deploying them to a civilian activity, wholly civilian activity, one, their main presence can be intimidating. So there are people who say, look, hey, because of this, I will not even go out to vote. Or because of this, thing, I'm afraid that their soldiers say they may beat me. Because of this, thing, they are going to. So it is also, again, legitimate for you to raise concerns that, look, like, hey, I came here. If there was a police officer standing in front of your gate, that's okay. Police do this and that. But you agree with me. If I came here and I saw a military man standing outside there with a gun, I may run back. Because it is not normal. That's not a normal thing. Military is not supposed to be the one providing security for such an installation, you understand? So if it's a purely civilian activity, if it is just for ordinary people to go and do the boring activity of voting and coming back home, and then you are going and you say that there are military men standing there with cocks, with their guns cocked and read, I will run back home. So again, raising the idea that we are overstretching our army and that we are putting, and see, this is what always happens sometimes. Then the army goes there, and a civilian down or civilians do something stupid, they react like any army should, and then tomorrow we are blaming them. Tomorrow, like, okay, the army has molested civilians, have done this. Why are you using it in the first place? Look, within the police service, they have SWAT teams, don't they? The police have SWAT teams. The police have teams that can gadget up, can dress, and you yourself, you will see that, yeah, yes, but they are still police. Why don't we use them? Okay. Why don't we set up a special police SWAT? The police, they have anti-terror teams. They do. They have police officers. When they dress, they are almost dressed more. They look more menacing than a soldier does. Let's send them. If we don't have site teams, it is time for us to say, look, hey, every region will create a specialized police task force, arm them almost to the teeth, and give them the necessary so that they can go in place of the army. Okay. The more we keep pushing our army into civilian spaces, the more we are exposing them to this. And then when something happens, you say, oh, let's now subject them to civilian rule. Okay. That's not what they are trained for. That's not what we recruit them for.
Okay. All right, I hear. Mr. Bonyo, I mean, how do we give assurances to everybody at Akwetia that, look, this election, you are safe and secure to participate in the process?
Politicians only have solutions to issues when they're in opposition. The problem of this country is hypocrisy, sycophancy. We don't speak the truth. When you are in power, you wear different lenses. You see things differently. You speak about them differently. When you're in opposition, then the reality of issues now comes to you. Then you start backing and crying and screaming and shouting. And we are playing this football all these many years. And nobody wants to call a spade and make sure the right things are done. Suddenly, my brother has forgotten how they deployed the military in this country in the past 8 years. To the extent that even in Parliament, when we have an issue in Parliament, they bypassed the police, took the military over that night. We also what happened. when in Techiman election, you deploy the military, they fired and killed civilians. And couldn't even prosecute one person. Suddenly you have forgotten. In Banda, what you did with the military. You see, Ghana is for all of us. We have chosen the path of multi-party democracy. What that means is that no political party will remain in power forever and ever. Whether you like it or not, you can perform magic, you can transform Ghana. It's a human nature. A day will come when you will show the exit. And that is why when you are planning and you are inventing policies and programs, you don't look at just today and yourself. Consider yourself today in power and tomorrow in opposition.
Okay.
And that should inform the kind of policies and programs and decisions that you make. A few months ago, the security was a friend of the MPP. They applauded them. They were the best that has happened to Ghana. And that time we in NDC, we saw everything wrong with them. Suddenly the tables have turned. They have become our friends. We will defend them. And now they are crying and screaming, issuing statements. We are not helping ourselves. I know a day is going to come when I'll come back to opposition. And so when the military, when they are doing something that is not right, we must be bold and courageous to say that what you are doing is wrong.
Okay.
It's not good for our democracy. When the police are not doing their work well, regardless of where I stand politically, I should be bold and confident to tell them that please, for the sake of our collective peace, do your work well. Just maybe, I want to agree with the school of thought who think that even the security leadership, the IGP and the rest, maybe should be appointed differently, or should be given a term of office, where they'll have the confidence and the courage to operate as an independent institution. We use them anyhow when we have the power. A young boy can pick a phone and call and give a command. Well, in this country, when we saw people wearing a police uniform and what have you, driving in police cars, the IGP didn't know who gave the cars to them. They know how they got the weapons they were using. Fermented troubles, you have forgotten so soon. For me, Ghana, the only thing we have going for us today is our name, our image in the international community. That when you come to sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana is a beacon of hope when it comes to democracy. And you know the way the international media operates. It's as if they're always looking around for the bad news. They are looking for the bad news. That's why they will highlight out there. And so any investor that's really thinking of coming to our country, that's why they will go and see, oh, they are fighting. The country is not stable. If we go and put our money in there, one day they will create problems. And those of us who are in leadership, our level of hypocrisy sometimes is nauseating. We pretend as though we don't know all this that are happening. We pretend as though we are not behind these things. The macho boys and all that, we pretend we don't know. We do it. We are behind it. We are behind it. Can we speak the truth to ourselves? And stop coming to the media and look Mr. Nice, Madam Nice, and you go back and go and do the wrong thing? We are going for a by-election. A colleague of us, hard-working gentleman, passed on. His name remains as still living in the morgue. We are going to have a by-election. Can't we have a solemn, nice, beautiful by-election in remembrance of his memory? Must other people die?
So how must we do that?
In advanced jurisdictions, they are having elections without even agents standing there. They are having elections and declaring results without the police, without the military. Sometimes it's students who conduct elections. Have we not come to that point where we can do things differently? And that when we give people a position of responsibility, they must look beyond their political parties and whoever appointed them and be nationalistic a bit and think about Ghana. Must we fight at every... Go and check the history of violence in this country. It has always been acrimonious. Check the history.
That's why I want to find out, how do we put an end to that particular
We must stop the hypocrisy and the pretense and the lies and confront the issue head on. And we must take responsibility. Leadership of political parties. We must take responsibility. Don't say one thing for one part of your mouth and do another thing, or say another to another part of your mouth. The only time we tend to know that the truth and say the right thing is when we are in opposition. When we are in power, everything is okay. You know the things some of us escaped in all these elections. We have to run for our lives in the presence of the police. Why? Why? As I'm here right now, you are even scared if you want to go to Akwetia or not to go. What is going to happen? Per the police report earlier, they've confiscated some weapons, some guns, and what have you from some people. As to if those people brought those things there because of the by-election, or is the Galamseyers that were holding those things?
That announcement was...
You understand? It just came, passed through, and it ended there. Because by now, you should be able to know if indeed the people brought those things in there because of the elections. Or that...
Honorable, that particular announcement, I didn't make the head and tail of it. These were people who were carrying guns, and they had permits to carry the guns. You met them, and they told you, these are our guns, these are our permits, legitimate. They are carrying them going. My point, so I don't know why the police said the people were arrested. First of all, why are you arresting people if you gave them the permit, the license to carry their guns, and they are carrying them? They were not smuggling them. They were not. So sometimes that's, you see, you do this and you raise unnecessary tensions. You make it like there's violence. No, you gave me a license to carry a gun. You've seen the gun with me, and you asked me. I stopped. I said, "This is my gun." Okay. Do you have a license? Yeah, this is my license. So the state has given me permission to carry that gun. So why are you arresting me?
Okay.
That is an issue that is really worth interrogating.
Hey, why are you arresting
me? Just maybe I carry a gun because I have a license to do so.
Yes.
And the police granted me that license after they have checked my background and everything.
Yes.
How do you now come and arrest me on the street when you see me with the same gun? But when you are given a gun, there are restrictions. Not every place you can take a gun to.
Yeah.
For instance,
that point should be made clear.
That's right. It's not every place. If you want to have to take a gun to certain places, you need to declare.
I'm not carrying a gun in Equatia.
That's why public education is key on these issues. When you go and check the electoral laws, there are provisions that prohibits people from carrying offensive weapons to election areas.
Okay.
And offensive weapons includes guns.
Okay.
There was no election on that.
No, let me just land. You see, once the Electoral Commission has declared a place as a campaign zone, and knowing our history, it would have been prudent. If I'm going to that place today, maybe I have a licensed gun.
But you won't take it.
I won't take it to the place.
The police announced that.
Because, you see, we need to do more of public education. You understand? If I have a registered gun, please give me a permit. It doesn't matter if I'm coming to your studio this morning, I should be carrying my gun here with me. I should be able to leave the gun in my car.
Why not?
And come here. No, you see...
Why would you want to bring your gun here?
The point I'm making is, you see, sometimes...
No, if you allow me to land, maybe you allow me to land.
Okay, wait.
I am saying that I wish I could speak the truth very well. Your idea they've given you license. When you are going to church or the auditorium, do you carry your gun to the church? If you are going to the presidency, even if you have a licensed gun, the security at the gate will not allow you to carry your gun to the place. Your mobile phone is your phone. You have registered it in your name. It's your course. You will not enter some offices with your mobile phone. They will take it away from you.
But are we saying that because the place we're going to have a by-election there, if I live in Akwetia and I have a license gun, I'm going to carry it with me? Is that what we're saying?
You see, listen, look at our Kumsin issue.
Yeah.
I can carry pepper spray in my car, in my back any day. If I'm going for a by-election, knowing your history, even as our Kumsin, what you are alleged to have done in your constituency. If you are seeing pepper spray, not just saying, by using it on people, you invite Jack Norrish, what is the name of those you invite them on yourself. Because the next moment, maybe they are scared that you pull a gun. You have brought a pepper spray. What next are you going to put from your bag?
I can't.
So let me
just trivialize.
Please let me.
You just did that.
When you did yours, I didn't say anything.
I don't know. You just trivialized.
I didn't trivialize anything. I just said the truth.
You did.
But Doc, you are gagging me now. Now you want to determine what I say on set. When you were speaking, I kept quiet. Please, will you allow me my time? I am saying that yes, you may have a registered gun. Police granted you that permit. You have the license and everything. But it is not every place that you can carry that gun to. My expectation, after the police have done the arrest, was for them to have come out to do public education. You understand? Because many of us don't know that even though we have the permit to carry the weapon, we are not permitted to carry it to some places. Okay. Even if we have to carry it there, we need to disclose. So the police then can decide to either collect and keep it in safe custody for you, or they allow you to go in there with it. And I am saying that if you check the history of our by-elections, it has always been characterized with what? Violence. Yeah. And so nobody will allow you to carry an offensive weapon to such area. More so when our electoral laws are very explicit that you cannot do same.
Now let me ask you. Okay, Mr. Manu, you want to make a point now?
On the issue of public education, I think it should go in tandem with the strictest security measures.
Okay.
And I doubt if enough has been done in terms of public education. NCC, we all know, is chronically under-resourced. And I doubt if they had the means to go to Akwetia to educate the people on what they can do, what they cannot do, to educate the people on their democratic rights and limitations. Because pouring security men to Akwetia is not the only solution to prevent, only solution against violence. You should always go in tandem with public education.
Okay.
So public education is of crucial importance, and it can hardly be articulated.
Mr. Boyo, your Deputy General Secretary, Mr. Bande, has said that they will aid the security forces to arrest anyone who is being looked for the commission of for activities that they are being wanted for by the state in Akwetia. I mean, wouldn't that be a recipe for chaos if people should say, I'm going to resist your attempt to arrest me in Akwetia, a by-election area?
You see, Ghana is governed by law. You cannot resist police arrest.
That is true. In the real sense.
In a real sense.
Yes.
You cannot. That in itself is a violation of the law.
Yes.
Once the police has a permit, a court order, or he has a reasonable, to suspect, sometimes even your personal interest, that you are arrested and taken out of a particular area, the police will do so. What we need to do, maybe, I'm not too sure, what my Deputy General Secretary want to communicate is that as a political party, don't go and engage in wrongdoing and run and come and say, because I'm an NDC member, we should protect you, we should hide you.
His words were
if you go
he said he was sending warning to the MPP that if you are a member of the party or of the former government, that you are being wanted for actions of yours in the past government, don't come to Akwetia, because if you come, they will help the state to arrest you.
Well, I am not too sure. That was a very emphatic statement.
Oh, no, he repeated saying what to me. Yes.
I'm not too sure because why? I don't think government, the police as of now have not issued a statement that they are looking for anybody. The fellow has disappeared. Perhaps with the exception of the former finance minister, Ken Oforiatta, who is on the wanted list. I'm not too sure of anybody who is on the wanted list that we are looking for. Of course, if there's anybody on the wanted list who is hiding somewhere or decide to appear in Akwetia, why not? Every citizen should be able to report to the police that the person you are looking for is here, so please come and pick him up. That will not be out of place. But to the extent that there's no such report that I know of, that any former appointee as of now is being looked for by the police, and so therefore when the person appears there, you want to go and report them to come and arrest him. I don't know where this conversation is coming from. I didn't hear him. I didn't get the info. Oh, Dr. What's here? Oh, why, Harry? Why want to throw your hands all over.
Conclude. He has the freedom to throw his hands. Doc has the freedom.
So the point I'm making is that I didn't hear him. Okay. The context in which those statements were made, I'm not privy. I don't know whether it was made on a lighter note. I don't know if it was a very serious statement that was made and all that. So I'm unable to go into it and to profess a position or to suggest a position on it. Okay. But the point I'm making is that every Ghanaian has a right to assist the police in the discharge of their duty, more so when the police demand same from us. Doc, you have the floor. As well.
Yeah, that's smart political communication. When it comes to your general secretary or deputy general secretary, you see no evil, you hear no evil, acknowledge no evil. Context of this. No, I'm just saying, now who is it attack? It's very good, very convenient for you. And as I said, I see that. I see how you, this morning, and others have tried to trivialize the attack on Honorable Awa Kumsu.
Oh, you want me to repeat?
Everybody that has seen a pepper spray carrying. It's a defensive thing. In fact, sometimes women, the police, when they come to conduct training, women, it is supposed
to go to church.
It's a Catholic.
Oh, you're a Catholic. You go to church. You go to the mass.
It is supposed, especially it's given to young women so that you can, if somebody's attacking you or trying to attempt to rape you or sexual assault you, you can use it to defend yourself. Sometimes police give them out. They do that so that people can protect themselves, especially if you are walking in a place. If you are walking in a place you are walking in a place to protect yourself, and that is why a number of ladies have it in their handbags. Just so it's a protective tool. But it's glad you're doing it. I'm saying that I'm glad to hear you, an MP, trivializing a horrible, vicious, and deadly attack on the former MP. Because see, this is where the cowards outside there, this is where they pick their strength from. This is where the hooligans outside there pick their strength from. This is where the people outside there pick their strength. Like, okay, wait a minute. If tomorrow, you mentioned, and I'm happy you brought about that idea, if tomorrow power changes, then that hoodlum outside there thinks that, hey, maybe my government has come into power, then let me also go and do this. And that is a problem. When you sit down and you say that an attack on a woman who has just gone out there to either observe or to participate in an election, hit her, everybody, the whole world sees her, hit her, she fell. Look, when Hawa Kumsu fell, our democracy fell. When Hawa Kumsu fell, our collective conscience of people fell. When she got up, she gave us hope that we'll one day get up. And when she's telling us that you might fall today, you might fall tomorrow, but when you fall, don't lie there, get up. When you fall, get up, start moving. The point I'm making is she's shown her strength, dedication. Hawa Kumsu will not come out and see herself as a victim. She won't do that. She knows that you have budgeted for her. She knows that you have singled her out. But the point I'm making is that, look, this type of communication and this type of message, especially coming from a legislature, it fuels something out there. There's a theory called the lone wolf theory. I'm sure you've heard that. It's lone wolf or backing. What happens is that somebody sitting somewhere may take your words. I know what you're saying, and I will not twist your words or will not take your action. But there's probably somebody sitting down there who is probably loaded on drugs, who's probably loaded on low IQ, who sees these things and saying that, oh, it's a chance to go out and do that. If we are condemning violence, you cannot then say that a woman who was attacked viciously, that it says something, and no, don't do that, don't do that. It's horrible, it's wicked, it's dangerous. Okay. Let's appreciate the fact that there is something in the water that makes all political operatives think that when their party is in power, they have a license to go and attack their opponents. There is something in the water. What is it that is in the water? Let's look for that element. I'm
grateful.
That's all.
Brother, you see, ordinarily, I wouldn't contest Doc on all the things he has said. You see, but that is the hypocrisy I am talking about.
Okay.
This is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. You want me to discuss our concern? I talk
about Honorable Sam George. I condemn the attack on Sam George.
Let's move on. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
I don't endorse any attacks. I don't endorse any beatings. But do you want me to discuss the woman?
I get you. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to Ridge Hospital. Because medical records from the Greater Accra Regional Hospital have confirmed that the nurse allegedly assaulted in the emergency department did not suffer any fracture or bone dislocation. Presented the findings of an investigative committee in Accra on Wednesday, August 27, 2025. The chairman, Dr. Lawrence Ofori-Boadu, said the nurse, Ms. Rejoice Chocho Bote, a rotational staff member, reported her injury a day after the incident and subsequently received medical attention. Quote, there was no evidence of fracture on her left wrist or dislocation of her right shoulder joint, as documented by the medical records, Dr. Ofori-Boadu stated. I've seen the Nurses Association also reacting to say there was, an objective for the committee to determine whether there was an assault or not. But this is what we have. Let me start with you, Mr. Agbayo.
Can I just ignore this issue?
Oh, you just want to ignore? That's fine.
Because really, sometimes it's sad, right?
So are you ignoring or you're talking?
It was a question I asked. It was a rhetorical question I asked.
Okay, let me add this. Maybe you can take it from this angle. Now, the committee recommended strengthening security at the emergency unit, recruiting more clinical and customer care staff, repairing 40 diagnostic equipment such as X-ray, CT scan, and MRI machines, and expanding secondary level hospital in the region to ease pressure on Ridge Hospital. Dr. Boadu emphasized that addressing security, staffing, and equipment challenges was vital to preventing future incidents and maintaining public confidence in emergency healthcare delivery.
You see, medical professionals are human beings.
Yeah.
They have their own challenges, and their own issues that they go through on a daily basis. Sometimes those challenges, even domestic, can unconsciously come to bear in the discharge of their duties at the hospital. Anybody who is sick and goes to hospital is mentally not very stable. It's not a very normal human being. And so he has the potential of doing things that ordinarily he may not be able to do. The reason why, even when you're a medical practitioner and your direct person is involved in any condition, it's not advisable that you attend to the person. It's because the emotional attached to the person. If you take a needle and you are injecting me right now, you will feel the pain I am feeling because of the emotional attachment. That is why oftentimes you get somebody who is a bit distant from you. If you go to a hospital with an accident victim and you see blood oozing out, the patient is screaming and shouting as if he's dying the next moment, and in your view, the healthcare person there, or the doctor or the nurse there, is just watching or talking on his phone or playing, not doing anything, you are most likely to think that they are not paying attention or giving the care that the patient needs. My admonition is that instead of the leadership of the unions battling everybody and fighting the committee in the media, they should rather educate the public. I was having an interaction with a doctor friend recently, and he was saying that if you bring two patients to a hospital, one of them screaming and shouting, the other one lying there cannot even open his mouth and talk. From where they sit as health practitioners, that person who is quiet and struggling over there is dying faster than the one who is screaming and shouting. And so oftentimes, they may even want to pay attention to that issue because all of you are on a scale. But one situation is more severe than the other. But we are lay people, we are non-medical people. And so when we see a thing like that, there's the possibility that you think they are not attending to your patient. I'm admonishing them to do more of public education. That there are several ways that help people attend to patients without necessarily having to touch you or give you a medication. Based on the condition, they can allow you to just rest and the system can recover itself. When we know this and we see them in hospital, maybe we can tolerate it. I don't know the last time I went to a hospital. Sometimes when you stand there, you feel like throwing out. You feel like it's as if human life doesn't mean anything to somebody. It's as if we have seen people die every minute, every day. And so if your patient ever die, so really is it news? That is the impression you get. I don't think there's anybody who wish for anybody to die. I know nurses and doctors that when their patients die, it is a major headache and pain for them. Some even cry, some even weep. Nobody wants that. But because you are vulnerable, it's your person that is involved. The way you appreciate their actions and everything, because they're cleaning your patient dying, then you see two nurses even laughing and doing those things. It's as if, look at this, we don't even care. And the doctor friend was telling me, sometimes it's good for them to do those laughter and the rest, to ease off their personal pressures and things that they may be going through. It heals them so they can do their work well. We need public education. Now, on this substantive issue, an issue happened at the hospital. The minister's office is not too far out from the rich hospital. You know the Ministry of Health has been relocated to, when you pass from President Rollins' house towards National Health Insurance Headquarters. They share a word with them now. Okay. That's where the ministry is. So it's barely 2 minutes away from Rich Hospital. So the minister in his office heard that, oh, something has happened at the hospital, and nurse has been assaulted. He moves it himself to try to find out what exactly is going on. He gets to the hospital, then somebody ran to give him a hug. He doesn't even know who the person is. He was accused of hugging somebody who was involved in the wrong thing. As a politician, if I step out of this student, somebody comes to give me a hug here, is there any way I'm going to say no? And yet, in a very petty and the usual, there's something else that you want to question some of these people. Are they doing politics? A minister should not hug a person who was not even aware that was involved in any wrongdoing. And yet that became something that people were jumping already and talking about. Let me just conclude. The minister now set up a committee. Please go into the bottom of the issue and give us a recommendation. The committee, doctors were part of the committee. Medical doctors, senior doctors for that matter. They finished their work and brought their report out. Then somebody come back on here and say, no, we disagree with the report from the information that we have. Meanwhile, this person who is making this argument was not an eyewitness. He was not the one that thing happened.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
These committees spoke to the eyewitnesses. Why are we doing this?
Thank you very much. Mr. Afeboni.
Our hospitals are human institutions. As with all human institutions, perfection is an impossible goal. So, but any act of imperfection is absolutely no justification for anybody to molest, to assault a medical officer or a nurse on duty. The nurses have the right to ventilate their concern over alleged miscarriage of fairness in the report. But I believe that should not be our focus. Our focus should be on the recommendations. He said that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. How do we prevent such incidents from happening again in our health facilities? That should be our focus. We have a chronic issue of a low nurse to patient ratio, doctor to patient ratio. These are issues to look at. And also security. How do you beef up security to such an extent that nobody will have the right, the opportunity or access to molest a nurse or doctor? I think this is what we should be looking at going forward.
So as the committee suggests, the security should be beefed up at the hospital. Anyway, Dr. Zato.
And also the incentives for the nurses and doctors.
How must we address this issue such that it does not repeat itself?
Okay. There's a general saying, or it may even be a truism, sometimes in government, that you never set up a committee unless and until you know the outcome of that committee. It's often said. So,
hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis. Oh, good one. Okay. See, the PhD student is still good for that.
Oh, look.
Hypothesis that, look, never set up a committee unless and until you know the findings of the committee. So it goes to
unless you know
what they will say. Yes, you know the outcomes. You know what they will say.
Really?
That goes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Exactly. It's a political process. It's a political process to manage a difficult situation. The case has just happened. You're like, you know what? Let's set up a committee. You get to choose who to set up the committee, right? You get to choose. And then you choose. Now, first, you give the committee a time. By the time the committee comes, again, we've moved to the next headline. We've moved to the next shiny issue. Where the stampers have come in. And then, again, it's a political tourism. It's something that has come to stay. So I will look at that. Look, there's something happening here in this particular case. You have workers at an emergency public hospital dealing with some of the most vulnerable people in our country or in our human society. People who are sick, and people who always say who are sick in an emergency unit. Any day, anytime, I stand with nurses and I stand with the working masses of the world. I stand with the proletariat. I can imagine a social democrat sitting here railing up against working masses of the world.
No, I never.
You are not a bourgeois.
I never did.
You are supposed to be a social democrat. Or you are a champagne drinking.
You are politicizing.
Are you champagne drinking bourgeois? But anyway, that's an elected, or he knows that. But the point is that I will stand with the working masses of the world. And I will start with the nurses. Look, The headline all over was that, oh, there were no fractures on this nurse. The headline all over was that, oh, nothing, she was fine. I'm like, really? Is that the headline? Is that the headline from this investigation? The idea that almost none of the equipment there works was not a headline? Look at the headline here. The headline that almost all the equipment that are supposed to be in the Greater Accra Regional Referral Hospital to deal with patients, none of them was working. That wasn't the headline. The headline is that a nurse who says people came to her workplace, assaulted her. The committee says she's not assaulted. But that part, that became the headline. But there is severe revelations that there were shortages. Almost every single equipment there was obsolete or non-functional. Almost it didn't make it a headline. It was buried in the story. And that is how we treat with this, because then we are moving to the next issue. Then we are moving it. That is Greater Accra Regional Hospital. If this happened again, do you know what is happening at the Tumu Government Hospital in Tumu, my hometown? Do you know what is happening in other district hospitals? Tumu is a district hospital, by the way. Sorry if I said regional. Do you know what is happening at Tumu District Hospital in Tumu? If this is happening here, do you know what is happening in the hospital in your district? These are legitimate issues. I am surprised that wasn't the headline. Okay. I was surprised that is not what we are running with. Okay. But that an assault on the nurses. But any day, any time, I stand with the nurses.
A lot of the working
but that's the point I'm making, Mr. Afo, and you agree with this, that's the story. That is the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. Greater Accra, the seat of government, and almost everything in there doesn't work. How that didn't become the headline of the story beats me.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. So those who joined us for the news review. Okay, so Mr. Fred Agbanyo, Honorable, is the MP for Goan constituency, soon to be called Doctor, right? Yeah. What is it coming on so that we can prepare and then make the title ready?
Let me finish my defense.
I'll come for your member.
Dr. Joshua
Zatu. You do a party. You do a party, right?
If you can give some money, why?
See, Honorable.
He's a political scientist and a policy analyst, and Mr. Felmoni is former GJA president. Well, just before we go, let's share with you our tips on pensions for you today. Now, we say that, do you know that your pension is your future? At the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, our mission is simple: to ensure your pension contributions are safe, well managed, and ready for you when you retire. We license trustees and registered fund managers and custodian banks. These service providers are carefully approved to ensure your pension contributions are safe and properly accounted for. With NPRA watching over the system, you can rest assured that your future is in safe hands. NPRA ensuring retirement income security. So we do make sure that, before you retire,
say a big hello to Pakwesi, Moses, and the wife Diana. They are ardent viewers of this program.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. And also to Moses Animal, he is a policeman in Takwa. He's watching us at this moment. So, Police Animal, to you and the other police officers in Takwa watching us at this moment, good morning to you. Now,
and by saying that we really want to have peace in Takwa, Akwetia by-election, let us go to that election and come out without even a fly dying. Let us be proud of ourselves that we have done it. We have done, we can do it. Yeah. So please, everybody, please, let's go there and vote. We are only going to elect one person to come and add up to the numbers that we have. Okay. We are not going there to fight. Go talk to the people, campaign, share your views, whatever you can do. Tell them and let them, based on that, judge you and vote. For me, I am convinced that the NDC candidate will emerge victorious.
Okay, all right. Now, are you looking to do things differently to level up your skills and get ahead in this challenging job market? Statistics do show that it's tough out here for university graduates, with only a few of you landing jobs immediately after school. So doing things differently is what you have to do, and that's exactly what the Design and Technology Institute, DTI, is all about. DTI offers programs ranging from precision welding and fabrication to design innovation, including graphic design, sound engineering, animation, photography, amongst others, as well as entrepreneurship. Their programs are internationally recognized by the American Welding Society, Pearson BTech, and CityVet, so you can shine here in Ghana or anywhere in the world. So if you're ready to do things differently and chart your own path, check out DTI. Visit dtiafrica.com/admissions or give them a call on 0541693534. 0541693534 for more information. We'll take a quick break. On the AM show, we'll be back with more. MFA Adetia Kosia will be here with more for you. Do stay on.
the name of God. Who are we? Well, let's talk about the grace effect. It's coming up this year again. It's that time of the year. And joining me in studio is Effie Grace herself. How are you doing?
Okay.
Are you always this calm?
Very calm.
Always. Always.
A bit shy as well.
A bit shy. I think I can understand. How have you been?
Very well, by God.
Preparing for
It hasn't been easy, but God has been good.
Tell me about it. What's the difficulty?
I mean, it's been stressful. I mean, when you're organizing an event, I mean, there is a whole lot. Moving from one place to the other, making sure that things are in place so that everyone that is going to come on the day would experience God. Okay, so it hasn't been easy. We're just making sure that it would be a great experience for everyone that comes to Great.
How are you preserving your voice for the day?
I'm just trying as much as possible not to stress it, just so I'll be able to deliver.
I can understand.
Yeah.
So this year as well is happening the last day of August, is it not? 31st?
August, yeah.
Okay, before we talk about it, how was the maiden one? How did it go?
It was amazing. The very first one, I think I underestimated the program. We had an overflow. People couldn't get seats and all of that. So this time around, we got a bigger auditorium just so it would be able to accommodate everyone. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about the bigger auditorium and how people can be part of this experience. But on the day, you're as well recording.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's a live recording concert. We are recording new songs.
Yeah, but how many are you recording?
About 10.
Let's take it back a little bit. How's the journey been for you? I mean, I saw my colleagues in the back when you walked in. Oh my God, you're so gorgeous. I'm certain that you hear this all the time.
Yeah, I do.
Is there any day that you have any regrets of embarking on this gospel journey?
I haven't had any regrets so far, ever since I decided to, get into full-time ministry. It has been glory, all around glory. Yeah.
Do you remember the point when you decided to go full-time ministry?
Yeah, it was in 2017. I was going through some issues back then. People that I thought would be there for me around that time, everyone left. It was just me and my God. So, every night I would cry, pray, asking God why I had to go through all of that. So one night in 2017, I was praying, I was crying, and then I heard a voice speak to me. If I would leave everything behind and let God take charge, I would see what He would do in my life. After I heard that voice, I think I felt some inner peace. So after that encounter, I decided to go full-time.
And that before that, you knew that you were going to be a gospel musician, but you're not just very dedicated to it.
I don't think I knew that I was going to end up here. Even though I was doing gospel music, but I didn't know I was going to end up fully here.
So the Grace Effect, the first one was in 2023?
2023, yes.
Okay, but you didn't do a follow-up the following year?
No.
Okay, it was a special reason?
Putting up an event, a lot of things goes through. There wasn't enough access to. That's why we decided to, wait.
I mean, I looked at the lineup and I thought, oh, wow. One of my favorites as well from the USA all the way would be part of,
Right.
Let's talk about this year. How have you been preparing? What's the planning? What's different about this year for you?
What's different about this year? I think that I'm anticipating a great experience on Sunday. A great experience on Sunday. I come here for what God is going to do. We have been praying, and we know that Sunday will be a great blessing.
Are you nervous? Quite.
Yeah.
Okay, but do you have to also rehearse all through? Because I can feel that your voice has been under some training.
Yeah.
You rehearse with everybody that's on the bill, or this is your special rehearsal?
We are doing some features with some of them on the bill, so we've been rehearsing with them as well.
Okay, let's talk about where this year's Grace Effect will be happening. Where?
Okay, so it's happening at the Makers House Chapel this very Sunday, the 31st of August. Time is 4 p.m.
Okay.
Right? And this time around, we are asking people to pay just a small amount, to support what we are doing.
It's only fair. it's only really fair.
So it goes for 100 CDs for students, 150 for standard, 300 for VIP, and 500 for VVIP, and then 650 for family of 5.
Okay. Walk me through those who are on the bill.
Okay, so we have Joe Metal.
Okay.
We have G. Kalenka from the US. We have Pastor Isaiah Fosukwachi. We have Sisi Trim. We have Kwekuteye. Lordina the Soprano and Team Eternity.
That is a very power-packed one.
Right.
What went into it? In selecting the list of people that are on?
Definitely, you know, we do pray before we embark on any project. We do pray about it. So it was fully God's, you know, an inspiration from God.
How easy or difficult was it to get Jacqueline Care on it?
I don't think it was that difficult. You know, one thing led to the other. Let me say it was a miracle.
Okay.
Yeah, getting her into, it was a miracle.
On all of it, on all of the list, I see the Ghanaian artists that are on the list.
Yeah.
Which one of them have you worked with a lot of times, and what's the experience like?
That should be Minister Joe Metal.
Okay.
I've done BVs for him as well. Yeah.
Okay. And when you told them that, well, this year, the Grace Effect, you're on, let me in on the excitement and how they felt and why they wanted to be
Okay,
part.
so I think they support my ministry, especially Minister Joe Metal. He really, you know, he's giving me his platform to minister on some of his shows. Yeah, so all of them, Pastor Isaiah, Mami Sisi, Kwekuteye, you know, they have been, like, they support my ministry. So it wasn't really difficult, you know, getting them on board. Because of the relationship I have with them, it was quite easy to get them on.
This live recording that we're looking forward to on Sunday, do you write the songs yourself?
Yes.
What about yourself? All 10?
Not all 10. Okay. I think about 7 of them.
Okay.
Written by
Okay. And you're featuring all of these people, or just
some of them?
Some of them. Is it a surprise, or you can
yes,
let us
they should come and experience that for
Okay, so it's 100 CD.
Right.
For let us know how you can also as well get a ticket.
Okay, so they can use this short code *928* *928*428#. *928*428#. The event code is TGA. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Please say that again.
*928*428#.
Okay.
Right.
If by chance people are not very techy, when they get there on Sunday, is there a way they can?
Yes, they can get tickets at the gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a popular demand in my ears to get you. I was trying to negotiate with them because I can feel the strain in your voice, but there's a popular demand in my ears for you to give us a little a cappella of the one you recorded in the name of
in your name, Jesus.
Yes, in the name Jesus.
Okay. We have the power and authority over the schemes and works of the enemy. We are victorious, nothing can conquer us. In the name of Jesus Christ, we have the power and authority over the schemes and works of the enemy. We are victorious, nothing can conquer us. In the name of Jesus Christ, so we come in the name of Jesus Christ. Yea, I come in the name of Jesus Christ. I come in the name of Jesus Christ, oh Lord. I come in the name of Jesus Christ.
This is how we are all going to be there on Sunday. What has shocked you most in this your life journey, especially as a minister, full-time gospel musician? What has shocked you most?
I would say, I think that for me, ever since I got into full-time ministry, God has been good. Honestly, He's brought great people my way, especially people in the industry, the likes of Ninoy, Obi Nate, you know, they have been a blessing. So I think that for me, I would say it's been the grace of God from the one. It's been grace, and I thank God. I really thank God.
If a grace. Let's talk about what goes into how you look. When you're going for when you're featured, when there's an event, and if a grace is on, I'm one of those people that's just bet that listen, she's going to drop dead gorgeous and not limited. I see that you love to look good. And even for the recording, the one that we're just playing now, you can see. And do you feel shy watching yourself?
Nah.
Okay, some people don't like to watch themselves.
I do watch.
You do watch yourself. What goes into how you love to look?
Okay, so I love good stuff. So anytime I just want to look good. Yeah. So I make sure wherever I go, I look presentable. That's it. Yeah.
Please keep doing it. We like it.
Thank you.
So that's your camera. Just invite people to the event. Just speak into the camera.
So I would want to especially invite you all to the Grace Effect 2025. It's happening, God willing, this Sunday, the 31st of August at the Makers House Chapel on the Hatcher Road, and the time is 4 p.m. sharp. We are asking you all to pay just a little amount to support what we are doing. So it's going for 100 cedis for students, 150 for standard, 300 for VIP, 500 for VVIP, and 650 for family of 5. You can get the tickets by using the short code *928*428#. The event code is TGA. Or you can get the tickets at the gate as well on Sunday. So I can't wait to, worship with you. Please come and be blessed. I know that your life will never be the same. Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're still watching the AM show. Please stay with us. There's more. Welcome back. You're watching the AM show. Today we're taking you live to the NPP headquarters, where former Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the former presidential candidate and also flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is set to file his nomination at the party's headquarters this morning. And my colleague Kenny Jesse is on standby to bring you all the sights and scenes happening over there.
They are not like.
We understand that party supporters have massed up at the headquarters ahead of his arrival. This is the case. And what's it like at the headquarters now? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Kenny JC. Today, the former Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia is set to file his nomination, hoping to be the leader or the presidential candidate for the NPP ahead of the 2028 elections. And today, he should be shortly on his way to the NPP headquarters to file his nomination. And we're told that party supporters or his supporters have massed up at the party headquarters anticipating his arrival. And on your screens now, you can see some of the supporters clad in his T-shirt, branded T-shirt, Bawumia, waiting, anticipating for his arrival. Kenneth, if you can hear me, what update can you bring us? Now, yesterday, we brought you the update. Kennedy Ejapon as well filed his nomination. Brian Echampan as well filed his nomination. Today, we're waiting for the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, to as well file his nomination this morning. And a little later in the day, Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum as well will file his nomination. We're live at the NPP headquarters, hoping to connect with our colleague, Kenny Jesse, to bring us whether or not he has arrived, and if he hasn't arrived, what the supporters have been saying, what is it looking like. And these are very live visuals you can see on your screen, boldly written Bawumia at the back of some blue T-shirts. And as well, you can see his photo in some branded T-shirts as well on your screen. Some chants happening. We'll be taking you there if you stay with us. We anticipate his arrival anytime soon, and also get to speak to some of the supporters and why they even support Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Of course, this is your election headquarters. We shall now cross over to the NPP headquarters, where my colleague Kenneth Jesse is on standby while the NPP flag bearer hopeful former Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia set to file his nomination today. Kenneth, what's the situation over there?
So it's a very charged atmosphere here. We've seen a lot of supporters of the former vice president turn up here to throw their support behind him. He's yet to arrive. We were initially given an 8 a.m. arrival time, but as we speak, he's not here yet. But of course, it's a very euphoric atmosphere as we speak now. A lot of people from different constituencies around the country have showed up here to throw their support behind him. And I have some of them right behind me. I'll ask them which constituency they're coming from and really the expectations today. You're live on JoyNews. Which constituency have you come from?
Very good. My name is Gabriel Yamwa. I'm from Ablekuma West constituency. I am polling station executive, that is organizer, electoral area, Shabu electoral area to be precise. Yes.
And of course, you've come here to support Dr. Bawumia, but what are your expectations today? Because it looks like it's a mini concert.
For you?
Yes, a mini concert or a mini rally.
This is a real filing of nomination. That will bring unity and prosperity to the party and to the future leaders who are coming. And that is what we need. We need someone who can unite the party as we stand now. And we need someone who will not go around insulting people. That is one. Who will bring the party to its level, because we don't want NDC to be in power from 2028. That is why we are going in for Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud.
You mentioned that this is the real filing of nomination, but there's been already three or two or so, three, if my memory serves me right, that have been done already. They were not real?
You can see me laughing. I'm not smiling because those ones we know. And they've not realized nomination of filing. That is feeling of the people. But this, we've done it before and we are going to do it and we win the power.
Okay, I'll come back to you, gentlemen, but I want our audiences to have a feel of really what's happening here. So if you see here, it's filled with a lot of people, and of course behind me as well, you have a lot of people there. The road that leads to the party's headquarters is currently blocked, so all traffic has been redirected elsewhere. So you cannot come from where the stage has been mounted, where the pressmen and women have mounted their setup to wait for the arrival of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So that's how packed, jam-packed this area is as we speak now. Let's continue with the supporters who have come here to throw their weight behind the former vice president. I see that you are also in your Bawumia T-shirt. Do you share in the sentiment that your brother said that this is the real filing of nomination?
This is it. From what you've seen here so far, what you've witnessed so far, there's no doubt about it. Dr. Bawumia represents the grassroots. The grassroots are for Dr. Bawumia, not for anything, but for the kind of message Dr. Bawumia shares. When he comes out to campaign, he's the only candidate. You can hear him vividly always tell his supporters, his support base, that do not go out there while campaigning for me and chastise my opponents, because they are, at the end of the day, party people. We will need them and their support base to work for the party for us to win the election. We are not going into the election for his selfish interest. We are going into that election to win power for the MPP, not just for Dr. Bawumia. So if we go out there and campaign and do all sort of dirty campaign against our opponents, how do we get them to come back on board to help us win power? So that is not the kind of campaign we do. We hear what they say, we hear how they campaign. We do not do that. We are going to do a clean and tidy campaign, so at the end of the day we can call them back on board so to help us win power. That's what
your brother mentioned, that he is campaigning cleanly. Is there a particular campaign message that he shared that has made you believe that he's the right man to lead the MPP again, despite his defeat last year?
Yes, if you know Bawumia, you know that he's a man of integrity. He preaches peace, and he always wants to unite the party base. So with that, Dr. Bawumia is the only candidate you see when he is campaigning. Like my brother said, he doesn't want any of his supporters to talk about the other candidates. He always insists, go and campaign for me, don't insult my opponents. At the end of the day, like he said, we all come together and then we win power for the MPP come 2028.
So beyond his integrity and all that, what really is his campaign message?
The campaign message is there are numerous. The messages there are numerous. First of all, he preaches peace. Peace is the first, and the second one, he wants unity. He wants the party to unite, and then with the unity, I think we can forge and then fight for the power come 2028.
There have been, you have said that he has ideas, but there have been criticism coming that if he had those ideas, he was vice president for 8 years, why couldn't he implement it? And why do you think that if you vote for him again, he can win and implement those ideas?
Very well, thank you. Dr. Bawumia has times and over said he was chosen by Dr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to help him govern. He did that genuinely. He did that in all honesty. He was the chairman of the economic management team. You are a witness to what he has done for the nation.
Tell us, what did he do?
His digital transformation of the nation. Today, the sitting government are out there testifying, they have testified that his works that he's done in the transformation agenda is helping them. When you talk of the Good for Oil program, it is helping the nation today. The reserves we left for the current government, it is there for all to see. That is what is helping. And these are only the tidbits of Dr. Bawumia. We want to see the full version of Dr. Bawumia. We want to see him at full vigor. Like he's often said, he was only the driver's mate. But now, he wants to be the leader of the nation and come out with his full ideas to help the nation into the digital age.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Let me get more from others as well who have come from different parts of the country to support Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia. Can I speak to you, sir? Okay. So we have another person here who is clad in MPP colors. Where have you come from?
I'm from Tema West.
Tema West. You've come all the way to this place to throw your support behind Dr. Bawumia. Why? Why do you think he should lead the party again after that defeat in 2024?
Thank you so much. The reason why I am here to support Bawumia is that he's the most competent and credible man to win power for MPP coming 2028. That's the main reason why we are here. But you spoke about the humiliating defeat. It's not a history. If you look at all NPP who lead MPP, like Kufo, he didn't find it easy. Akufo-Addo the same thing. So we must do the same thing to His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. In fact, we are here to support him 100%. And we will not stop here. And he's not coming to win only the flag bearer. Our ultimate goal is for him to become the next president 2028, and inshallah he will be the president of Ghana.
Thank you very much. Let's get into the crowd and get more from the people, the numerous people who have gathered here to support Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. There, we've got people from all walks of life. We have older men and women, we have younger people, the youth, everybody is here, and now we want to have a conversation with this woman who is almost always stationed here at the MPP headquarters. Mami, bipacho yemoache ba JoyNews so.
Me Adam.
Me say Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Amafo bebre na ka say oko last year election no o di ncho inti di enti na yensa ntoma ne biem.
Wafa. Sa politics de. Sa ejina na enya. Esa so do bio atase. Enti bi nkwahwa first no di ntwen afi obenya. If you say Nejumapa and a man for Boshe, Nejumapa and a man for Botua Banaman, and Madame Namusuma, me a cancel for order. Bawumia, why you be? Why you be Anka Santa me Lord Sanqua or Bassania?
Yeah, that's it, Mommy. Well, she's saying that she believes that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will emerge victorious this time around. I've cited entertainment analyst and MPP supporter Koka here, but I'm unable to identify him as we speak now because he's gotten missing in the crowd. But really, you have a feel and a sense of what is happening here this morning, and we're still waiting for his arrival. The advertised time was 8 a.m., but he's not here yet. And he's not the only person that's going to be here today. We're also going to have Dr. Osei Educhum, the former education minister, also turn up around 11 a.m. this morning. Let's get more from the people who have gathered here. Mame, me watching you, pesi no kasakakra. Ofri hin no waba. Okay. Na edent na we free that Kotopo to abaha say obe support Bawumia.
Jensia amaye nyina ena ye di adwuma to ho abaha say be boa Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia ne say ye hwe na ho fama etu ho ache I was say asanso man another chance no kokko wini presidential when dey maye enu ti na ne ye nyina ya ba ye ba abeboa no ye gidi say nyame wo ho etinkonyim die no ebe ne dianso.
Well, she says that they believe in the vision of the former vice president. That's why they've come all the way from La Dadikotopon to throw their support behind him. I mean, I also say, Ukrade the MPP, you know, Ahofade na apamatade. Eddie ayo. Na is all the MPP
Papa. Dr. Bawumia nentuma na mafrano. Makuma Majin kahu ajin to me change na komane de enti Dr. Bawumia oyobia owa hu brasie oye owotima onimu adwuma enti ni pasa no odi omaya nimu a odi ye beko bose asase so enti na no pe mi fi la dade kotopon se ye tuna ha Dr. Bawumia enti ene ye tuna ha.
Okay, Medase, thank you. So those are the scenes here at the national headquarters of the party, and here you can see the elephant. That's the symbol of the MPP, big in the background. You can see it there, the symbol of the MPP, and also the MPP flags being waved by the crowd, who are ever enthusiastic, waiting the arrival of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So MFR and race, these are the scenes happening here at the MPP headquarters here in Accra. And of course, Coca, I was looking for you. I finally found him. He is a creative entrepreneur. That's how he wants to describe himself. You have been with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia since day one. Why do you still believe in his vision despite his humiliating defeat last year?
It was expected. It's one of those things.
I expected he was going to lose?
No, after 8 years, governance becomes intolerable. So the odds were against us, the economy and every issue. I mean, he did better than Kufuor. He done better than Mills and other people who have contested elections. His first time. And in Ghana, it's difficult to win a first time. He has 49. I can't 41. I can't 9 will do 15. And he's the only person who is going to contest, who has contested an election before. The next general elections. Anybody who will come has not contested the general elections before. He's well marketed, his ideologies, his politics, even though he's out of government, he's still working. The last BEC, people from Afram Plains wrote their exams real time like everybody because of the drone. The drone sent the questions there. Go to the hospitals now, real time, they take your data, you don't need to do a card. These are policies that shows growth. These are policies that shows transformation, that you need to impact on society. So he's a visionary leader, and I believe he is a person who will unlock the potentials in the creative business for a lot of the young people in the creative sector
But the critics have always said that he, as the head of the economic management team, didn't perform up to task. And really, electorate look at the economy. They say that it is always about the economy. Do you think that he performed well with the economy?
He had his challenges and he admitted that he made mistakes. He admitted. Mahama crashed the economy, but Mahama has been given an opportunity again. And now you can see the things he did is there. He agreed that whatever you say Nanado did, he's also responsible. But new time, new era, new motivation. We are in the new dispensation, and you can see what is going on. Gold for oil, gold reserves, and all those things are things being attributed to him. So at least, as much as you blame him, give him the record for the good things he has also done. Things he has done, give him the credit for the things he has done too. The same as you give him the credit for the failures.
What different thing is he bringing on board in terms of the economy? What different thing is he bringing on board?
Should we be the boss now? He is going to be the deciding factor. He is going to be the one taking the decisions. Because at the formerly, he was a vice president. Nanado was his boss. Now he is going to be boss. As an apprentice who has learned and have known the mistakes, he is going to change things and then reform the economy so that we all can get what is due.
Thank you very much. That's a creative entrepreneur, Coca, as he loves to describe himself. So these are the current scenes here at the MPP headquarters as we await the arrival of former Vice President and 2024 flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to file his nomination today. And as I mentioned earlier, later in the day, former Education Minister and MP for Bosomche, Dr. Osei Yao Educhum, will also be here to file his nomination as well. And yesterday, we had two people, former Agric Minister and MP for Abetifi, Brian Echampon, come through to file his nomination, and also MP for former MP for Asin Central, Kennedy Japan, also come to file his nomination as well. And 2 days earlier, the party's former General Secretary, Kwabena Eje Japan, also came to file his nomination. So That will be it. These the two, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Ayaw Adichum, will be the final ones to file the nomination. After one of them, engineer Ade Nimo, pulled out yesterday, citing a number of reasons why he feels he cannot contest again. So these are the fans that you hear chanting slogans.
Doctor Nebano, yeah, man for Bawumia Nebano, Somebody, Bawumia don't have it on side. Wale moko. Aba wale moko. Woke baya
Well, so that's the crowds there having a few chants here and there. Of course, waving the flags of the new Patriotic Party as the setup of where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be addressing them if he's done filing his nomination is being done. Of course, I see a lot of them in highly spirited mood. Let me pick this woman's thoughts. When you
humble mind, Papa way, the whole world. You want to the pasta. Bawumia. Papa way, me nyanimpo.
I was swear.
Papa way. And I'm not so me bako school every atwaso. So just say, everybody there. Bawumia na nepe. So say, ahobrasie. Wako meeting po ono kasa ahobrasie mu oniatem. No achire kwa mo kasa. Wo chire dibuo odo ewo ni mu. Enu si epe Bawumia still no. Bawu. No size.
Now who free in the buy? If you're not at Raka, the electoral area and organizer, incoming new coordinator for not at Raka. And say, Enya and Amibaka, me himself, I will on the post. Matiti, me so on the post. And Amibana, me I'm out for because air contest.
What do you so call the post? Untie news, one chase, I'm out for count.
David, me himself, MPP pin for Besh share now about and see me and one I want my dream.
That's our party na Kabima Minkebi party into me push you bisa so on
me himself about possible say about me am anako and I mean himself competition there I'm out for contesting and I me say back me I'm out for contesting yes see brand be Kennedy miti di nu kwa poda enti ena na mbibi sa ma boss na omo so mo party ni mu ana sa na me MPP mu mi ni Kennedy ana miti bi di say Kennedy da who I know is doctor and doctor we will vote for and doctor we will trust for and na o see man obi opioid doctor bi amani didi atem enti and didi atem.
Okay, na ade ba ko be na wo hwe ni mu say Bawumia Jamie na dom no timi ebe flag bearer no be president ya onye
oh he will move Ghana and now there's one say you are in digital world and why is share you ma to order that yanum for no amusi the drum amuti drum asem da say say Bawumia e oni nimje na ori drum ba em say say amudi hu fa so he have a more for Ghanaians and doctor will tracks
and now also free if we are delegate.
Yeah, I'm a delegate from Tema West.
Tema West all the way to this place.
Yeah, Carlos Ayenkwa, you know, yeah, I'm full Bawumia. Yeah, I believe Bawumia is the
what makes you so confident in Bawumia's vision?
Bawumia, you know, in terms of, you know, digitalization is the best. And he's a future president. He's a young man, you know, he has a vision. He's a visionary man. So I believe in Bawumia, yeah, I believe in Bawumia. Bawumia is different among the rest. Yeah. So I think, MPP, we need to bring Bawumia. You know what? In MPP, anybody comes, and if anybody comes and go, and you need to come back. When we look about Kufuor, the former president, you know, former president comes and things is not work well. You know, you go back and he comes back again. And Nana Kufuor to the same thing happen. This is the time of Bawumia. Nana Kufuor use him as a vice president. And it comes and things doesn't work well, you know. This time around, we need to bring Bawumia. This is the second time. So I don't think we need to bring a new face. No, Bawumia is the best among the rest.
Okay, thank you very much. That's also one MPP supporter from Tema West there. And of course, it's a mini concert, literally. Even before Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia arrives, I've seen two women holding the banner of the former vice president, and I want to speak to them. Bawumia when he Bawumia when he don't know. Okay, so MFA, that's really the events happening here. This is from Okaikwe South constituency. Who's when you are Bawumia campaign message beno waka ato akoma so enti a wonti ne hujai
campaign o kan ma ko to makoma so ne say oba offense schools na economy so be ni ye ata se enti manage say Bawumia baba
Medase Mami, operations always alert. What does that mean?
Always alert. We are always alert.
Where are you coming from?
Okankwe South, constituency.
All here to support Mount?
Yeah, we are here to support him.
All right. Okay. So these are the scenes, as I mentioned earlier, currently happening at the MPP headquarters here in Accra. They are still awaiting for the arrival of the party's 2024 flag bearer, Mahmoud Bawumia, who will be filing his nomination. And of course, after that, we'll be addressing supporters on that podium you see right behind me. It's been a very interesting atmosphere here. All of them almost charged up, confident that he is going to capture the flag bearer position for the MPP come January 2026. So we can enjoy more scenes from this area.
Well, it's indeed a jamboree waiting for the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, in filing his nomination today. And a little later as well, Dr. Yao Edichum will as well file his nomination. If you stay with us, we'll bring you all the sights and things that's happening at the NPP headquarters. But before that, I'd like to remind you that DASA, Digital Asset Summit Africa, will be happening later in September between the 29th day to the 30th of September 2025 here in Accra. And you can get more information if you visit their website, dasummitafrica.com, dasummitafrica.com, Digital Asset Summit Africa. Now as well, make your dream home a reality with EcoBank. Step into your ideal home or transform your current space into one that truly reflects your style and comfort, all with the support from EcoBank. EcoBank has once again partnered with JoyNews to bring you an exciting experience at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. This year's edition makes your journey to a comfortable modern home even more accessible and affordable with EcoBank's Buy Now, Pay Later. You can easily renovate, upgrade or furnish your home to suit your taste and lifestyle, whether it's elegant home decor, modern furniture, essential electronics like laptops and phones or solar energy solutions. EcoBank has the right financing tailored to your lifestyle, from staying connected with the latest devices to embracing sustainable living. Our flexible consumer loans, assets finance and salary advance products are designed to help you and bring your vision to life. Enjoy competitive interest rates, convenient repayment terms and fast approval from a bank that understands your needs. So anywhere you see this stand, please make sure to visit it and take the first step toward the home and lifestyle you deserve. Comfortable home starts with EcoBank. Be part of it. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. As well, from turning sachet into durable plastic lumber to creating jobs for women and youth, Asase Foundation's social enterprise initiative, Catch It, it's redefining green innovation in Ghana with plans to expand across the country. Catch It, it's proof that the country can achieve a cleaner environment and drive wealth creation. Here is a report filed by my colleague Isaac Atase Nyako on the activities of Asase Foundation.
Led by the quest to see her community and environment clean, Hilda Ada, a social advocate, and her partner Dana Musura set up Catch It, a social enterprise which collects sachet water wastes and transforms them into plastic lumber. Supported by Asase Foundation, Catch It involves every actor in the waste collection and management chain, employing hundreds of waste collectors and aggregators to store raw materials.
We started Asase, and the essence of Asase is actually to retrieve as much plastics from the environment to stop or minimize the pollution of plastics. Now, to set this up, we thought that it would be better to target communities through the municipal assembly structures. So we target communities by setting up the processing plant, give employment to the underprivileged people, mostly youth who are dropouts from school, women who are waste pickers, and then other vulnerable groups in the community. We also set up in the community because that is where the waste is. So it's easy to retrieve from them. Ours is to engage everybody who is in the value chain. So we don't displace waste pickers, the aggregators. Everybody who is part of that economy is brought in, and then we together make the impact that we are looking for.
With the capacity to process over 7,000 tons of plastic sachet waste annually, the location of recycling plants are carefully selected. Communities selected are typically close to key ecological and peri-urban areas with a clear goal to keep the city clean and protect ecological zones.
So Catch It is the social enterprise of Asase Foundation. The foundation itself is an NGO that looks for money to set up the operations. Now, in the operations, we have community work, community engagement, which is actually my background. We have the processing, that is the recycling part, and then we have the end application. So in the end application, we do the plastic lumber. Now, in the collection, we engage, like I said earlier, the waste pickers, the aggregators, and then what we say suppliers. Okay. And for these groups, we start with the engagement and mobilization of the waste pickers. So currently, as I say, has close to 400 waste pickers that we work with within the 3 municipalities that we work. And in the subsequent municipalities we will continue to engage waste pickers.
The factory ensures all plastic waste sourced is tracked. Areas that record high levels of contamination, such as sand, stones, or non-plastic materials, are enrolled in waste collection education programs. At Kashet, sustainability isn't just routine, it's a careful strategy where incentive schemes reward waste collectors who properly segregate waste or deliver high-quality plastic waste with tricycles to support their work.
Now, before we even get to the mobilization of these people in the value chain, we also do awareness. Ghana as a country, we don't have segregation and collection culture. Our waste management, proper waste management knowledge is almost zero. So we do awareness creation by doing public announcements in the communities that there is this initiative that collects plastics. So people should segregate and collect the waste. So once we get it into our storage facility, that's the warehouse, we take them by supplier because all materials that we take have to be tracked. We track all our materials so that we know the source, we know the quality, and how to constantly improve the quality. And we do this because I told you that we are trying to show to the public the value of the waste, but also its impact to the community. When the material comes and it is contaminated, it means it was collected from pedestrian waste or it is collected from litter. It means that community where they collect, there is low or no education on segregation and collection. So we try to also target the community to improve this habit or this practice. And then also we are able to reward the waste picker, the collector, to be able to collect the right material. If it is heavily contaminated, the yield is very low, which means we lose a lot.
So help us, once you're able to do all of these, what then do you do with the waste?
Then when we bring it here, we take it to our processing plant. We have what we call the LD, the low density. Most of the materials we collect are the water sachet. So that's what we call the low density plastics. And then it goes through our crushing system, washing, and then baling. So when it is collected and washed and then baled, now we drain the water and then we take some of that and add it to other plastics, and we use that for the end application, that is the plastic lumber.
From crushing to washing and dewatering, the process moves into agglomeration, an automated multi-step system managed by trained personnel working in 3 shifts, a classic case of the 24-hour economy system. The final product is plastic lumber, an innovative substitute for wood used in producing items like desks, chairs, beds, flower pots, and more.
For the lumber, when we finally get, they come in the same cuts like the lumber cut. So 2 by 2 by 2, 2 by 4, 2 by 6, 1 by 8, and all. So when we get those cuts, we also have carpenters. We have actually trained carpenters because this material is an innovation. You can't use the skill that a normal carpenter uses to make furniture out of it. So we also train carpenters to be able to use this material. You can't use saw to cut. You cannot use normal hammer to hit it, the nails. Normally they use drills, they use a cutting machine to cut them.
So is this an example of some of the artifacts you're able to make with the plastic lumber?
This is flower pot that is made, and this is about 2 years. It's been sitting in the sun, has no effect. The sun or rain has no effect on it.
So it's able to withstand every weather condition.
Yes, and then no termites.
Okay. Okay.
Personally, I use some of the first lumber we did 4 years ago to do my garden. And before then, I was using waste. The termites will always eat it. And when I started using the lumber, they are still there, not damaged.
Nia is a lead carpenter at the Wager facility. He tells us how durable the products are.
I think this one, how we are using for school days, this one is good. Because the wood, maybe the student, they can push the wood and things, but this one is too heavy, so you can't push it. Recently, we will do some for sink. They will wash their hand inside for some schools at North Carnation. Because we went there, they say if they use wood, at times the water spoil the wood, so we use the plastic to do it for them. They say they will come again, then we'll do another one for them. So they see that this one is very, very, very good.
Women and youth are the heart of the sustainability drive. Dagadu, one of 23 workers at the Wager facility, shares how her employment as a factory hand has been economically transformative.
First, I'm not doing anything. I'm in the house. Where I get the job, it's helped me a lot. Paying my child's school fees, my family, my rent. So this job, I love it so much. Yeah. So I'll never leave the job. I love it.
At the Asase Foundation's cashet, nothing goes waste. Water used during manufacturing is treated and reused. Even the residue from operations is sold to other plastic innovators as raw material for producing plastic pavements and building blocks, highlighting the foundation's broader vision for a green economy. While Hilda welcomed President Mahama's call to replace wooden desks with plastic lumber, she also urged the government to invest in such innovations.
You've heard a call by the president that we should do away with the use of wood for school furniture.
And again, that's also enforcing a bit about sustainability.
Exactly.
As we go green, we try to create a green economy. We need to encourage a lot of these things.
Exactly. And I think the president's call is spot on. For all these types of innovations with sustainability, impact, community impact, environmental impact and all that, you definitely need public drive. And if I say public drive, I'm talking about government. Government is one of our biggest procures a lot of
biggest contractor, if you want to put it that way.
Yes, a biggest contractor. They build schools, they build offices, they build institutions, so many avenues. So for some of these construction needs, they can use products like these. So that first, they are the biggest.
Right.
So the biggest market. And then of course, then the public would also see how these things are used and then participate in the market of these.
She further called for the passage of the Extended Producer Responsibility Law to hold producers accountable for the waste generated from their products.
We need investment to expand this. If we have this in many communities, we can, retrieve as much as possible. We will also give the right education. And one of the sure ways of getting public investment or public support for investment is what we call the EPR scheme, that is the Extended Producer Responsibility, where producers, contribute money into a pot, and then it is used to support collection. It may be used to support education,
management,
infrastructure, public allocation through the municipal assemblies can also be used to invest in collection. So we need these two. We need public investment through the assembly, common fund or whatever. And then we also need this EPR scheme to take effect as soon as possible.
Hilda believes the Ghana Education Service should introduce a practical curriculum on waste management and segregation. She's confident that a combination of strong policy enforcement and education will drive the behavioral change needed. Construction of a new plant has already begun in Juabeng in the Ashanti region. By sourcing local artisans for equipment building, the Asase Foundation plans to replicate this model in Takoradi and Tamale, each step aimed at protecting the environment through social entrepreneurship.
Thank you for staying with us here on the show. We're nearly wrapping up, but before we go, I've got my news editor, Fred Smith, joining us. An important conversation happening today, the National Dialogue, organized by JoyNews, Breaking the Chains, Ghana's Opioid Crisis. Fred, how are you? It's good to see you in the studio.
Yeah, good to see you too.
When I see you, I definitely know that it's definitely about health.
Yes, definitely. We realize that the youth of Ghana today, the young people actually are destroying their lives, and if they do, they are destroying the future of Ghana. And so we've decided to have a conversation about that and find some solutions to the abuse of opioids. And in the documentary we had on Monday, we realized lots of young people are getting into it, some of them through no fault of theirs, others were lured into it. How do we find a way of stopping or cutting the flow into our communities so that we're able to bring down the abuse of opioids? And so for this evening, we have the Youth Development Minister himself, George Opariado, joining us on this thought leadership program. He will be joined by Dr. Olivia Boateng, that's the Director for Tobacco and Substance Abuse Directorate at the Food and Drugs Authority. We have other persons at rehabilitation centers, law enforcement agencies, and the national, NACOC, actually, the agency that's responsible for controlling substance abuse.
That documentary definitely brought to the fore how challenging. I mean, you may hear it in the background, knowing that, oh, there's the substance abuse, the popular question, Unim Red, is always being on the mind and the mouth of people as well. And so it's very good that you're having this conversation, and it's at 6 p.m. today.
It's at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel. It will also be on Joy FM 99.7 if you're in Accra. And if you want to join us from around the world, it will be via our website, joyonline.com, or through our social media platforms.
Definitely. And everybody's favorite, Kojo Yangson, will be...
Kojo Yangson, yes. He's the deputy head of the health desk. He will actually be driving this conversation. So we hope to get some solutions later in the day.
Why is it important that people join this conversation?
Well, it will help you if it's not you yourself, but maybe a relative, a son. In fact, 2 days ago, we saw a video of two students of one of the secondary schools in Accra, two female students. They were in uniform and had gone to one of the beaches in Accra and were smoking. This was in the afternoon. They were questioned. You know what they said? They said they had closed from school and wanted to just come to the beach and swim. In the uniform, no, they were definitely lying.
Wow.
Okay? And their parents don't know that this is what is happening to them. You're a parent, you've left, you're engaged in your business, but your child is actually on the ground. People are influencing them. So this conversation will bring to the fore the factors that lead people into this, what we can do to prevent it, and also cut supply of these drugs.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred, for making this happen today. You don't want to miss it. It's at 6 p.m. today. All of our platforms, TV, radio, social media, you cannot miss this conversation. Breaking the Chains, Ghana's Opioid Crisis. Fred, thank you for joining us on the show. And this is how we wrap up the show. Time now for Joy News Desk. Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson will be up next. Thank you for watching.
welcome to Home Tips with Mira. You know, Home Tips with Mira is all about learning home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. Today on the show, we are going to learn about a home remedy about corn. But before we do that, I just want to ask you, how well do you like your corn? Do you like it boiled with coconut, or you like it roasted with coconut? Well, for me, I prefer the roasted one because it has this amazing and unique smell. And when you take it as a snack and you wash it down with water, I bet you can remain full for the rest of the day. Please stay with me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to remove the silk and then boil it and take it as a tea. And there are amazing benefits that you can derive from this silk. You know, the corn plant itself, it's so useful. The husk, the dried one in Ghana, we just dry the husk and we use it to wrap our kinky. Even the fresh one like this, some people also use it to wrap their kinky. And this husk is also used for other medicinal purposes. And you know, our grain, we have a lot of corn products on the market. You can get your Ebroni Nkatier, which means corn and granules. They just, it's sold on the market. They wrap the dried corn with granules and they boil it together. It's so nutritious and so filling when you take it as a snack. And then, like I showed you previously, we have the roasted corn and the boiled corn. So this is our corn silk. It is fresh. This strands, as you see it, is responsible for making a grain on each kernel on the cob. Do you know what it does? The corn plant, God has made it in such a way that when the corn plant matures, there are some flowers that it bears. And when the wind blows, there are certain things in the flowers that falls off, and then the strands, because they are at the edge of this corn, they receive those seeds, and this one is used like a channel and the seeds passes through this and then it fertilizes the corn. It's amazing, right? Yeah, all right. So now let's talk about the silk. So what I'm going to do is that this is my silk. It's so fresh and it smells so good. This is just a handful of corn silk that I'm going to boil in my kettle. But for this, I'm going to use 3 glasses of water. And after boiling it, I'm going to tell you of the many uses and the many benefits that we derive from corn silk tea. Please join me. So let it be at maximum fire, and then when it boils, just leave it on fire for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, then you bring it down and let it cool down. And then our corn silk tea will be ready. So one may ask, how can I get corn silk since I'm not a corn farmer? Well, it is not difficult at all. When corn is in season, what you can do is that those beautiful ladies by the roadside in Accra or wherever you find yourself roasting or selling corn, the boiled one, you can approach them and tell them that they should give you some of the silk. Well, this is what I collected from a lady who roasts some by my roadside. So you can equally use the dried one, and you can equally as well use the earlier on, the one that I used, the fresh one too. So when you get the dried one like this, it's, you know, comes along with little of the husk, and this one especially has been exposed to the weather, so you might want to sort it out so that you remove the fresh ones. Keep it in your Ziploc bag and keep it in the fridge. It can last as long as 3 months, but make sure that when you keep it in the fridge, you don't forget and be using it regularly. So, because this one, I took it from those by the roadside, I would advise that before you boil this to drink as a tea, you wash it under running water before you put it on fire to boil to drink your tea. Corn silk has been consumed for a long time as a therapeutic remedy for various illnesses, and it has natural antioxidants, which is found in most fruits, vegetables, and other cereals, which helps our body And according to research, when you take corn silk tea, it relaxes the lining of the bladder and urinary tubules. It acts as a diuretic, which means when you take the tea, it helps you to pass urine often. So if there are toxins in your body and all that, be sure that as you take corn silk tea, it will surely help you to get rid of all those toxins in your body. Now my tea is ready, so I'm just going to pour it into my tea kettle, which makes it more presentable to serve friends and family. It looks so nice. It tastes plain and simple. But if you like your tea to be sweet, you can add honey or sugar to it. But please, do not add milk. You can take it hot, you can take it warm, or you can take it very cold. You can keep the remaining in your refrigerator and take it. If it's in the fridge, you have up to 3 days to consume everything. But if it is just at room temperature, please make sure that from morning till evening, you would have finished taking it. All right, please remember that this home remedy should not be taken as a medical advice from me. Feel free, boil your tea and enjoy your corn silk tea for your maximum health benefit. Thank you so much. It's been Home Tips with Mira. Thank you for joining me. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And also don't forget to like, subscribe and share. See ya!
The more them get it, and the more them want it.
When you get on any drug, it can give you some amazing energy and some creative geniuses that just boost you like this.
Talking about hard drugs.
Anytime that anyone uses any of these drugs or substances of abuse, the brain itself gets affected.
Talking about hard drugs.
Creatives, their brain never rests. They are inquisitive. They want to unfold or uncover, release things that somebody will be like, wow, how did he get to that frequency?
And when they stand on stage, they mesmerize us.
Talking about hard drugs. The more they get it, they still want more. The more them get it, and the more them want it.
Point in time, I left my comfort zone, my abode, and I came to Medina Ghetto, and I fraternized with rocks and wolves. I became a night owl, always on a wild goose chase. And sometimes making 3 square meters a day seems difficult and almost impossible for me.
This is Noah King, a presenter who once worked with a popular radio station in Accra in the early 2000s. Noah's exceptional presentation skills earned him a lot of admirers. But his promising radio career was truncated when he was plunged into an abyss of drug addiction. Noah King tells me that he started using drugs before he got into the media space. However, he says the situation got worse when he traveled with some musicians for a concert in Tamale. That was when he was introduced to more dangerous drugs.
After advanced level, I was at home doing nothing. And my father, had this koinonia with the musicians. He rolls with them. And then the Kokumba Nanumba war erupted. So the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the national security apparatus thought that it were prudent on your part to organize a peace concert dubbed Operation Gongo in the 3 northern regions so as to forestall peace in the environs. So apparently, my father having, this koinonia with most musicians told one that, yes, I want my son to join you guys so that he can familiarize himself since he's at home doing nothing. So we're airlifted here from Accra to Tamale. When we go to Tamale, the hotel that we were put up, I saw things that were alien to me, things that were foreign to me, things that I never knew anything about, though I had experimented cannabis sativa way back in college, way back in, during my secondary school days. So this time I realized that these things were foreign, and then one guy who was with me, whose name is Kofi, well, he was pointing to me, this is crack, this, what are you doing is cappuccinos, this is cocktail, and what he's holding is a bunker.
Noah King's curiosity fueled his woes. He was convinced that the source of the assertiveness and the energetic performances of the musicians was drugs.
So when I saw them do that, I said, okay, then this is what gets them euphoric. And when they stand on stage, they mesmerize us. And I said, okay, fine. So when they were done with all that they were doing that very night, we were called upon to clear the residue. And myself and Kofi chanced upon a couple of freebase. When I say freebase, I mean crack on the table and some on the floor. So we took them. And Kofi knows much into it, and therefore he fixed the crack and he took a hit. And he asked me too. I said, yes, I want to try it, because if this is giving them the euphoric and the energy and the drive, then I think it's a good thing. And I tried it, and trust me, I was like a moonraker. I saw myself like an angel suspended in the air.
When they returned to Accra from their concerts in the northern region, Noah could not free himself from the shackles of his newfound love. He spent his money on different types of drugs, including those that would enhance his sexual potency.
So from the experimental stage, I moved to the recreational stage. Apparently, I was getting tuition from them. This will actually let you perform well in bed and all that. And trust me, when I tried it, I realized that it was. But one thing about drug is this: when diminishing returns set in, you get to understand that no, you're going down on bended knees, and even you wouldn't get erection, let alone ejaculation. Yeah.
The drug addiction had a toll on Noah's work. He would rather spend time in the hazy stupor of his drugs than go to work. Eventually, he was sacked.
It got to a point in time, instead of me going on air, I wouldn't go. I would say, Mufti Dabri, Najib, it is a good play for me. So it got to a point in time, despite says, no, it seems this guy has lost it, has lost focus. And apparently I was relieved of my duties.
Not only did Noah King lose his job, he also lost his family and resorted to sleeping in slums.
One day I went to town, and then before I came back, she packed bag and baggages and left unceremoniously with a young chap, Jaden, and they left. And when I came, I said, oh yes, beautiful. I love it that you guys went. Wow. Reasons being that the little that I have, I can use it to satisfy myself again.
But Noah King is not the only Ghanaian creative that has suffered the scourge of drug addiction. Kiki Jan, Timothy Benton, OJ Black, Nasty, Lord Kenya, Okonfo Kwade, Sugartone, and Red Eye of Too Tough fame have been in this situation. While some are able to overcome it, the addiction knocks others into penury and, in extreme cases, death. But the big question is, which drugs are commonly abused? Dr. Julius Hatcher, a psychiatrist and clinical coordinator of the Pantan Hospital, tells me more.
Commonly, what we are seeing, and the most common substance all around the world, is alcohol. Alcohol is a very, very toxic drug. Unfortunately, it's among all of them the most legal and illicit of the drugs. Yes. Whenever you see adverts on TV about liquor or any bitters containing, they say 18 years and above, but who really checks for ID cards whenever alcohol is being purchased? So alcohol still continues to remain the most predominantly used substance or drug for that matter. Cannabis comes soon after that in our setting, where people use and are able to get at very cheap prices, 2 cedis, 5 cedis, and they are good to go. They still enjoy their high. And then you have the cigarettes or the nicotines around.
This is the Chosen Rehab Center, a facility that offers help to mentally challenged individuals. This was where Red Eye of Too Tough fame, after battling drug addiction in 2023, got relief. The use of drugs is one big problem bedeviling the creative industry. A lot of creatives the world over have lost their lives, their sanity, and their livelihood through drugs. But what really pushes them into this act? Let's find out. The center has a music recording studio, a computer lab, a gym, and an open area suitable for prayer meetings. The Chief Executive Officer of Chosen Rehab Center, Apostle Daniel Kobe Washington, tells me about some of the things that drive creatives into drug use.
Because the brain never rests. Creatives, their brain never rests. They are inquisitive. They want to know more. They want to unfold or uncover, release things that somebody will be like, wow, how did he get to that frequency? How did he get this song? How did he come up with this movie? How did he write that book? You know, because the normal thing is, it doesn't give nobody an high. Something that is common, nobody wants to fall for it. But you want to come up with something different. And that is why they start experimental abuse or drugs. Let me do some weed. Let me do some alcohol. They have the different ways to do it. But the weed is known that it's supposed to broaden or open them up.
According to satirist Kweku Sintim Misa, popularly known as KSM, the biggest push for drug use among talents in the creative industry is the ability of the drugs to evoke wild creative ideas.
They tell you that drugs will enlarge your creative horizon. There are so many things that you can create and do that under normal circumstances you will not be able to. And surprisingly, there's some truth to it.
For most people who use illicit drugs, they start as children or teenagers. The late Lynx Entertainment signee, O.J. Black, is one of those who got trapped in the act when he was but a little boy.
I started smoking when I was very young, very, very little. I started at the age of 11.
11 years?
Yes.
Who introduced you?
No one.
How did it happen?
So I was in the boarding house, and sometimes you see the security, what we used to call watchmen.
Yeah.
Smoking around, seated in their jackets smoking, and I was talking to one of my friend who like, hey Charlie, you see the way this food is smoked, you know? It was like, oh, you go feed smoking. And that was how it started.
I want to sing for the world, sing for my country.
Good.
So if I sing and you don't pay me, I don't lose. If you know what you are doing and what the talent is and what it's worth, it's not what the peanut the person is going to give you.
Good. Nasty, a former member of the Lifetime Family Music Group, tells me that his relationship with drugs was birthed during his time in Adisadel College. Little did he know that what made him high for a moment would ruin his life forever.
This whole thing started in school. You understand? This whole drug thing started in school. I started and then a disco guys say me sell you out. And I'm trying to say about my life story. these two guys are telling me that because I went to Diaspora, I'm sending Diaspora college guys out. But I'm not gonna lie. I started these drugs around at the year 19. I was a little kid. I was a little bit stubborn because Charlie, right now you need something strong. I don't worry. So far as my motive is to stop drugs, I don't want any drug conversation because right now, I'm trying to say no to it more than going to rehab, or they should tight me. They don't want me. You understand? Say no to it. You have the money in your pocket. You say no. You won't buy it. That is real rehab.
Dr. Julius Hatcher says drugs impede the normal functioning of the brain.
The whole concept or the whole idea of drug is that it has got a biological basis. Addiction now demonstrates a biological basis, making it clear that any time that anyone uses any of these drugs or substances of abuse, the brain itself gets affected. It halts the maturation of the brain, and to some extent it even causes the brain's maturation to regress. So certain social skills that you would expect that a person will acquire at a certain stage, because of the use of drug, they may not gain or acquire it.
That notwithstanding, the general perception that drugs boost the confidence of creatives is rife among entertainers. Although Noah King agrees with this notion, he cautions that the consequences are dire.
On the prelims, you would do better because you can imagine when you are behind the turntable and being high spirits and the music is going on, and you want to scratch, you want to do this, you talk, you get to the euphoria. So I always have the intuition that no, when I don't get high, I can't perform that well. But it will get to a stage and time where you will no longer use the drug for your work, but the drug will be using you.
For entertainers who depend on drugs for their creative activities, KSM, who admits to attempting drugs in the past, advises that the future is bleak. According to the venerated comedian, people who create works of art without external aids like drugs are usually more successful.
When you get on any drug, it can give you some amazing energy and some creative geniuses that can just boost you like this. You know?
Speaking from personal experience.
Can I finish?
Okay.
That can give you the boost. However, trust me, if you rely on your natural and you give yourself enough time, you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. The deception is that one gives you an immediate thing that you can do, and you think, oh, this is it, this is the way out. But the more you do it, the more at the same time it destroys that capacity. So you can be the greatest creative and everything, but later on you realize that it brings you down again very, very, very fast. So my advice is don't depend on any external high to get creative, because it will give you just that boost. But you can't depend on that boost. Now the other question:
Did you ever try it? Any of those drugs?
I tried something. I tried something. Very, very minimal thing to test it. Actually, honestly, I did it. Say, okay, let me see how best it can help me to be creative. And the ideas that I got were all very, very wild, and to me, wow, this thing is amazing. It can give you ideas and things. But then once it starts dying down, then I realize these were not wild ideas. These were stupid things. Yeah. But at that time, you don't care. You think it's, So for me, it doesn't work. And I think creatives, I believe in what they call the natural high.
Okay.
I believe in what they call the natural high. Creatives who stay natural and depend on the natural high always more successful and they have longevity than those who depend on the quick high thing. Yeah.
We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ.
At the Chosen Rehab Center, Apostle Washington reveals a lot of the people who are brought to his facility for treatment are those who have artistic capabilities, a reason he decided to build a music studio at the premises.
We see that almost 50% of the people that comes in are musically inclined.
Oh, okay.
So either they sing or they rap, or some might say they play drums. So we realize that if we're having a lot of these people, then we need to put in the studio. And God being so good, my background is production. It's because I'm a Grammy-nominated producer in Sweden. So it was easy for me to put together the studio and to teach music lessons and music classes and how to beat making and all of that.
So you personally teach music?
I teach, yeah.
And you have others who help you to do that?
Yeah, so I've trained a lot of guys. So the guys that you are seeing in the studios over there, they have been taught softwares like Pro Tools, Studio One, Logic, so they can use all these things and make their beats. And production helps because you need some kind of concentration, and if you are able to put the tones together, there's a certain high in it.
Wow.
So that can replace the highness for the drugs that you were feeling for.
For those who find themselves in this situation, all hope is not lost. Dr. Hache suggests ways to help people get out of drug use and its addiction.
In helping people who are into drugs or substance abuse, we have various strategies and approaches, and it's easier when you have the person you are dealing with appreciating the fact that they have a problem that needs to be treated, for that matter. Unfortunately, quite a number of the people who have substance use disorders or addiction issues do not even consider it as a problem until they may hit rock bottom. But once they do, what we do is that we have a process whereby we assess them, because drugs, like I have mentioned or alluded to in the past, have a myriad effect on the human being, and they may have a physical condition that is associated with the drug use. So they need a thorough medical examination, a thorough psychiatric examination, so that we identify some of the underlying medical conditions, some of the underlying psychiatric conditions. Then we can target treatment at them and probably focus subsequently on the drug use.
So, before you think about engaging in drugs to boost your creativity or for other recreational purposes, consider the harking effect it could have on your health, your finances, your family, and the community. Kwame Dazi, JoyNews.
Mining can create jobs and mining can generate wealth, but it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches.
Some of us are complicit, we are benefiting from it, and some of us, we know, we just keep quiet and suffer quiet.
time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people. But because of we not getting it in doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
I can't buy excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying,
Destruction for gold.
On our way to Datano, we saw some of the equipment. They've been used to block entry into the mining sites.
They've intentionally blocked our entry into that part of the forest using this excavator to block the entry, but our driver is trying to weave his way around it so we can go to the other side to witness the devastation to that part of the Tano River. And I have to find my way as well through this mud. Helping gear. Come on, you can do it. Okay, so luckily he's been able to weave his way around it, and we are on our way again.
At Datano village, about 60 kilometers from Samraboy, we saw similar mining expeditions within the banks of the Tano River. There is no buffer or space between the Tano River and the mining operations here as stipulated by law. The river receives the residue of water pumped out of the pits nearby. The pollution stretches deep, eating a larger part of the riverbank and adjoining forest, threatening the very lifeline of this green ecosystem. Out of helplessness, the opinion leaders of Datano invite me to a small meeting to share their concerns.
The
River Tano was our major source of drinking water, but it is now polluted by illegal miners. Luckily, we still have some swamps and small water sources we drink from and use for cooking.
This is Atala. The farming community has been negatively impacted. Irresponsible mining has left these communities with polluted water sources and farmers begging for boreholes.
The river is polluted and the miners are in the process of destroying the few tributaries as well. It is creating hardships for us when it comes to getting water.
None of the revenue from the mining activities here goes into developing the communities. This is the CHIPS compound, which serves the health needs of over 10 villages within this enclave. The single-room structure, manned by a nurse, lacks the basic tools for healthcare delivery.
Let me say this is the health facility or clinic for the entire Ohiampenika community, full of over 500 people. Now, there are other villages that depend on this facility as well. In here, we have a modest equipment. There is no equipment. I mean, this is the one they use to check your BP. They have a computer which is sitting here nicely, but unfortunately, the whole community doesn't have electricity. So this is a white elephant. They have a thermometer and they have another thermometer gun there. Basically, that is it. And if you look here, this is their female recovery room. It only has a bed, and that is it. And quite a stock of medicine here. Few medications, at least basic medication, that malaria medication and other things that you can find here.
During emergencies, patients are carried on motorbikes over 50 kilometers to the nearest health center at Samraboy.
Moving out from here to Samraboy is about 1.5 hours to Samraboy. So for instance, if a woman is on labor, you can see the circumstance above it, you know. So we are facing that challenge here. It's a big challenge that we are facing here.
Almost all water sources within this forest have been destroyed. The residents rely on the few sources left. Local leaders are helpless against these miners who have the backing of very powerful people. The chief of Ohiampenika, Yoko Samuel Donko, himself a farmer, says traditional authorities are helpless in the face of the destruction.
Illegal miners have taken over my farm. When I went to the farm today, I counted 35 people and heavy equipment mining on the farm. When I confronted them, they showed me equipment they claim gives them power to mine there. I ensured they stop all the machines, but I know they will come back in the night.
Many of the miners here do not have the requisite permits. Those who do use them in undesignated areas, concessions not covered by the permit, a development acknowledged generally by Chairperson of the Minerals Commission Board, Barbara Otenjasi.
They have the license to mine, but are they mining where they have been licensed to mine? Very often they undertake haphazard operations because they don't know where the ore is. So they commence the activity from point A. When they don't get anything, they move to point B, point C, and so they devastate a large area. So we have taken it upon ourselves as a commission to partner with the Geological Survey Authority, and they are conducting investigations to determine the mineralized areas where small-scale miners as well as the community schemes can be undertaken.
On our way from Asankregwa, we saw this highly polluted stream. These two men who are responsible for the devastation here confirm that they do not have any permit. They mine for their own survival and those of their dependents. As news of our fact-finding trip to polluting sites of the Tano River spread out, we learn of a swoop on some illegal miners there, led by the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka. But whilst the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka, leads soldiers on crusades elsewhere, his hometown, Dompim, is active with one of the worst impact of irresponsible mining we've seen on our trail. Almost all major water bodies in the western regional town have been destroyed. Not even this sign, strictly prohibiting even government-sanctioned community mining here, will deter miners from eating deep into the Taboom forest. Valleys hosting valuable streams, the lifeline of the forest, have been redirected and highly polluted.
This beautiful natural resource you see is the Taboom forest. Now you can see how illegal mining has eaten portions of it, and if you drive through to other ends of it, there are miners in there who are currently eating deep into the forest. Now look down here, you can see the natural resource, the streams that give life to the natural resource here, the trees and other things, has been so polluted from upstream here. And that is how illegal miners are raping the country's forests.
The road leading to the forest is dotted with marks of the haphazard, irresponsible mining, destroying cocoa farms and livelihoods. The second day at Dompim took us to the Patahon forest. Our bird's eye view gives a vivid capture of the pollution of the river that traverses this forest. Huge pits left by earth-moving equipment and the continued pillage of the leftovers by the youth who sit with water-polluting champagnes is shocking.
So very active mining going on within the Patahon forest, close to Dompim in the western region. The river Nui has been blocked in two, and you can see
the miners over there actively mining this resource.
Is this legal?
It's illegal.
But you're doing it anyway?
Because of we don't have anything to do as our permanent job. That is why we are doing it. Because this very engine that we are using used to cause a harm to a lot of people. A time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people. But because of we not getting anything doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
Here, we find a number of excavators clearing the riverbed in the middle of a large pool of residue and devastated forest cover. The people here will not tolerate our visit nor speak to us. But we are told that this irresponsible mining activity is sanctioned by a number of powerful people. The River Nwin is no longer identifiable from the pits that fill this valley. These muddy-looking men and women represent unemployment, the struggles of youth, and the determination to do anything to survive, including participating in this illegal gold mining activity here.
There are no jobs in town. If you don't give us jobs, Galamsey is what we will continue to do.
That has been a very big major problem for me.
A worried chief of Dumpim, Nana Nwapenin IV, says he's helpless in the face of rising illegal mining in the area.
It is very, very serious. All the river bodies in the various places you are talking of, there were rivers that we could fetch and then drink those days. But for now, you saw some yourself. It is very bad. Before you get there, then they've bolted away and you will not see them again. The next time you see them, you hear that they are at the Trebon forest. You dispatch men to that place, you go and then they are not there. So it is very hard to monitor their activities.
The River Nwin and other highly polluted rivers and streams at Dumpim link other water bodies like the Bonsa close to Takwa in the western region. We took samples of the polluted Bonsa River where we meet this farmer who has lost a large part of his cocoa farm to illegal mining.
I'm a pensioner, but after I'm a pensioner, I did not get any benefit from the work I did. So I tried to make a farm. I was able to make about 6 acres of cocoa farm. But because of the Galamsey, when they saw that there's money inside in the land, then they started to destroy the farm. So it left my few of the cocoa farm there that I'm just protecting it.
He questions why the fight against irresponsible mining seemed to elude the area, though the Deputy Lands Minister hails from there.
It's over to him. So you have come here and you see what is going on. You have taken the sample of the water. You can't get him even inform him that this is what is happening. He's at Accra. Anytime he comes here, he go to Takwa, the district capital, and then you go. You don't visit us so that we can tell him our problems.
The Bonsa River has lost its former glory, reduced to a dirty, milky-looking water source flowing through the western region. Turbidity is considered as a good measure of the quality of water. It is a measure of the degree to which the water loses its transparency due to the presence of suspended particles. At a just-ended dialogue on small-scale mining organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Ben Ampoma, gave a damning report about the pollution levels in the Bia and Tano rivers.
If you take our water resources, we benefit from the water in terms of inflows. That's about 70%. But if you take the Bia and the Tano, they are also transboundary, and we share with Côte d'Ivoire. Now, if you look at even if you take the Tano, it flows into the Abbey Lagoon, which obviously we share with Côte d'Ivoire. And if we pollute, the lagoon species in terms of the flora and fauna are basically affected. And that's not only affect Ghana, it affects Ghana and then Cote d'Ivoire. But the most serious one has to do with the Bia River.
The February 2022 Water Resources Commission data on turbidity levels for the Bia River measured 500 NTU or highly polluted at the Diaspora source point.
For rivers and water bodies, if you don't disturb them, they have the tendency to improve and restore their own ecological integrity. They can improve. That is, if you don't disturb. If we're able to do that without unnecessarily disturbing these rivers and allow them over a period of time, yes, we can try some chemical means, but the ideal thing is to just do not disturb them, for them to, as it were, to improve and refine themselves to be what they were before.
We traveled hours into the green forest area of Sefidwaboso district to investigate the pollution of the Bia River. Our first stop was at Sefi Eliokrum, where a bridge is being constructed over the Bia River. The river looks good from this side.
Because of the cocoa cultivation here, we need the river to water our farms. When our taps are not flowing, we drink from it.
The chief of Sefi Eliokrum, Nana Ahoy Penny, explains why this part of the Bia is clean.
When polluted, it becomes red like the earth here. Because it's a river flowing through the forest, the dead leaves and shrubs give it a dark color when it is clean. Recently, it changed to a red color, and our checks indicated some illegal mining activities upriver. They mine in the river Saire, a tributary of the Bia, which is getting it polluted. I think they have stopped for days now. That is why it is clean.
But further checks along the flow path of the river revealed a dirty, polluted, and milky water. The search for the source of the pollution leads us to Mafia, a small town in the Sefidwaboso district. Here, we meet two concerned residents who volunteer to lead us to a spot along the Bia River to show us the pollution levels. After a long walk, we see the free-flowing, milky, dirty river. The indigents, mostly farmers, speak of the negative impact of the pollution.
Our forefathers cultivated the cocoa on the land. We young ones are now growing vegetables on the remaining land as our means of livelihood. We used to pump water from the Bia to water our crops, but with the advent of illegal mining, we can no longer use water from the river. Our crops die when we use the polluted water from the Bia River. My farm is just at the edge of the river, but I have to fetch water 2 miles from my farm to water the crops. This is where the whole Mafia town used to fetch water for daily chores, but now we can't. Because of the pollution, the mud fish we catch from the river is so dirty, we have to wash it with hot water before processing.
The source of the pollution of the Bia River was not difficult to find. A large, irresponsible mining enclave just at the edge of the town, one of the major sources of pollution of the Bia River. In the environmental degradation that has gone on here, it is difficult to identify the path of 3 streams that feed into the Bia River. The valley, which hosted some tributaries of the Bia, is now the source of illegal mining. Miners, mostly youth of the town and their leaders and Chinese nationals, were found busily at work. The Amoya, Ngunana, and Afuafu streams have been totally redirected and polluted by the illegal mining here.
And this is what remains of the Amoya stream. On the other side, the highly polluted water body over there is Afuafu.
The pollution here feeds directly into the Bia River.
They wash these things, it goes directly into what is left of the Amoya stream, and that tributary enters the Bia River, and that is how we have the milky nature of the Bia River as we speak. I don't think that these people know the effects of what they are doing here, but I'll try to find out. Boss, now you want to say? Na munim se ni amoya wa ha ko bo bia nsuo bia num
bia ndi boom ba tanya kasa ana ye de na yese no nsuo na kasa akra pese aka yenko aka so de aka mo anya dwuma ho bat ye de ni anu okrum iti adwuma de mo aye de ai kakra be se be den e be nyiska so de de ahye won atodwa ne de no se de adwuma die ni ho ntina yese ye de na ye adwuma sa no.
So he's aware, and he tells me that yes, he knows that what they are doing here enters the Bia River, but then they do not have any say. They are in here to do this, to make some money so that they can also survive.
Stephen Asante is the assembly member for the Mafia electoral area.
The whole place was a cocoa farm, but they cleared all the cocoa trees to mine here. The illegal mine is owned by a woman known as Akusia China. When we local leaders take steps to stop it, nothing happens, and the illegal miners come back to work. We are afraid of being attacked and killed, so we just watch and allow it go on. Though the galamsey in this place is illegal, when you report to the authorities, they come back.
The illegal mining business here is glaring and done boldly, difficult to escape the eyes of any authority. If this impunity continues, pollution levels in the Bia will affect agriculture and could sour diplomatic relations between Côte d'Ivoire and countries that rely on the water body to serve households. Ben Ampuma is chairman of the Water Resources Commission.
The Bia flows into Côte d'Ivoire and serves as water source for some of their major communities in terms of treating and supplying. Now in 2017, our activities upstream with respect to mining polluted the river to the extent that they could not treat the water. So they had to shut down their water supply systems. And that created some, what we hear, upheavals in terms of protests from the communities. They came over to us and we had some kind of engagement. And that is when the ban on illegal mining came. And fortunately, the rivers began to restore their ecological integrity. Where we are now, the situation is coming up again. And if you look at the turbidity values of the Bia, getting over to the thousands, which means that it has the potential to create that level of pollution where they may find it difficult to treat their waters. And it's our only hope that we can begin to, as it were, address the situation to prevent the situation where we may have that potential, transboundary conflicts.
These miners are breaching Section 99(6) of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, as amended. It states that where a person mines with any method in or along the banks of a natural water body or the territorial sea of Ghana, he or she is liable upon conviction to a fine of 600,000 Ghana cedis to 1,200,000 or a term of imprisonment of 15 to 25 years or both. But many of these infractions go unpunished. These images of the wanton pollution of water bodies and destruction of forests across the country drew sharp reactions from leading stakeholders, including the Special Advisor to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Ben Ayi.
The critical thing really is we all have kept quiet. In fact, let me make reference to Asantini's statements last year at our Middle Belt Regional Dialogue. He did simply ask, is there any illegal mining that those of us gathered in that room didn't know about and didn't know who were behind? Indeed, we know. Some of us are complicit, we are benefiting from it. And some of us, we know, and we just keep quiet and suffer quietly. Fortunately, if we don't do something about it, it's going to destroy all of us. It is critical we get to understand that. We either swim together or we will all sink together.
When I see these things, I ask myself, who are behind this? Because we try to fight this cancer and it keeps going up. In my own area, people go there and dig haphazardly. They don't even know where the mineral is. No geological map. In my own town, he has the contract, all right. But he's buying almost every land from the landowners. I don't know whether the gold is embedded everywhere in the community.
The implication of these artisan miners, those with permits and those without permit, they both have no mercy upon our forest and our water resources.
They all questioned the hidden faces behind the destruction.
I can't buy excavator, but the ministers and the MPs, you can do that. So we are saying, you see, when I came here to sit down here, I asked myself, after all this, the time we spend, the money we spend for organizing this occasion, the BIS are the way now, so at long last, it remains there.
What's the constitution? No, Emma Hopine. Say, Obibia, Madama, or your galam say, oh, yes, you are your children. Where I can't Yana no Juma pa na ya we ye fuye everywhere. Na gala.
In the past, aside farming, the main occupation of our forefathers was mining. My grandfather, Kwame Danso, was mining on his cocoa farm and growing his crops on the same farm. Illegal mining came to fester because of you politicians. Today, our cocoa is being destroyed because of you. Our orange farms and forests have been destroyed because these miners come with licenses. So what power do I have over them? The man has come with a license and he has given jobs to my subjects. So if I prevent him from mining, it means I am denying people of their livelihood and they will beat me. Any negative impact brought by illegal mining is the fault of politicians. Today, illegal miners are accompanied by soldiers and police. All our forests and even our sacred places have been destroyed. You say we have the right to the topsoil, but what lies beneath is for you. But you are destroying our water bodies. When you send the miners, you don't follow up. You send people to mine on our land. What do you expect us to eat?
of Ghana's forest as a pair of lungs or kidneys, cleaning our air and water, regulating rainfall, sunshine, and serving as a buffer against natural disasters. The country's kidneys and lungs are currently being attacked and perforated at a faster rate by illegal mining. 7 of Ghana's 16 regions have been affected by illegal mining activities. 34 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been affected, with an estimated destruction of 4,726 hectares, larger than twice the land size of Ashanti region, according to the Forestry Commission. Whilst the country begs for funds to slow down the destruction of its carbon filters, Parliament has amended environmental laws to open up existing, protected and production forests for more mining. Let's take a journey to the Apamprama Forest Reserve. The Apamprama Forest Reserve is one of 4 forest reserves within the Amansia Central and Amansia South administrative districts of the Ashanti region. The reserve was selected in 1937 and later demarcated in 1938. Ownership is vested in the Bekwai, Rempi, and Denyase paramounts. It derives its name from the Apamprama River, which takes its source from the Odumase portion of the reserve and flows into the Oda River. It covers a total area of 34.7 kilometers square with 21 admitted farms. For years, it has been the source of non-timber forest products like pestles, snails, kapok, sponge, spices, canes, bamboo and rattan, medicinal plants, and incense. It is also home to grass cutters, duikers, monkeys, antelopes, squirrels, and rats. The Apamprama Forest Reserve is surrounded by 5 major communities: Kobro, Abuakwa, Obenenebing, Aponapong, Ankam, Mansoafede, and Musikrum. As of 2018, Apamprama served the timber needs of about 8 timber firms legally recognized as felon rights holders of the production forest. This is the Kobro community, an old town which sits deep within the Apamprama Forest Reserve. Residents still have fresh memories of how the destruction of the Kobro section of the reserve started in 2018. One by one, they tell me of how the late Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, Sir John, in 2018 convinced the townsfolk that the government was undertaking a reclamation exercise in the forest.
Initially, they said they were covering pits, but then they started building settlements. We wondered why they were setting up shelters if they were just covering pits. Then a number of machines were brought in, so we mobilized to demonstrate. But Sir John came in and assured us they were just planting trees. But after a month, when we went back, the forest was crawling a lot of miners.
That began a series of events that marked the woes and destruction of a once beautiful natural forest. A forest entry permit was granted to Unique Star Point Company Limited to carry out reclamation activities on some portions of the forest reserve in November 2017. In the same year, a forest entry permit was granted to Heritage Imperial Company Limited to conduct prospecting activities in December 2017. Unique Star Point Company Limited and Heritage Imperial Company Limited belong to Emmanuel Donald Intua and Reynolds Kwabi. Contrary to mining regulations, what was supposed to be prospecting and reclamation of the Apamprama Forest Reserve turned out to be active mining of the reserve with over 18 excavators and a number of bulldozers.
The forest became a no-go area. We could not enter the forest. They mounted huge barrier. They brought in bodyguards. I used to drive some miners into the forest. We had to endure drills from the military. We concluded that these people were sent from the top.
The illegal activity in the Kobro section of the Apamprama Forest Reserve went on for months under the watch of the Forestry Commission.
So this devastation went on, and the Apraman Forest Reserve sites are right here. The Forestry Commission says it had no evil, it did not see anybody bringing in heavy equipment. This has lasted for close to a year. No government official got wind of it, or nobody was prepared to even face them.
After failed attempts by Operation Vanguard and other security agencies to stop the illegality, the Interministerial Task Force on Illegal Mining moved in to stop the pillaging of the forest. The law does not allow the use of heavy earth-moving equipment in prospecting in forest areas, but Imperial Heritage Mining Limited in 2018 was actively mining the reserve with about 30 excavators using a prospecting license.
Task Force Commander W1 Isaac Nyako is overwhelmed by the wanton destruction of forests.
Indeed, this is the largest. In fact, I don't even know how to start and how to end. I'm even shocked seeing the ground like this. The largest so far at this very site.
The company had destroyed a large part of the forest under prospecting, a crime they were never punished for. Nanayao Enin is the chief of Kobro. He indicates Imperial Heritage came back to mine in the forest after it was driven out.
Sir John met the whole community and told us they were doing reclamation. But in the end, when they mined and Ajikun burnt his machines, he came back to mine in the forest. The soldiers and the Forestry Commission know he came back.
In 2021, Imperial Heritage was back mining in the Odaho section of the Apamprama Forest Reserve, this time with a mining lease. This was at a time when the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abujinapo, had declared forest reserves and water bodies red zones and restricted areas where no mining should be allowed to take place.
We are pursuing that strongly.
The minister also instructed the Forestry Commission to desist from issuing forest entry permits for purposes of mineral prospecting or mining in any forest reserve. But in 2021, my team met Imperial Heritage Mining Limited and its Chinese miners mining the Odaho section of the Apamprama Forest Reserve under the protection of over 30 fully armed military men.
Sometimes we don't do things like that.
After our expose of the illegality in 2021, the military personnel were withdrawn, but authorities are yet to make public findings on who assigned them. The chief of Kobro, Nanayao Enin, narrates how he and his elders were treated when they confronted military men who besieged the forest to protect other miners in 2022.
On Monday, I, my linguist, and some of my elders took a trip deep into the forest. We met a barrier manned by armed soldiers. This was in 2022. I introduced myself as the chief of Kobro and caretaker of the forest for Bekwai Paramountcy. I told them we've noticed some activity in the forest. We demanded to see their documents so we could inform the king of their presence. The soldier called the owner of the mining site on phone and told him of our presence. His boss told him to ask us whether the forest is owned by the government or the people of Kobro. We couldn't challenge the armed soldiers, so we left.
Since then, other illegal miners have joined the fray.
Now look at this. You can drive miles of devastation caused to this reserve.
The once green Apamprama Forest Reserve has been largely reduced to a wasteland. Valuable tree and animal species are all gone.
Maybe this is the only green that is still active. But valuable trees, the flora and fauna, animals, the river which lies dirty here, they are all gone.
The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has, through the agency of the Forestry Commission, with the assistance of the military, made the effort to cordon off all 294 sites of forest reserves in the country and rid them of illegal mining.
So while the president was giving this assurance, illegal miners were pillaging the Apamprama Forest Reserve.
Madam, what's your friend say? Madam Emilia.
This miner tells us he works for one Emilia, who we later learned is a politician. They are not working today because a military swoop on the area has affected them. Their equipment have been seized. We found her equipment parked inside Kobro town. The youth are not happy. Some of them have had their machines bent in another military operation.
When the soldiers came, they met one of our excavators on the road and they bent it. These equipment belong to Mama Emilia's group. She's a former women's organizer for MPP at Jacobo. We don't know why they did not burn her equipment.
These excavators are part of 16 equipment bent by personnel from the Central Command of the Ghana Armed Forces in Kumasi on 7th June 2023. This move is part of an operation by the Forestry Commission to rid the Apamprama Forest Reserve of illegal miners to pave the way for a pilot reclamation exercise. Brigadier General Ajiman Prempe is the General Officer commanding the Central Command. His reaction when he first saw the degradation caused to the Apamprama Forest Reserve by irresponsible miners.
I felt shocked. I felt worried. I felt people were heartless. I felt they were not getting here. And I just say that these are people that we need to ensure that they don't come around here anymore. Because I felt that generations behind have been robbed of something great.
16 excavators have been bent under his watch and a number of excavators seized and parked at the Central Command 4th Battalion grounds in Kumasi.
Once you find it in the forest, we burn. Once you find it along the riverside, we burn. Once you find it an area that is grey where the individual has been given the rights to mine, we collect the machines and bring them to the command headquarters for you to come and justify with your documents if indeed you have the right to mine in the area. So the forest is a no-go and it has been defined that it is an illegal area for anybody to mine.
Brigadier General Ajiman speaks of his resolve to protect what remains of the Apamprama Forest Reserve.
When we look at the environmental sustainability cycle, once you are destroying more than you can replant or you can build, it means that it is not sustainable. So what they are doing is not making the environment sustainable, because they are just destroying it and they are not building back. So we want to ensure that we get these people out, and then government agencies that are prepared to come and do reclamation can come and do that.
Even as he continues his onslaught on illegal mining in what is left of the Apamprama, we found Chinese miners and their Ghanaian collaborators have moved their equipment to this school, waiting for an opportunity to move in. Some indigents of Odaho, like Emmanuel Boama, are not happy with the destruction of the forest, but they say they are helpless.
We were adamant we would not allow them to destroy the forest. Soldiers, heavily built men, mounted a barrier at the Krupon and subjected us to severe beatings. We were overpowered. Because of the mining in the forest, all cocoa and other farms close to the forest were destroyed.
When you
use the polluted water on the cocoa, they wither. All our crops are not doing well due to the contamination of the soil.
There is a sharp contrast to how the Forestry Commission handles illegal miners and the local farmers who want a piece of the forest land to farm. Kwame Ejapon is a native of Kobro. He is growing cocoyam and plantain at the edge of what remains of the forest. His farming activity will not destroy the land, but he is allowed to farm here only on one condition: to put these pegs at measured intervals to plant trees that will grow with his crops. He can only harvest once, and the trees will take over.
The forestry officials show us the intervals at which we peg the trees. They then bring us seedlings to plant. Their tree species grow rapidly.
If he doesn't do this, forest inspectors will destroy his farm.
If they find trees planted amidst the crops, you are safe. If they find out you have not planted the tree amidst your crops, they will destroy your farm.
But a few meters from his farm, illegal miners are allowed to destroy the forest, vegetation, trees, water, and the land permanently. Entities like Imperial Heritage Mining Limited violated environmental laws in 2018 when they mined the forest with prospecting licenses without any consequence. State agencies, including the Forestry Commission, have looked on for these large tracts of forest to be destroyed permanently for a period of about 4 years. Global Forest Watch data indicates that between 2001 and 2021, trees sitting on 1.41 million hectares of land were destroyed across Ghana. The destruction of tree cover is equivalent to about half the size of the entire Ashanti region, which is about 2.4 million hectares. This notwithstanding, Ghana has received $4,862,280 from the World Bank for reducing 972,456 tons of carbon emissions for the first monitoring period from June to December 2019.
Ghana is eligible to receive up to $50 million for 10 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions reduced by end of 2024.
Even though we celebrate this milestone today, Ghana's forest resources continue to face pressures from agricultural expansion, unsustainable logging, excessive wood harvesting for charcoal production and firewood, illegal mining, wildfires, and poaching.
So now the ball is in our court, working with the community, the chiefs and people to be able to improve upon the landscape.
In the midst of all this destruction and the billions of dollars in gold taken from this area, communities remain the poorest.
They brought in a transformer and wired the town, so we thought we would be connected in about a year.
Benenebane community, for instance, is yet to be connected to the national electricity grid. It has been reduced to poor infrastructure and a deprived community with few opportunities. Their farmlands are gone, forests degraded, water sources polluted, and the attendant change in climatic conditions have affected farming.
It is the forest that gives farmers in this area rain to farm. But now, if God doesn't intervene, we will not have the rains to grow our crops.
The indigents of Benenebane share their dilemma.
We've not gained anything. Look at our schools, toilet, and our town. We are helpless.
When they come, they promise a lot of things, but they don't fulfill these promises.
If the leaders of this town had insisted they will not allow the machines to enter the forest, they couldn't have destroyed the forest.
Meanwhile, Ghana has secured a $103 million World Bank loan to, among others, restore cocoa lands, engage the restoration of polluted water resources, and reclaim degraded forest lands, including the Apamprama Forest Reserve. Just before airing this report, we decided to go back to the Apamprama to gauge the situation there. We found many Chinese miners are back to mine in the forest. Some have hit the ground mining, while others have set up camp to continue mining in a forest built for reclamation.
You can see fresh excavators, about 8 drums of diesel ready to work. Equipment here and there, you can see the generators and the washing plants. The illegal miners are back.
We spotted active mining in areas where the military recently seized and banned equipment. We were told by sources powerful people in government have brokered deals for these Chinese to mine where others have had their equipment bent.
I happen to witness.
Yoda is a journalist who has been monitoring events in the Apamprama Forest Reserve. He has witnessed the selective justice adopted by the forest guards in protecting this reserve.
I was going to interview these illegal miners. One of them was ready to speak to me. And then we saw the vehicle of the forestry, that's the rapid response unit of the Forest Commission, moving to the site. They came and then they took their generators, their pumping machines, and even their motorbikes. And they set fire on all these items. But then, few meters from where they were burning these items was an excavator digging. So I asked the officer, so say, why are you chasing these illegal miners here by leaving this excavator digging for the same people who are also doing the illegal mining? Then they told me that, oh, for them, they are working in the off-reserve. So that's why they are not going there. But before he told me that, one of them who spoke to me on their quiet told me that the issue is political. So when they come into the forest, they can't arrest whoever they want to arrest. The DCE or the MP will have to give them the order as to who they can arrest. So it tells me that clearly there is a political hand or a big hand somewhere that is manipulating this whole thing.
Many of these farmers have had their source of livelihood destroyed by the mining of this forest. But their taxes will pay for the $103 million contracted to reclaim the devastation. Environmental conservation organization Arocha Ghana has a problem with that.
Sometimes I ask myself, why does even the World Bank even support such initiatives or push those initiatives before us.
Daryl Bosu is Deputy National Director.
Business persons have been given concessions. They've gone into our forest reserves, into our landscape, mined it for gold, traded it, kept the profit for themselves. And the public is going to pay for a loan that is now going to be used to reclaim the mess of some businesses. It's not fair. And there's no way anyone, and even the World Bank, should support such an initiative.
As the president leads the annual Green Ghana initiative of planting trees across Ghana, hundreds of trees are being felled and forests pillaged across the country by illegal miners for gold. Daryl describes it as a charade.
If you look at the logic of planting several millions of trees in a particular day, and then taking a whole year, the rest of the year, to destroy many other forest reserves, old existing forest reserves that provide significant biodiversity services, ecosystems like water provision and all of that, you ask yourself, really, is this logical? So we believe it is just a charade in terms of all the things that is said on podiums and also the so-called commitment of the president.
Dr. Stephen Apiatechi is an environmental planning expert and a senior lecturer with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He is worried about the rate at which Ghana is depleting its forest through illegal mining.
A leader can destroy the economy. He can be pardoned. But when a leader destroys the natural resources, they've destroyed the very existence of its citizenry, including future generation. And this is how serious Ghana's state is. But the question is, didn't the colonial masters knew that there was gold in these forest reserves? Didn't they know that there were bauxite in this forest reserve? Why did they leave it there? And that puts serious questions on our political system. If the colonial masters were criticized, save these resources. If the likes of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah save these resources, how come our fourth republic, that we pride ourselves as being a democracy, is the one destroying these resources? We should put questions on that. So the extent of discussion, not only forest but water body, is alarming. It doesn't look good for the nation.
Even as the country reels under the current devastation of forest, Parliament has amended the country's environmental guidelines to open up both protected and production forest for mining. Daryl Bosu describes the passage of LI 2462 in 2022 as an indication the government intends to continue to mine the country's forest reserves.
Right after seeing the LI, we decided to go onto the MINCOM repository of concession, the database, and we realized that one GSBA, Boyne Tunnel, had already been given out for mining, and this was right after that LI was passed. What we don't know is whether the presidential approval that is required before these forest reserves, a GSBA, is assessed, has been done. And it's something that I believe that we still need to continue and identify. So for us, we believe that this law actually demonstrates to us that the government has no intention to stop assessing our forest reserves for mining. It looks like they are really on a course of accelerated mining and nothing is going to stop them.
For now, Brigadier General Ajiman Prempe and his men say they are bent on protecting what is left of their Pamprama Forest Reserve.
We will have to take the fight to them and ensure that they don't get what they want, but we are able to leave what belongs to Ghana now, Ghana tomorrow, and Ghana in the future.
Whatever action is taken today on the preservation of these natural resources, it will affect the people we love positively or negatively, now or in the future. But in the meantime, the Apamprama Forest Reserve is under siege, and the time to act is now.
2021, Ghana launched the LPG for Development program as part of its energy policy, with the ambitious goal of achieving 50% LPG market penetration by 2030. This documentary delves into the impact of these initiatives, which were designed to increase the adoption of LPG and encourage Ghanaians to transition away from wood fuels. As the world strives to combat deforestation and climate change, these efforts play a crucial role in fostering sustainable energy practices in Ghana. It is a sunny Friday afternoon here at Dromankese in the Nkranza North District. The people here are mostly traders and farmers. In this village, many of the communities around, the residents have for many years made a living out of a business very inimical to the fight against climate change. Here is DJ, as he likes to be called by his folks. He is a charcoal producer.
Already me wo sabi na metimi di aye enya sa sika no amesa me wo bi di na mensa fa sa sika na nsan koto gas e ba sa manya nyema mi no abra me su bi di na gas no e be boa me de but mesan di sa sika na abri bia gas na sa me kwa koto mesa koto no mesan di for instance say me ye bi di say wa duru say wa nko ho de ntimi ase so fa ba di o fa libre ni o ba be boa nti example gas na me 50 cedi na bidie no so me gusu ameye na me koto gas no na me be ye bidie na 50 cedi no a me de koto gas na se nka me de ma de be boa me no sa atem no ma nya no e ko ba sa na adwuma no so etisa na chi.
Charcoal production, its sale and transport is big business. There is even a driver association within the charcoal distribution value chain. Kamal is the spokesperson for the association and talks about the importance of charcoal to his community.
Bidene de nke besra ban say on shemu kenama we because bidene de so mugu bidene adwuma kom na bekunye bidene de omoto bidene pa bet akwese ye de common enye hanko a won tisi awiase afana ba bia bidene adwuma na no moye enye hanko a ti bidene de omoto nse bidene no ye de no aduana a difference we say gas no cause gas no the dona kase gas na aduane ana bufa so gudugudu bidie so de ebesisu kakra ansa na nti yehu se bidie no sisi ade kamemenya de anka bidie na yenkoso yenhyemu kenana se bidie no yenkoso a enya no mo.
However, after 30 years of advocacy and investments by the government and other stakeholders to ensure that people stop using food fuels for LPG, some people still prefer charcoal to LPG. Evans Ohenijan is the presiding member of the Nkranza North District Assembly. He explains how 50 cedis worth of charcoal can last him 1 month compared to spending 220 cedis to buy LPG, which lasts only 1 month.
For me, I use both gas and charcoal. Even comparatively, I use charcoal more than the gas itself. Because in my household, the gas I use, the type I use, anytime I go to fill, I spend about 220 Ghana cedis before I'll be able to fill it. Sometimes it doesn't even last for a month. The gas will finish. But the charcoal, right now, it is 50 Ghana cedis here. For 50 Ghana cedis a bag, I can use it for 3 weeks or sometimes 1 month. So you compare the two. I'm using one bag for a cost of 50 cedis for 1 month, and then 200 and maybe 50 Ghana cedis a gas for sometimes less than a month. You see that the gas is very expensive, so that's why I use both. So, but I even use the charcoal more than even the gas.
The cost of LPG on the market makes this push for people to use LPG instead of charcoal even harder. In Tamale, for example, some food sellers confirmed that it is no longer sustainable to cook meals with LPG.
Every day it's increasing. When you bought 200 somewhere last year, you can use it 5 to 1 week. But currently, you can fill it 300 and 4 days, 3 days, it will finish. So that forced us to use the firewood and the charcoal to prepare our food.
We're using the gas from the beginning, at least for 4 months. It was very expensive. When we buy 800, we use it within 7 days. It was costing us a lot. So finally, we decided to switch everything to charcoal.
A lot of the charcoal produced in the rural part of northern Ghana is transported to Accra. This woman in the Achimota market talks about the booming charcoal business.
The amount of bread to be done say gas and a boy dentist and I said to be tea. It is a gas and a crab one from my and I might be dear ton so from Kakara.
But why is LPG so expensive? The high cost of LPG, according to Gabi Kumi, who is the vice chairman of the Association of LPG Marketers, is due to the number of taxes on LPG.
There are three factors that account for the price increase of LPG. The first factor is the international price of the product. When the international price goes up, the local price follows suit. The second reason why the price of the product is going up is the performance of our cedi against the major currencies. If the cedi depreciates against the dollar, the price of LPG goes up in cedis. The third factor, and the most important factor, is government taxes and margins and levies on the product. And for us, that is the factor that we can control. One of the factors that can easily be controlled is the taxes and levies on the product. It's very difficult to control the cedi depreciation these days. As for international prices, we don't go there because that one we have absolutely no control. The two factors that we can control is the cedi depreciation, and the most important factor that we can control is the government margins and levies on the product. And that is why our association consistently have called on government to remove taxes from LPG, because we believe it doesn't make sense to put taxes and levies on a product that government has set objective to increase its consumption. Ghana started from paying subsidies on the product. We moved to full cost recovery, and then now we have put taxes close to 20% on the product, taxes and levies and margins. And we have consistently called on government to remove all these, because if you compare us to even La Côte d'Ivoire, our neighboring country, La Côte d'Ivoire is paying subsidy on LPG to the tune of about 25%. And currently, Ghana's LPG price is one of the highest in the world. Globally, LPG is bought per kilo is bought at under $1, but in Ghana we are above $1. And that is really pushing a lot of people from consuming the product.
This has led to a reduction in the market penetration. He says, although the acceptance of LPG in Ghana has been growing, especially within the urban centers, the growing trend saw a sharp decline last year.
The sales of LPG, demand for LPG, consumption of LPG in Ghana is on a serious decline. And things are getting worse. Like we always indicate, from 2021, sales of LPG has been declining, and it's getting worse these days in Ghana because the price of the product keep shooting up. Now we are buying LPG at on the average at about 15 cedis, 50 pesos, and this is a record high. We are now buying LPG between 15 and 16 cedis, and we've never bought a product at such a high rate in Ghana before. So that is really affecting sales. And indeed, figures our association have picked from the first quarter of this year indicate that consumption of LPG is still going down. If you compare the figures we picked for the first quarter, compare that to